Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 kiloseconds. 61 arguing, begging for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing the system's voice and feeling the warm current in his mind, Hazuki was in a very good mood. After all, AB rank ninjutsu was a good gain. I don't know how powerful this ninjutsu is, I'll give it a try. Hazuki stood up and didn't care whether he was in class or not. He pulled Makoto out of the class and went straight to the Konoha number 5 training ground. On the other side, the Hokage office. The 4 senior officials of Konoha, and the future Sannin are gathered together, frowning and staring at the 2 Anbu below, and the seal class beside. You mean that kid named Hazuki used an unknown sealing technique to completely block the leakage of Nine-Tails chakra, making the seal stable for at least 5 years? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Lord Danzo, this is what we saw with our own eyes and confirmed by the seal class. Anbu female ninja solemnly replied. Yes, we can prove this, that sealing technique is so subtle that it is unheard of. The captain of the sealing squad nodded assuredly. This little devil, he has such skills. The senior officials of Konoha looked at each other and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes, but the fact was in front of them, and it was impossible to joke about this kind of thing, so they became serious. Tsunade, didn't you take Hazuki as a disciple before? How much do you know about him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suspiciously. You all know the information I know. This kid can seal the art, even I am surprised, he is really a genius. Tsunade marveled. You are very lucky to accept such a genius as a disciple. Orochimaru shook his head. Accepting a disciple? He hasn't agreed yet. He said he would consider it for 3 days. I'm feeling depressed right now. Tsunade replied depressedly. You mean, you personally asked him to accept the disciple, and he has to think about it for 3 days? Orochimaru wondered, he really didn't know about it. Yeah, this kid is proud. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Interesting. Orochimaru replied, his eyes flashed with fiery light, and he seemed to be planning to accept his disciples again. Cough cough. Danzo coughed suddenly, with coldness in his eyes. Advertisement. Hyuga Hazuki should devote all the sealing techniques, only in this way can we make Konoha stronger. Yes, I think so too. Udatane Kaharu echoed. Agreed. Mitokado Homura nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage chair heard this, nodded in agreement, and even looked at the 2 Anbu. This matter is up to you. I don't agree. Tsunade objected, glancing sternly at all the upper echelons. Since this sealing technique belongs to Hazuki, unless he has his permission, he must not be forced, it will only chill his heart. Yes, I don't agree either. This sealing technique may have been developed by this child. You guys are robbing it. Jiraiya also objected, with determination in his eyes. Nonsense. How important is this sealing technique to the sealing of Nine-Tails? It is also for the sake of the village and to protect his Hyuga clan, so there is no need to talk about this matter. Udatane Kaharu said coldly. Yes, I have to get it. Mitokado Homura said the same, with a very firm attitude, as if nothing could change his mind. You are too much. Tsunade got angry and turned to look at Orochimaru. Don't you value Hazuki too? Why don't you talk? I think what Mr. Yuan Fei said is right. In fact, we can go deeper and investigate his talent. It is best to study it. Orochimaru said with squinted eyes. You shut up. Tsunade was pissed, and he pointed at Orochimaru and wanted to do it. Okay. This matter is settled, the 2 of you go to finish it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the 2 Anbu with a final word. Tsunade heard 3rd Hokage's words, and clenched his little hands in anger. But he couldn't change all of this, so he could only stare at the top of Konoha helplessly. Hey, let's compensate Hazuki later. Jiraiya also had no choice but to persuade Tsunade through compensation. That's all. Tsunade sighed. Advertisement. Both of them are uncomfortable. They have a very good impression of Hazuki, especially Tsunade, although she thinks Hazuki is arrogant, but she appreciates Hazuki even more, because geniuses are arrogant. It's a pity that they are weak and can't compete with the entire Konoha high level, and compared to Konoha, they don't stand up, so they can only sigh. When the 2 of them sighed, the 2 Anbu did not act, but looked at each other hesitantly. Huh, what's the matter with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. His voice was cold, he hated this kind of disobedient subordinates the most, so his eyes narrowed. Lord Hokage, we have something to report. Anbu Ninja said. Say something. It's like this. Kushina-sama left a message earlier. Not allowed to disturb Hazuki. It seems to value Hazuki very much. Anbu female ninja said. What? What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed slightly. In his mind, he thought of the scene where Kushina was angry and attracted a super powerful attack, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. Ask for flowers. Ahem. This. Danzo. What do you think? This is your proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the matter to Danzo. Danzo opened his eyes, not knowing what to say. He is an absolute supporter of Kushina, and he wants to hug the super strong Dayutui. If he agrees to this matter, Kushina will definitely be angry. So he hurriedly overturned the previous proposal and hurriedly said, I think this matter needs to be considered in the long run. After Danzo finished speaking, he found that everyone was staring at him, and felt a burning pain in his face. He didn't want to continue to be ashamed, and quickly turned to look at the other two elders. Kaharu, Homura, what do you think? Advertisement. Haha. Think long term, haha. The cold sweat on Mitokado Homura's head, the original firm attitude disappeared, replaced by a sneer. Point 0. Utatane Kaharu, who was next to him, also had the same attitude, with an amiable appearance. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other and felt hallucinations. The attitudes of these Konoha executives were so different that it was unbelievable. In this regard, the two were speechless, and the relationship was resolved finally. Songtong also knew that this decision was very simple, and it was the strong one. Thinking of the super strong, Tsunade couldn't help thinking about becoming the opponent's disciple, but she didn't tell anyone, because she felt that it was too inappropriate to be a teacher from outside the village. Originally, she was very depressed and angry, but now she thinks about it and has a trace of pride. What's wrong with me? I can't think like that. It's betraying Konoha. I can't think like that. Tsunade said secretly, reminding himself not to think about it, but the figure of the super strong man always flashed in his mind. She didn't slow down until she came to the outside street after the meeting. Forget it. Go find Hazuki first, and quickly accept this disciple, otherwise it would be bad if someone robbed him, and it is not a good thing for the disciple to be too good. Tsunade murmured and walked away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also followed. They wanted to see Hazuki's sealing technique. After some searching, the three finally found Hazuki performing ninjutsu at the training ground number 5. But Tsunade, who was at the front, stopped abruptly when he saw Hazuki's ninja surgery. What's wrong? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Go. 32%. Open black lens bracket 62. Why not choose me? Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tsunade stammered and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? As for being so surprised, Jiraiya was puzzled and turned to look inside the number 5 training ground. I saw that in the training ground, Hazuki continued to perform ninjutsu, and the wind blades flew away with tyrannical power, and a large number of training wooden figures were shattered. The scene was extremely spectacular. It's amazing. This is the wind-style vacuum wave. This kid has even learned this ninjutsu. It's really extraordinary, but I'm not telling you Tsunade, even if Hazuki is excellent, you shouldn't be surprised by this, right? 1. Jiraiya shook her head, as if surprised by Hazuki's talent, but remained calm. Only. What puzzled Jiraiya was that Tsunade was still in a sluggish state, and even Orochimaru showed a startled expression, knowing that Orochimaru rarely showed his emotions, but now. Zilai. 503. Also frowned, and he gave Hazuki a suspicious look, watching the wind blade fly around like a killing machine, which is indeed worthy of praise. But Jiraiya can't figure it out. Ninjas of their level have participated in several battles. It stands to reason that such ninjutsu is commonplace and should not be so surprised, but why did Tsunade stand there? The point, even Orochimaru was startled, it was incredible. Jiraiya scratched her head, her eyes dazed, she didn't understand what was going on. What's the matter with you guys? To be able to perform a B-class wind-style vacuum wave, I admit that Hazuki is very good and extraordinary, but you should keep calm no matter how extraordinary you are. After Jiraiya finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved it in front of the two companions, signaling them to return to their souls. Jiraiya, didn't you notice? Tsunade swallowed. Found what? Jiraiya wondered, unable to figure it out. Hazuki, he used one hand to perform ninjutsu just now. He is a one-handed knot seal. Tsunade replied solemnly. Advertisement. Isn't it one-handed? What's surprising about that? You guys are so restless, what? One-handed seal. Are you sure? Halfway through what Jiraiya said, she just froze in place, her shocked eyes staring into copper bells. You must know how difficult it is to learn the one-handed knot. Like third Hokage has worked hard for many years, and Danzo also spent a lot of time learning the one-handed knot, but unfortunately they both failed in the end. This one-handed seal cannot be mastered by hard work, it requires a certain talent, and such talent is not available to everyone, it can be said to be very rare. Jiraiya has been to many places and experienced many battles, but I have only heard of this technique, but I have never seen anyone use it. So, this time, he was really moved, and he froze in place like a dumb goose. From a distance, the three of them were like three geese with their heads stretched out, standing still. After a while, Orochimaru recovered and rushed towards Hazuki at the training ground. He decided to take Hazuki as a disciple first, and then study hard. Tsunade next to him saw this scene and hurriedly chased after him, ignoring Orochimaru's acceptance of Hazuki as his disciple. As for Jiraiya, he decided to give it a try after struggling for 2 seconds. The big deal was failure. The three quickly came to the training ground and chatted around Xianyu. Hyuga Hazuki, I am Orochimaru, will you be my disciple? You can practice many powerful ninjutsu, master countless fighting skills, and learn more forbidden technique. Orochimaru spoke first. Wait, Hazuki, don't listen to him. Advertisement. Tsunade hurriedly blocked Orochimaru, lowered his head and said, Hazuki, if you are willing to be my disciple, I can teach you all kinds of advanced ninjutsu. The most important thing in the Senju family is ninjutsu. 1. Ahem, although it's not good to ask you to be my apprentice, if you are willing to be my second disciple, Jiraiya can teach you a lot of powerful ninjutsu. Jiraiya leaned over and said, Ding. Please choose. 1. Become Tsunade's disciple. Reward. First Hokage Sage Mode. 2. Become a disciple of Jiraiya. Reward. Mount Myoboku Sage Mode. 3. Become a disciple of Orochimaru. Reward. Ruchi Cave Sage Mode. What? Looking at the god-level choice that suddenly appeared, Hazuki's eyes flashed with joy, and his consciousness quickly swept through the 3 options. The reward this time can be said to be very generous, and it is not directly proportional to the options, but Hazuki understands that each choice represents a different life situation, represents the power of choice, and represents his future path. If you choose to be a disciple of Jiraiya, it means Mount Myoboku. Maybe in the future, he will be somewhat similar to Naruto, and others will treat him differently. If you choose and become a disciple of Orochimaru, it means that you will be implicated by Orochimaru in the future and become a disciple of Orochimaru, a human experiment that has been spurned by others. If you choose to become Tsunade's disciple, then it is equivalent to the closeness of Hyuga and Senju, and the changes affecting the entire Konoha will also be more hostile to Uchiha. So this choice seems simple, but it represents a very deep meaning and must be chosen carefully. Mount Myoboku, Delongtong, and First Hokage's Sage Mode seem to be the main theme of Mount Myoboku in the future. 1. Hazuki said secretly, his eyes swept across the future Sannin, and finally locked on Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, I have a question for you. Hazuki said lightly. Advertisement. Pervy Sage. Jiraiya's forehead was throbbing, and he wanted to punch Hazuki, but he said with a kind smile, what's the problem? It's very simple, if I become your disciple, then I will be the first disciple, and Namikaze Minato will be the second disciple. Hazuki made the request directly, he didn't want to be the second disciple. No, this is the most basic rule, and it can't be changed. I said Hazuki, these are all external, the real ninjutsu. Jiraiya gushed. Forget it, beautiful girl Tsunade, you will be my teacher from now on. Hazuki said lightly. Tsunade beautiful girl. Tsunade wanted to get angry, but she was still very happy to accept this disciple, so she suppressed the depression in her heart and said, "Okay. Good, haha, I finally have a disciple in Tsunade." Tsunade laughed happily, but Orochimaru next to him frowned, because he realized that Hazuki hadn't paid attention to him from beginning to end, not even asked. Then Jiraiya, Hazuki also asked a question, but no one answered him, which made Orochimaru very annoyed. He tilted his head to look at Hazuki and said, "Why not choose me?" Silence. Hazuki ignored Orochimaru because the voice of the system reward came. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the first item and rewarding first Hokage's Sage Mode. The warm current reappeared, and a large amount of knowledge was absorbed by him as master, and he mastered it, and in this short period of time, his strength had once again improved a lot. 63 Ant Snake, kneeling for an evaluation ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hyuga Hazuki, I'm talking to you, why didn't you choose me? Orochimaru was finally upset, and his voice seemed a lot colder. As a strong man, as a senior, he has the dignity of a strong man, but his Orochimaru question was ignored by this kid, which made Orochimaru a little unhappy. So he took a step forward, staring at Hazuki with the aura of a strong man and a trace of murderous intent. Ding. Please choose. 1. Apologize like Orochimaru, saying that it was not deliberately ignored just now. Bonus. Extensive knowledge of human research. 2. Turn around and leave, ignoring Orochimaru's question. Reward. Lot of knowledge of medical ninjas. 3. Continue to fight Orochimaru, highlight your thorny image, and reward. A lot of ninjutsu knowledge plus a small amount of chakra. Note. The third item may lead to being attacked by Orochimaru. If you are not attacked by Orochimaru after angering Orochimaru, you will get an extra reward. Additional rewards. Hazuki was investigating the third reward, and doubts appeared in his heart. This additional reward was the first time that it appeared, which really made Hazuki curious. However, in the case of angering Orochimaru, it is indeed a bit difficult not to fight, but 29 Hazuki showed a confident smile. Little devil, I'm talking to you, why don't you choose me? After being ignored several times in a row, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with coldness, the momentum around him became stronger, and the cold killing intent violently tossed. Don't choose you. It's up to you to ask yourself. Hazuki didn't care about Orochimaru's aura, and even protected Makoto, looking directly at Orochimaru. Are you sure you're here to take me as a disciple? Of course, otherwise why am I here? Why ask you? Orochimaru said coldly. It is false that you accept me as a disciple, but it is true to study my talents. Hazuki said indifferently. Advertisement. What did you say? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and his heart was stunned. He really thought so, but he was completely unexpected by the little ghost in front of him. But he was Orochimaru, and he wasn't scared off by a word, so he continued in a cold voice, it's just your own thoughts. 1. Really? Can you swear it? Ant Snake. Ant Snake. Orochimaru was angry, at least twice as angry as before, and his killing intent was surging like a sea. Why don't you dare? Orochimaru raised his fingers and prepared to swear. He didn't care about this so-called oath, so he could swear without any scruples. Ant Snake, your oath says so, if you tell a lie, you won't be able to live forever. Hazuki said with a half smile. What did you say? Can't live forever. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and a storm surged in his heart. The original murderous aura disappeared, leaving only shocked eyes, staring at Hazuki in disbelief. Immortality is a big secret hidden in Orochimaru's heart. No one knows about it, but now. The little ghost in front of him actually pointed out the big secret in his heart, which really shocked him. He looked at Hazuki in disbelief, not knowing how this kid knew, how could he guess the big secret in his heart? The space seemed to freeze at this moment, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Quite a while, Hazuki looked at Orochimaru and stopped talking, so he didn't continue to yell at him, but turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, beautiful girl, remember to be ready to teach me, and come to me when you are ready, I will go first. Advertisement. When the words fell, Hazuki took Uchiha Makoto's little hand, and while she was cute, he took her away. In place, only the three of Orochimaru remained motionless. After a few seconds, Jiraiya turned to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, is what Hazuki just said true? Your dream is really immortality. Those animal experiments you caught before were also for immortality. No, don't listen to his nonsense. Orochimaru hurriedly retorted. Realizing that he was a little confused, he immediately took a deep breath and returned to his original calm state. Okay, I'll go first. Orochimaru didn't want to say more, but walked away. What happened today had a big impact on him, and he had to find a place to be quiet. Whoosh. When Jiraiya saw Orochimaru leave, he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, so he could only be silent for a while. After waiting for 2 seconds, he turned to look at Tsunade. You disciple, you are too good. Excellent, isn't it? It's a bit thorny, but it's really good. Tsunade said with a hint of joy in his voice. But he was so good. Under Orochimaru's murderous aura, he didn't change his color and even protected Uchiha Makoto. This method is not as good as ordinary Jonin. 1. And he's only a few years old. We're in his age group, and we're still playing like crazy, and we haven't even learned a few ninjutsu. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, with a very solemn expression. You're right, he's really good, that's why I accepted him as a disciple. With the bond, he can protect Konoha and our common home. Tsunade smiled and looked at Hazuki in the direction where Hazuki was leaving. He seemed to see the heroic appearance of Hazuki guarding Konoha in the future. I hope so. After I go back, I decided to cultivate Minato well. If something happens in the future, it may be much better if Minato is still there. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he was about to leave, but at this time he thought of something and turned his head. This kid is so piercing, he even called you a beautiful girl, ha ha ha, I admire him so much, ha ha ha. Advertisement. You. The word hash appeared on Tsunade's head, and then he thought of something. He seems to call you Pervy Sage, which is an apt nickname. Jiraiya couldn't laugh anymore, thinking about his nickname, which he 503 admitted was very appropriate, but thinking of Orochimaru's nickname, he was puzzled. You said, why is Orochimaru's nickname Ant Snake? Why am I a little confused? I don't know, what's the meaning? Tsunade shook his head, left the Chuan training ground, and headed home. The other side. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Hazuki sat on the sofa, listening to the chopping sound from the kitchen, and silently opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the third item. Reward. A lot of ninjutsu knowledge plus a small amount of chakra. The warm current like a hot spring appeared again, wandering in his mind, making him feel more comfortable. That vast amount of knowledge enriched his experience and quickly filled his mind, making his understanding of the world of ninjutsu clearer. At this moment, there are many aspects that I didn't understand, and I have completely understood, and I originally learned about various ninjutsu. There has also been a breakthrough progress, and many ninjutsus bought with money have finally been comprehended at this moment. It's really a good gain. With this knowledge, whether it is to continue to learn ninjutsu or develop ninjutsu, it will be much faster, and can even draw inferences from one thing. Hazuki was in a happy mood and quickly accepted all the knowledge. After receiving it, he remembered the extra reward. 64 injured, kneeling and begging for a monthly ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I don't know what that extra reward is. The system opens the extra reward. Hazuki said expectantly. Ding. Additional rewards are opening. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the strange force fist. Close black lens bracket. The warm current reappeared. Hazuki received the knowledge about the strange force fist, and soon realized it completely. It seems to be a powerful ability to focus chakra on the fist, thus bursting. This ninjutsu is very simple, the only difficulty is the control of chakra. 1. Hazuki secretly analyzed this new ability, and through the massive knowledge of ninjutsu, he quickly mastered the ninjutsu, and even drew inferences from one fact. Painful feet and strange force fisting should be similar, both are applications of chakra. Hazuki tried to mobilize chakra, focused on his feet, and quickly felt that he could easily smash the floor with just a little force. It's so simple. Master has a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, and learning ninjutsu is so simple, just like learning various formulas, it is easier to calculate problems. Hazuki counted the gains this time with satisfaction. In fact, Whether it was a strange force or a pain in the sky, it was not as important as the previous knowledge of ninjutsu. Because that is the foundation of learning ninjutsu, just like a knowledgeable doctor who learns ordinary Chinese textbooks, it is very easy. Hazuki is in a similar situation now. Master has a lot of basic and advanced knowledge of ninjutsu, and he has completely embarked on a route of leveraging knowledge to power. It seems that there will be a god-level choice in the future. You can try to choose knowledge, because knowledge can make my master more ninjutsu. Hazuki murmured. His mind opened the blowing snow template, and a scroll hidden in the house flew out in an instant, wrapped in a pale green light, and fell into his hands. During this time, he acquired a lot of ninjutsu through money. Although most of them were ordinary junk ninjutsu, he occasionally encountered novel ninjutsu. Advertisement. For example, the ninjutsu he is holding now, chakra scalpel. This ninjutsu is to gather chakra in the hand and use it as a weapon, which can cut through the target body without trauma. You can also extend the scalpel at will. The power is very good, but the prerequisite must be master medical knowledge, and a certain foundation is required. Hazuki himself knows healing art, and occasionally learns medical knowledge during this time. Coupled with this terrifying harvest, he has more understanding of medical ninjutsu, so he plans to learn this ninjutsu. The seal is very simple, just pay attention to chakra's control. Hazuki tried to form the seal, thinking that it would take a while to learn it, but when the seal was finished, he was stunned when he saw the blue light on his hands. It's so simple, is that the benefit of ninjutsu knowledge? No, and fine control over chakra. 1. Hazuki quickly understood the principle, and quickly experimented with the ninjutsu according to his own ideas, and even tried the power directly on his wrist. The power is very good. It can easily cut the muscles and meridians of the human body without any trauma. With gentle fist, there is no need for acupuncture points to cut directly. Tisk tisk, it's a bit interesting. Hazuki is like a child who discovered a novelty toy, constantly studying this ninjutsu, and even planning to go out to find a target to try its power. Makoto, I'll go out and be back in a while. Okay. 1. A sweet voice came from the kitchen, and Hazuki smiled and left the house. After a few minutes, he quickly caught a few small animals, tied them, placed them on large rocks, and started the experiment with chakra scalpel. Tisk tisk, it's really interesting. There is no trauma at all, and the enemy's limbs are directly cut off and the enemy is paralyzed. Not bad. 1. Hazuki experimented, and found more animals to continue experimenting in the suburbs, while enhancing the power of chakra scalpel. On the other side, in Hazuki's house, in the kitchen. Advertisement. Boom. Oh, it hurts. Uchiha Makoto was holding his little hand and his eyes were red with pain. He was accidentally scalded by a hot pot just now. Although the injury was not serious, it was just red, but the scald was very painful. For an ordinary little girl, such an injury would definitely cry for a while, but Makoto didn't cry. Instead, he endured the pain and simply bandaged the wound. Brother Hazuki is coming back soon. Don't delay cooking for Brother Hazuki. 1. After Uchiha Makoto finished dressing, instead of resting like a patient, he went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. But in the constant busyness, pain came from her little hand from time to time, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she still bit her lip and continued to work until the meal was completely cooked. Huh, it's finally done. Uchiha Makoto finished her busy work, re-bandaged and cleaned the wound, and when she found that the injury was more serious than expected, her pretty brows frowned. There shouldn't be any scars, right? Brother Hazuki won't find out about this, he'll be worried. Makoto said worriedly, but he paid more attention to his injury, but was more afraid of Hazuki's worry. Squeak. The door opened. Hazuki walked in with a smile, and saw Makoto who was examining the wound. What's wrong with you? Ah. Nothing, nothing. Uchiha Makoto panicked and instinctively put his little hand behind him, not wanting Hazuki to worry. Quote. Give me your hand. Hazuki took a few steps forward and pulled up Makoto's little hand, and when he saw the back of the white and tender hand, red from the burn, his brows immediately wrinkled. A kind of unpleasantness that I had never felt before surged into my heart, as if my most precious thing had been chopped up, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement. Hazuki took a deep breath, and with Makoto at a loss, he carried her onto the large sofa in the form of a princess hug, and then put her down gently. You sit still. Hazuki saw Uchiha Makoto thinking in a panic, and stopped her directly. Well, I see, Uchiha Makoto said in panic. Hazuki checked her little hand again and knew that healing would heal it, but she didn't know if it would leave a small scar. After all, healing is not a panacea, it is only the lowest level of medical ninjutsu, and it cannot be perfect for injuries. It is very possible to leave scars, like many ninjas will have scars. Such as Danzo's chin, Kakashi's eyes, Iruka's nose, Nara Shikahisa's forehead, Lee's good, and face, Yagura with sutures, and Abizi's big face. In short, there are many people with scars. If only I could healing jutsu. Pity, pity. 1. Healing jutsu is far worse than healing jutsu. If there is healing jutsu, there will be no scars. Unfortunately, only some high-level ninjas know how to learn healing jutsu. Hazuki can only treat Makoto with healing first and see how it works. Ding. Please choose. 1. Shirtless. Manage her. Reward. Geno's 15% template. 2. Treat Uchiha Makoto with healing technique. There is a chance to leave scars. Reward. Blowing snow template 20%. 3. Let Uchiha Makoto bite your arm and heal her completely. Reward. Blowing snow template 30%. Note. The third item has the possibility of leaking sage body, which is highly dangerous, but the reward is equally generous. Trigger options. I didn't expect this to trigger. Hazuki shook his head and quickly checked the 3 options. 65. The system restarts, begging for everything. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The reward this time is relatively generous, and the third item is even more unspeakable, but the use of sage body really has the risk of leakage, which is equivalent to the coexistence of risk and opportunity. Hazuki hesitated, believing that Makoto would not reveal any information, but this ninja world has intelligence ninjas. Such as Yamanaka Kaiichi, he will be a very powerful intelligence ninja in the future, able to read important information from other people's brains. If Makoto's brain is red, then Hazuki's abilities must be revealed, and battle will be inevitable. Wait, if Makoto's brain is actually red, then there's no need for me to hide it, because then I'll let those people die. 1. Hazuki said secretly, with a hint of slaughter in his eyes. Since he decided to accept the girl Makoto, he naturally regarded it as his own. If someone dared to hurt her, then Hazuki didn't mind the shattering of the earth. Hazuki brother, don't be unhappy, it's alright, I don't hurt. Makoto noticed Hazuki's seriousness, and hurriedly raised the profile of Hazuki's small hand model to comfort him softly. It seems that it doesn't matter if she gets hurt herself, but it can't make Hazuki unhappy. You girl. Hazuki shook his head helplessly, sitting next to Makoto and holding her hand. Everything you see later. Don't tell others what you know. Okay brother Hazuki. Uchiha Makoto saw Hazuki's seriousness, her little face tensed, and her little head was like pecking rice, and kept tapping. Come on, bite my wrist. Hazuki put his right hand to Uchiha Makoto's lips and looked at her quietly. Why? Makoto was a little puzzled and wanted to ask why, but seeing Hazuki's unquestionable expression, she pouted and did so obediently. After a while, countless warm currents flowed through Makoto's body, the wounds on her hands, and all the hidden wounds in her body disappeared, and she recovered completely. So warm. 1. Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eyes, his small body curled up in Hazuki's arms, like a lazy kitten. Advertisement. It took a few minutes for her to gradually recover, and then she blinked her big watery eyes and looked at her little hand, then turned to Hazuki. Brother Hazuki, what's going on? Uchiha Makoto asked cutely. Okay. Don't ask anything, keep it a secret. Hazuki looked at Makoto with a smile, and noticed that his bitten wrist was back to normal, the power of the intermediate sage body was unmistakable. Brother Hazuki, I will definitely keep it a secret, I won't say anything if I kill you. Uchiha Makoto clenched his fists and swore with a tight face. Don't say that, if you are in danger, it's fine, you must protect yourself, I don't want no one to cook for me and take care of me for the rest of my life. Hazuki pointedly said. Oh. Uchiha Makoto stopped talking, and CJDH curled up in Hazuki's arms like an ostrich, his little ears showing signs of turning red. She understood the meaning of the words, although it was obscure, It still made her shy, but she didn't know why, but she was very happy. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the third item. Reward. Blowing snow template 30%. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. Intermediate sage body. Talent. Excellent. Template. 15% Saitama template, 15/15 times, 45% blowing snow template, 44/45 times. Comments. He looks like a little boy, but he is actually a big devil who destroys the world. Hazuki looked at the data panel of the 45% blowing snow template, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. This indicates that he can use the snow blowing template 45 times a month for 45 minutes each time. This kind of harvest is absolutely rich and can make him understand this template more deeply. It's really a good harvest. This girl is really my little lucky star. Hazuki looked at Makoto in his arms, looked at her cute and shy state, and smiled knowingly. This girl was conquered by him. However, he thought of a problem. That is, the Geno's template always appeared in the system, which he couldn't use, so he raised doubts. Advertisement. System. I can't use this Geno's template. Is it necessary to appear? Open black lens bracket ding. Get feedback. System analysis is in progress. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Please choose 1. If you are too sharp, you need to hide your strengths and bide your time. Reward. 20% Silver Fangs template. 2. Through personal charm, let Kushina be your girlfriend. Reward. All the remaining snow blowing templates. 3. System restart optimization. Restart time takes several years. Reward. Mysterious gift package. What? Hazuki was surprised at the god level choice that appeared. He just raised an opinion, and the god level choice was triggered, and the reward was extraordinarily generous. Like the first and second options, they are very good templates, but the mystery package of the last one is more attractive to Hazuki. Mystery spree. What is the reward? The third item is often good things, and it takes so long to restart. 1. Hazuki secretly analyzed, and after thinking for a while, he was reluctant to give up the first 2 items, and finally chose the third item. Ding. After the selection is complete, the system is restarting. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system fell, and it was completely calm, while Hazuki hugged Makoto quietly, looking up at the sky outside the window. Mystery spree. Don't let me down. Time flies like the sun and the moon like arrows, the days when you can't pretend to be forceful or fleeting, and a few years have passed. Hazuki and Makoto have graduated and officially become genin. On the bustling and lively Konoha street, the slim Kushina and Makoto are playing, and they walk past shops with laughter and laughter. There are fresh oranges here, let's buy some. Uchiha Makoto said in surprise when he saw the small stall on the side of the road. HMPH, I bought oranges for your brother Hazuki again. You are so kind to him. He is obviously a big radish. Kushina said with a sullen nose. Okay, I just kissed you a few more times, Hazuki brother was playing with you. Makoto pulled Kushina and said. Where's the play? He's to me. Advertisement. Kushina's face immediately flushed red, and she thought of the 9-tails seal that she wanted to strengthen her wrist when she went to Hazuki's house 2 days ago. As a result, the seal did not increase, but she had an accident. HMPH, big rascal. Kushina muttered shyly, then looked at her wrist. The seal is getting more and more unstable. It seems that you still need to find that big bad guy. If you dare to treat me like that again, I'll. Kushina clenched her fist several times, but there was nothing she could do, she could only pout it in depression. I heard that the situation in the outside world is very unstable. Yesterday, the Land of Thunder sent ninjas. I am worried that Hazuki brother will be sent to the battlefield. Makoto worried. We just graduated a few months ago, so we shouldn't be dispatched to the battlefield, but Hazuki is so strong, it's really admirable that you didn't graduate early because of you. Kushina said enviously. Brother Hazuki is so stupid, he is so kind to me. Uchiha Makoto was moved and vowed to take good care of Hazuki. Looking at Makoto's happy appearance, Kushina felt a little sad and uncomfortable for some reason. She took a deep breath and said, I'll go back first. Well, remember to come find me tomorrow. Okay. Makoto saw Kushina turn away. She continued to buy oranges, but just after she finished buying, she heard a cry for help, and it was Kushina's voice. What's the matter? Makoto hurried over to check, but only saw one of Kushina's hair. Not good. Earlier Hazuki brother told me that if Kushina suddenly disappeared, he must tell him. It seems that Hazuki brother found something. Makoto hurriedly ran away, but as soon as he ran to the door, he saw Hazuki, who was slender and handsome. Hazuki brother, something happened. 1. I see, you go home first, I'll be back soon. Hazuki smiled confidently. Okay. 1 inch. Makoto looked at Hazuki's smile in a trance. Hazuki became more handsome when he grew up. The confidence exuded from his bones made Makoto dazzled and fascinated. Open black lens bracket 66 close black lens bracket 9 tails get out of trouble. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Okay. Don't look at it. Hazuki tapped Makoto's little head with his index finger, tilted his head with a gentle smile. Go home. 1. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly nodded his head, and turned back home 3 steps at a time. When she looked out the door from the home window, her brother Hazuki had disappeared. Hazuki-san, you must return safely. 1. Uchiha Makoto folded her hands and prayed silently, but soon she felt the cold inside the house. It's so cold. Uchiha Makoto turned to look at the table next to him, where a bunch of budding roses were placed. It is a flower condensed with ice, exuding a slight chill, very beautiful, and very gorgeous. It can be said to be ingenious and interesting. It's so beautiful. Brother Hazuki's ice escape was a success. His hard work over the past few years has finally paid off. It's great. Uchiha Makoto is sincerely happy for Hazuki. She knows clearly how much Hazuki brother has spent in researching this ice escape over the years. It was almost a day and night of research. Many times she woke up in the middle of the night and saw that the lights in Hazuki's brother's house were on. At that time, she felt distressed for Hazuki. Now that Hazuki brother has finally succeeded, Uchiha Makoto's mood has improved a lot. I heard that Jonin has been researching for many years, but it only transforms 2 types of chakra properties, and it can't be developed at all, but brother Hazuki succeeded in a few years, and sure enough, brother Hazuki is the best. Uchiha Makoto is very happy, but thinking about the safety of Hazuki and Kushina, she is very worried, and this complex emotion is condensed in her heart, and she does not know how to express herself. She could only pray silently in her heart and bless her silently. Lush foliage forest. Several ninjas from the land of thunder tied Kushina and ran fast on the big trees, heading towards the border quickly. Unlike the 3 ordinary ninjas in the original book, this time their lineup is unprecedentedly strong, with a total of 5 tyrannical Jonin. Even if the cage-level powerhouse chases them, they are not afraid. Advertisement. Everyone, speed up, there seems to be a super strong behind Kushina, the gap a few years ago is not easy. Captain Jonin who led the team said. Captain, didn't the village analyze that the explosion was caused by an explosive talisman? Why do you still think that there are superpowers? Yeah, that kind of information is too fake. If they had such a strong powerhouse, they wouldn't have been beaten and defeated in the land of rain. 1 inch. It must be fake. We can successfully kidnap Kushina, which proves that the information is not true. Captain, you are suspicious. The other 4 Jonin didn't believe it, and offered their own opinions one by one, even a little dissatisfied with the Jonin captain. After all, they are also Jonin, and they also have the confidence to refute in the face of their peers. Although there is a high probability that it is fake, we still can't take it lightly. This girl must not be slack when it comes to Jinchuriki. Captain Jonin said solemnly. Okay, let's speed up. Okay. But don't worry too much, I've been placing traps all the way, and I haven't noticed any pursuers. Don't worry, our speed is very fast, and there are people behind to help us stop the pursuers, as long as we get to the border as soon as possible. Although a few ninjas from the land of thunder accelerated their speed, their expressions were full of fighting intent. Each of them was a master, and they were very confident in their own strength, so they were not afraid of any enemy. Whoosh whoosh. The 5 continued to run wildly, but after running for a while, Captain Jonin frowned. Do you have a feeling of being watched? Captain Jonin asked in confusion. No, Captain, did you find something? Yamada, feel it and see if there is anyone. It is good. Jonin, known as Yamada, quickly closed his eyes, and after a few seconds he opened them again in confusion. I found nothing. There is no warning for my trap. Captain, are you feeling wrong? Maybe. Captain Jonan looked around, always feeling a little hairy in his heart, an illusion that something would happen. Everyone continues to accelerate. I always have a bad feeling. Captain Jonan said solemnly. Advertisement. It is good. The rest of the Jonan retorted, but nodded in agreement. As a team member, obeying the captain's orders is the most basic duty, and they can't raise objections even if they have opinions. Several people set off again, heading towards the border like lightning. It's just that after running for less than half an hour this time, Captain Jonan, who led the team, felt more and more uneasy in his heart. He has a special ability since he was a child, that is the perception of crisis. This ability has made him survive countless battles, from a very ordinary ninja student to a powerful Jonin. This is his trump card. This time he led the team to capture Kushina. He was actually opposed to it, but it was difficult to do so, so he could only take the risk. Before the action, although he felt a sense of crisis, the sense of crisis was not strong. But after kidnapping Kushina, he became more and more uneasy, and the sense of crisis became more and more terrifying as time went by. And now, the sense of crisis made the hairs on his whole body rise. After running a few steps again, Captain Jonan suddenly shouted, "Prepare for battle." Boom! A terrifying roar sounded, a massive chakra surged, the evil aura was released wantonly, countless mud flew, and several big trees were easily shattered. Several ninjas from the land of thunder rushed to the surroundings in embarrassment, staring at the huge black shadow in awe. That is. Ha ha ha. How many years, I finally came out, my nine tails finally escaped, ha 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 ha. 1. The huge nine tails laughed wildly, and its nine tails raged like a giant python, easily smashing countless trees, and its sharp claws trampled the ground to pieces. Ask for flowers. Damn, Nine Sleepy. Such an accident, die. Yamada's face changed drastically, and his eyes were deeply solemn. Damn, now we are in big trouble. Nine Tails' strength is too terrifying. We are not opponents at all. What should we do? Run away. Captain, speak quickly, why are you looking in the direction behind? Nine Tails is in front. Several Cloud Shinobi looked at the Captain Jonan, not understanding why the captain looked behind. Advertisement. I have been sealed for so many years, I finally escaped this time, and I can finally leave the abominable seal. In order to express my gratitude to you, I will crush all of you to death, ha ha ha. 1. Nine Tails laughed wildly, and Sen's cold eyes were fixed on the Cloud Shinobi, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Captain, don't look behind, what are you doing? Give the order quickly. Point 0. Damn. This captain is so unreliable, it seems that I can only command. I just said that he shouldn't be the captain, and I don't know what the superiors thought, so he even let him be the captain. Several Cloud Shinobi looked at Captain Jonan angrily, not understanding why this guy was looking in the direction behind, and he looked stupid. It's really boring to be scared and stupid. I trampled one to death for a little bug like you, it's really garbage. Nine Tails shook his tail. His huge head lowered slightly with terrifying power, and his cold teeth shone with icy cold light. Before I kill you, I'm going to trample this girl to death, Kushina, right? Do you know how hateful that hateful seal is? It took me years to break it. Hateful seal, I hate the seal. Nine Tails looked at Kushina, who was sitting on the ground with hatred, watching her curled up in fear. Nine Tails felt very happy. Being locked in a small space for so long, Nine Tails' inner anger has already accumulated to a terrifying stage. So before it kills Kushina, it hits her hard and lets her know the consequences of provoking it. Are you afraid? Let me tell you, the power of my Nine Tails is beyond your comprehension. The small seal can't trap me at all. It only took me a few years to get out of trouble. It's only a few years, ha ha ha. 1. Nine Tails laughed wildly, venting its grievance and anger, wagging its tail recklessly, smashing big trees, scaring the Cloud Shinobi to clutch their weapons. That. Kushina curled back in fear, then thought of something and whispered. Hazuki said that the seal can only last for 5 years, and today is exactly 5 years, so the seal itself was broken. It was not your escape, but the moment the seal was broken, you were squeezed out. What did you say? Ninetails was dumbfounded, and the laughter stopped abruptly. 67 Dumbfounded, kneeling and begging for a monthly ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quite a while. Ninetail's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and it said angrily, "Impossible, it's obviously the seal I broke free, it can't be squeezed out, absolutely impossible. You can look at my wrist if you don't believe me, the seal is really gone." Kushina leaned slightly, showing her bound wrists. Soon there was no trace of the seal on the wrist, and it appeared so brightly. On that small wrist, only the skin was smooth and white, and there was nothing else. Seeing this scene, Ninetails was completely dumbfounded, and the bloodshot in his eyes became more and more dense. Damn, damn seal, that hateful bastard, that hateful man. Ninetails screamed wildly, originally intended to scold the bastard, but instinctively felt guilty, so he changed his tune in time. But because of this, it was even more aggrieved, and it said coldly, "I want to trample you to death, I want you to know how serious the consequences of sealing me are. Really? Aren't you afraid of him? He's my protector, have you thought about the consequences?" Kushina hurriedly asked back, trying to impersonate the tiger, but she didn't hold out much hope. "Will I be afraid? I'm Ninetails, I. 507. Ninetails wanted to say something, but when he thought of the power of that super strong man, he looked around with a guilty conscience, and he always felt that it was not safe to stay here. Damn, I'd better go, I always feel something is wrong. Ninetails looked around suspiciously again, and was about to step away, but the next second it froze in place. Then, it froze its head and twisted in the direction behind Cloud Shinobi, fear surfaced in Ninetails' eyes. Frightened, it looked in that direction, the terrifying power around it completely dissipated, and the whole body curled up. I didn't mean to, I'll seal it back immediately, I'll go back right away." Ninetails hurried to Kushina's side, cut the rope, and tried to get back to the seal. But the seal has been broken, it has no place to go back, and can only look at the direction behind Cloud Shinobi with tears in her eyes. "The seal is broken, the seal is broken, I was squeezed out, I didn't want to run away, she can testify." Ninetails said in fear. Advertisement. This. Looking at the changed Ninetails, Kushina felt that her mind was a little empty. She just pulled a tiger's skin at random. The result was that Ninetails was really frightened, and she even frightened it like this, which was really shocking. The four Cloud Shinobi in the distance also looked the same, staring blankly at this scene. 1 second, Ninetails was still wreaking havoc with its mighty power, with a gesture of wanting to kill everyone, but the next second Ninetails turned into a puppy, as good as he was afraid of being abandoned. Such a strange scene made the four Cloud Shinobi completely dumbfounded, and they felt that there was something wrong with the way they went out today. "Yamada, why do I feel that something is wrong? Is Ninetails begging for mercy? Isn't it a famous tailed beast? Isn't it going to kill us? How did it become like this? I don't know, I feel like my head has been smashed twice, and I can't cover my head." Yamada shook his head, as if his brain was flooded. "Wait, why does it feel a little cold, eh? Why is this tree frozen? Damn, when did the earth freeze into frost?" The four Cloud Shinobi looked at the ground in surprise, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. "Come, definitely come, we're dead, you think I'm scared of Ninetails? No, I'm scared over there, there's a terrifying being there." Captain Jonin finally recovered from his stupid state. He screamed a few times in despair, his eyes flashed a trick, and then he suddenly pulled out kunai and stabbed himself in the heart. Puff. Blood was flowing, and Captain Jonin fell to the ground, breathless. "You're crazy to commit suicide, you're Jonin. How did he become a Jonin? Idiot, even if it is a mortal situation, as a ninja, he will not give up, we will never give up. I want to see, who actually scared the captain to commit suicide, damn it." Several Cloud Shinobi clenched their weapons and looked back as if facing an enemy. "Step on. Ninetails, do you know what's wrong?" The indifferent voice came from a distance and reverberated in this area. There was a metallic texture in the voice, and it was obviously changed, but the coldness in the voice made everyone chill from the bottom of their hearts. "I know I'm wrong, but I didn't hurt her, I didn't touch her a hair, don't kill me, I don't want to belong to the boundless darkness." Ninetales said in fear, and his body gradually retreated, as if there were signs of escape. You really didn't intend to hurt her. The indifferent voice echoed again, and everyone's hairs stood on end, only Kushina showed a delighted smile. Advertisement. No. No. Don't come, don't come. Ninetales backed away, moving his claws and rushing into the distance. The huge body just jumped a few times before rushing out all the way. Kushina was shocked when she saw this scene. She was about to say something, but the next second her eyes widened. Boom. An earthquake-like roar echoed in all directions, and the incomparably huge Ninetales suddenly flew upside down, and the entire body slammed into the forest, smashing countless vegetation. If you make a mistake, you should be punished. Boom. Dare to kill Kushina, and I will make you remember it today. Boom. Kushina is in danger. You will be beaten if you don't help. 1. Boom. If you make a mistake without repenting, but want to escape, that's the guilt. Boom. Hide your ability and don't let Kushina borrow power. Do you think you can hide it from me? Boom. An indifferent voice with a metallic texture reverberated in this area, accompanied by the begging and wailing of Ninetales, as well as the terrifying roar. Kushina and several cloud shinobi looked at the scene in front of them, completely dumbfounded, and even their eyes turned into walnuts. The tyrannical and huge Ninetales, the Ninetales that even cage-level powerhouses dare not provoke lightly, at this moment. It was unexpectedly hit by a masked figure, grabbing the tail and smashing it hard on the ground. Just like grabbing a mouse and falling to and fro on the ground, the relaxed posture is not too shocking. The key point is how terrifying the size of Ninetales is. The masked man is not tall, he looks like a teenager, but he is such a teenager. Mom, what the hell is going on? Who is this person? He's so strong. Yamada said in fear, his eyes full of horror. To be able to grab Ninetales and smash it on the ground, is this really something a human can do? Am I hallucinating? Why didn't I sense that the masked figure appeared? The perception ninja said in horror. I don't know, but I know, we're in big trouble. The man seems to be here for Kushina. Is there really a superpower? Is that gap real? Damn. What do we do? Nightmare Ninetales can be mad. What else can we do but run away? Advertisement. The 4 cloud shinobi spoke in horror and stepped back cautiously, daring not to stay for a second, or even to provoke Kushina. After they took a few steps back, they found that the super strong man ignored them and seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to them. Although this result made the 4 cloud shinobi feel uncomfortable, they knew that they had a chance to escape. So they rushed out all the way and ran desperately in the direction of the border line. Boom boom boom. The intimate contact between Ninetales and the earth is not over yet, and the sound of bang 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 is still echoing. That young man was like a demon, grabbing Ninetales' tail and smashing around wildly. The smashing Ninetales cried bitterly and begged for mercy. Kushina watched from a distance and felt a little unbearable, because Ninetales was beaten, and it was almost like a fox. Looking at such a miserable Ninetales, Kushina couldn't help but said, Big brother, let it go, and you will die if you fight again. That's it, then let it go. Hazuki said lightly. Boom. Ninetales was thrown away from a distance, and its eyes were staring at the sky, full of grievances, helplessness and pain, and a trace of happiness and gratitude. Originally, Ninetales was already in despair, but he didn't expect to be saved by Kushina's words, and the collapsed nerves also dissipated because of that sentence, and the 3.7 kinds of joy of the rest of his life came to his heart instantly, making him feel grateful and burst into tears. It looked at Kushina with mixed emotions, tears of gratitude in its eyes. If it wasn't for this girl, Ninetales wouldn't know what it would be like to be beaten. It used to think this little girl was hateful, but now it seems that she is obviously an angel. The moved Ninetales blinked at Kushina with swollen eyes, and vowed to protect this little girl. Ninetales' eyes, are you all right? Your eyes are swollen. Kushina couldn't bear to ask. No. It's okay. Ninetales glanced at Hazuki resentfully, and said with tears that he was fine. It actually wants to say that it has something to do, but how dare it, there is a big devil standing next to it. Since it's all right, let's get rid of those few trash fish, or I'll beat you up again. Hazuki said coldly. Definitely deal with them. Right away, right away. Ninetales shuddered when he heard that he was going to be beaten. It hurriedly opened its big eyes to condense the tailed beast bomb, and slammed it out in the direction Cloud Shinobi left. It seemed to feel uneasy, and it condensed 9-tailed beast bombs and released it. 68 Excellent youth, kneeling for flower evaluation tickets. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the leafy jungle. The 4 Cloud Shinobi dashed swiftly and flashed past the big trees. After running for a while, they found that the place where the masked man appeared was far, far away, and they were relieved. Huh, it's safe now, I finally escaped, it really scared me to death. Yeah, but the masked man is stupid enough to not know how to cut grass and roots, and we escaped. He's really brainless. It is estimated that he is a fool who has no power. If we bring the news back to the village, we will definitely be rewarded by the village. When the cage-level powerhouses come out with their elites, they will definitely be able to smash the masked man to pieces. 1. Yeah, how important is the information this time? Even if we didn't kidnap Kushina, this information can still make us guilty. The 4 Jonin said, looking back from time to time, they were even more relieved when they found that they were still safe. Only, after they moved on for a while, the sentient ninja turned his head sharply. What's wrong? Damn, there are terrifying chakra fluctuations coming, such a powerful chakra, such a condensed chakra, that's. The perception ninja looked back in horror, to a point flying rapidly in the air. That's tailed beast bomb. Damn, run away, run away. It's too late for 29. Damn, you even bombarded us with tailed beast bomb. Even a cage-level powerhouse can't handle this thing. Can't give up. Look at me, Earth-style Earth stream wall. Earth-style earthquake core. The Earth's crust was lifted high, and the 4 Cloud Shinobi quickly hid in the ground and used tyrannical defensive ninjutsu to protect themselves. Then, they waited solemnly, waiting for the tailed beast bomb to appear. Boom. A terrifying loud roar roared, and the terrifying shock wave crushed everything in all directions, and even the Earth was blasted away from a large area. The so-called Earth-style Earth-Liu city walls were easily crushed like paper, and the powerful defensive ninjutsu was easily destroyed. Fortunately, these Cloud Shinobi hid in the ground and were protected by the Earth. They also performed various super tricks, and even one of the ninjas performed the forbidden technique, which survived by luck. Advertisement. After everything calmed down, the 4 of them looked at the empty sky, the disappearing vegetation, and the terrifying explosion pit. Survived. Finally survived, ha ha ha. We actually survived. Great, what about the tailed beast bomb? We still escaped, trying to kill us, but there was no door, ha ha ha. 1. Although we exhausted chakra and used the forbidden technique, everything we worked hard was worth it. As long as we bring the news back, there will be a cage-level powerhouse who will take action and pinch the masked man, ha ha ha. 1. The 3 Cloud Shinobi after the catastrophe laughed and laughed unbridled, completely releasing the suppression just now through laughter. But, they quickly discovered that the perception ninja was wrong, because the perception ninja was looking at the back, showing a desperate look like a fool. What's wrong with you? Didn't we survive? Are you freaking out? Don't worry, isn't that the tailed beast bomb? It's just a trivial idea. If the masked man personally shot us, we would die, but that guy is an idiot, and he let us go. What an idiot. Isn't it? He thought a tailed beast bomb could kill us. It's ridiculous. We not only managed to survive, but also brought the information back to the village and killed him. The 3 Cloud Shinobi continued talking while recovering the exhausted chakra. It's dead. We're dead, you 3 idiots. Do you think there is only one tailed beast bomb? The perception ninja roared in despair. What did you say? Could it be 2 tailed beast bombs? The expressions of the other Cloud Shinobi changed drastically. Not 2. Perception ninja said. Isn't it? That's good. That's good. Scares us to death. It's 9. Exactly 9 tailed beast bombs. What did you say? Several Cloud Shinobi's eyes widened and looked back suddenly. Then, 9 tailed beast bombs exuding terrifying power suddenly flew from the sky and crashed down with monstrous power. Don't want. The Cloud Shinobi cried out in despair. Boom boom boom. The earth shook, the sky crumbled, the terrifying high temperature rippled, and the hurricane-like shock wave raged. Under the bombardment of 9 tailed beast bombs, countless areas were completely transformed into Jedi. And those ninjas had already turned into ashes, not even a trace of existence was left, and the dead couldn't die any longer. Advertisement. The other side. In the lush jungle. Ninetales looked at the explosion area from a distance, looking at the terrifying power. It looked at Hazuki with confidence. Sir, those trash fish are solved. It's all settled. Hazuki said lightly. Yes, my lord, those people have all been resolved, and it is easy to deal with these weak chickens. Ninetales continued to answer, with confidence in his voice, especially seeing Kushina staring at the explosion area. Ninetales raised his head even more proudly. Boom. Ninetales was kicked out by a punch, and after rolling a dozen laps, he finally stopped, and then looked at Hazuki resentfully. My lord, why did you hit me? I have completed the task. Ignorance. Hazuki glanced at it and turned to look at Captain Jonin, who committed suicide. How long do you want to play dead? Silence. No one spoke, and no one answered. My lord, he is dead and has no life. Ninetales reminded. Really? Hazuki's lips curled into a cold smile. Crack clap. The ice spread across the ground, easily freezing Jonin's left hand, and gradually spreading toward his arm. My lord, he really died, why don't you believe it? Ninetales said again. Choke. The long knife was unsheathed, and Captain Jonin, who fell to the ground, sat up abruptly, and slashed the ice in his left hand with the long knife. Ding ding ding. The sound of the impact came, and the ice continued to spread without being affected in the slightest. Damn, the ice is not right. Captain Jonin looked at the ice on his left arm solemnly, and then suddenly raised his head. I've gone through countless battles and been in contact with tens of thousands of ninjas. Even cage-level powerhouses and tailed beasts can't see through my ability to pretend to be dead. Captain Jonin said solemnly, clenching the long knife in his hand. You are a real strong man. Can you let me know your name so that I can understand? 1. Advertisement. Puff. Blood spattered, and Captain Jonin cut off his arm violently, and rushed out several meters away like lightning. Seeing such a scene, Ninetales was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became angry with embarrassment. It just said that the ninja was dead, but the ninja stood up and even cut off his own arm decisively to escape. This kind of cruelty towards himself is unbelievable. Ninetales looked at the leaving ninja. It felt that he was being tricked, and the angry Ninetales began to roar. Damn trash! How dare you deceive me, go to hell! The three-tailed beast bombs quickly condensed in the mouth of Ninetales, and then enveloped Captain Jonin like a shinigami, and in his desperate eyes, crashed down. Boom boom boom. The gust of wind 507 howled, and the countless trees swaying. Kushina was constantly retreating by the strong wind, but her eyes were looking at the broken arm on the ground. Her little face was pale and bloodless. Don't be afraid, there is me. Hazuki wrapped his arms around Kushina's slender waist and protected her retreating body, and whispered softly. Don't underestimate any Jonin, they have gone through countless battles, and every Jonin has a life-saving trump card. They do things decisively, use any means for their purpose, and are ruthless. This is Jonin, the absolute killer. Hazuki stroked Kushina's small head and reminded her softly, so that she could recognize the danger in the ninja world in the future. I see, thank you. Kushina hugged Hazuki, clutching his clothes tightly, curled up like a helpless little beast. After being kidnapped and being rescued, experiencing the ravages and dangers of Ninetales, and seeing the cruelty and bloodshed of the ninja world, Kushina's mood is ups and downs. Now she just wants to hide in her elder brother's arms, enjoy his comfort, and savor the happiness of being guarded. Girl, are you not hurt? No. Kushina shook her little head and refused to leave Hazuki's embrace, so she hugged him tightly, as if she had found support, motionless. Big brother, why haven't you come to see me for so long? I miss you. Kushina whispered, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes like pearls with a broken thread. Silly girl, you should have your life, I can't accompany you forever. Hazuki made an excuse. However, I am lonely in Konoha, and I really want you to accompany me. Kushina continued. Don't you have friends in Konoha? Like Uchiha Makoto, and that handsome Hyuga Hazuki, he's a very good boy. 69 Take a bite, kneel for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki said boastfully. He thought of one thing. That is, the system often repeats the same task, and the task of conquering Kushina, after the system restarts, is likely to appear again. So, Hazuki intends to use this super powerful identity to help another identity, which is why he boasts. But Kushina pouted and said, that Hazuki is a big radish, he always hits me, it's so hateful. Ahaha, yes. Hazuki smiled embarrassedly. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead, and it always felt a little strange to be called a big radish face to face. Of course, he already has a girlfriend, and he's still staring at me. Kushina continued, with anger in his big eyes. It doesn't have to be a big radish, maybe he's sincere. I heard that he has extraordinary talent, handsome looks, high-spiritedness, suave, and very attractive. Hazuki continued to boast. He is really handsome and has a good heart, but he is too concerned. No, he doesn't care. He has rejected many girls in recent years, but I don't know why, he always stares at me. Kushina thought for a while and gave an evaluation, and the little head melon was a little confused. Then what do you think of him? Actually, you can communicate with him more. Hazuki persuaded. No, he's always taking advantage of me, he's a big bad guy. Kushina's little head turned into a rattle. Take advantage. Maybe it's just his way of getting close to you. 1. Big brother, why do you always speak for him? Kushina raised his head suspiciously, his big eyes swept over Hazuki constantly, faintly feeling that the big brother seemed to have no purpose. Haha, I just want you to meet some good friends, ha ha ha. Hazuki laughed dryly and turned to look at Ninetales next to him. At this moment, Ninetales was looking at him obliquely, with a strange look in his eyes. Because it knows Hazuki's identity and that Hazuki is boasting about himself, it wants to say that it has never seen such a brazen person, but it dare not say it, and can only look at it with weird eyes. What are you looking at? Remember that you can't tell anyone what happened today, understand? Hazuki glared at Ninetales and said. Yes, it's your lord. Ninetales nodded without tears, with countless resentments in his heart. Big brother, I won't tell anyone either. Advertisement. Kushina thought that she was rescued, but she did not know that Ninetales would not tell the truth. Whatever you say, it has nothing to do with you. Hazuki pointed at the stupid girl. Oh. Kushina was dazed, and her little head looked a little empty. Okay, let's help you seal Ninetales. Hazuki said, pulling up Kushina's little hand, and imprinting a seal technique that had never been seen before on Kushina's wrist. After the seal was stabilized, Hazuki waved to the Ninetales, and the Ninetales returned to the seal in an instant. Okay, this seal has a confinement effect, you can release the Ninetales at any time and then lock it back in. The seal is also very strong and durable. Hazuki said, and suddenly thought of an interesting method. I thought of a fun one, put my ears close. 1. Okay. Kushina is very well behaved and doesn't have the temper of a little pepper at all, just like a kitten. You can do this. Hazuki approached Kushina, pressed her fair and delicate little ears, whispered a few words, and then looked at her with a smile. Is it really possible? Kushina said in surprise, with a hint of excitement on her little face. Of course, you can play, Hazuki assured. Well, thank you big brother. Kushina was eager to try it, and wanted to use that method now, but she suddenly grabbed Hazuki's arm. Brother, can I have a bite? Why, are you hurt? Well, I'm injured, you see a small wound on the back of my hand. Kushina pointed strangely at the back of his hand, where there was an undetectable wound. Advertisement. You girl, bite. Hazuki shook his head helplessly. Thank you big brother. Kushina took a closer look at Hazuki's 2 arms, and found that there were no teeth marks on them. She frowned and vaguely understood something, and then bit down. So warm. Kushina squinted and curled up like a kitten again, the feeling like a hot spring made her very comfortable. However, she was thinking about it in her heart, secretly analyzing who the little brother was, and she had already made some guesses in her heart, but it was hard to be sure. Okay, it's almost time, we should go back. 1. Hazuki pinched Kushina's little face, and pinched her little face into a small bun. There are not many opportunities to bully her. In the past, when he used Hazuki's identity, every time he approached Kushina, she ran away like a bunny without giving him a chance at all. She even chased and beat Hazuki like a little chili. How could she be so obedient now? Let him hold her little face. Big brother. Kushina let out a depressing cry and stared at Hazuki with a pouty mouth. She always felt that the big brother was avenging his personal revenge. Okay. Stop teasing you, I'll go first. Before he finished speaking, Hazuki disappeared in an instant, leaving only Kushina stomping her feet in frustration. Big brother, I will definitely be able to find you. If you are him, then I will bite you hard and let you bully me. 1. Kushina said something secretly, thinking about the mark she secretly left on her eldest brother's clothes. Her big eyes turned into crescent moons. Well, it's time to go back, just use that method. Kushina looked at the mysterious seal on her wrist. The other side. Konoha Village Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting anxiously, picking up and putting down the smoking bottle in his hand several times. But this wait is only a few minutes. Advertisement. Whizzing. The sound of breaking wind came, and two Anbu appeared like lightning. How did you find Kushina? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked anxiously. I didn't find it. According to our investigation, Kushina was captured by the ninjas of the Land of Thunder and was on the way to the border. Anbu replied. How could this be? Kushina clearly has a superpower behind him, why didn't he take action? Did he leave? Or is something delayed? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with staring eyes. Lord Hokage, there is another possibility that the strong man may not be able to protect Kushina, he may be injured, or he may be old. Injured. Old. Impossible. Such a strong character, absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, but he thought of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was exterminated, the super strong man did not appear, he just took Kushina back to Konoha, and completely hidden, rarely shot. This shows that the super strong is really inconvenient to shoot, and there is an unspeakable secret, and now Kushina has been kidnapped, which shows this. Isn't the super powerhouse unreliable, Li's Zhao? Alas, we can only rely on ourselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, turned to look at Anbu. Go and tell Jiraiya to come over, and by the way, also call Tsunade who came back. Yes, Lord Hokage. Whizzing. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Anbu leave, and he continued to ponder with a frown. There are not many fighting forces in the village, but fortunately Tsunade is back, but she took Hazuki and taught her for only a month, and suddenly went to the Land of Rain, and she has been there for several years, and she doesn't know what happened to her. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure it out, and felt that these disciples were unreliable. After all, Hazuki was a genius. If he cultivated well, a master could appear in the village again. Forget it, it's important to find Kushina first. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the cigar bottle and prepared to take 2 puffs, but at this moment, there was a sudden sound of messy footsteps outside the door. Lord Hokage, something has happened, and we sense that a terrifying chakra is coming towards the village. The leader of the perception class ran into the office very quickly and reported the situation anxiously. Horrible chakra. What the hell is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. 70 helpless 9 tails, thanks to Tien Sasori, Big Brother Monthly Pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. We found that on the road leading to Konoha, there is a very terrifying chakra surging, and its target is Konoha village. The perception team leader said solemnly. Very terrifying chakra. It shouldn't be. The Konoha border is protected by ninjas, and there are layers of guards in the middle. If you find an enemy, you will definitely report it as soon as possible, unless they're all dead. Whizzing. 2 figures flashed past and stood solemnly in Hokage's office. One of them has long white hair and painted faces, and the other has a fiery figure with double ponytails and a beautiful face. These 2 were none other than Tsunade and Jiraiya. They heard the words just now, so they asked the reason for the first time. When did you perceive chakra? Just now. We hurriedly reported it after we found it. The perception team captain replied respectfully. Kushina has just been kidnapped, and now there is such an accident. Could it be that this is the backhand of the Kingdom of Thunder? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomy. Kushina has been kidnapped. Tsunade's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, I sent people to look for you, just to find Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed. Isn't she protected by a superpower? How could she be kidnapped? Jiraiya was puzzled, her brows furrowed. That super strong man may be unreliable, and I am afraid that we can only rely on ourselves in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and waved his hand, and ordered 507 to gather the ninjas. Tsunade and Jiraiya next to him were puzzled, but now was not the time to ask, because the unknown and terrifying chakra needed them to be intercepted. But, by the time they gathered at the entrance of the village, the terrifying chakra figure was getting closer and closer. Advertisement. It's here, over there, that's. The perceptive ninjas hurriedly warned, but after seeing the huge red figure in the distance, they were stunned. That's Nine Tails. How is that possible? Damn it, wasn't it sealed? How did it get out of trouble? Could it be that Kushina is dead? Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. I'm afraid something really happened to Kushina, and we shouldn't pin our hopes on that superpower. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tsunade frowned when he heard this, and wanted to say two good words for the strong man, but before he could speak, the terrifying Ninetales was approaching. Prepare. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered coldly. Whoosh whoosh. The ninjas quickly took their places, holding a variety of weapons on standby. With Konoha village behind them, they had to block the Ninetales. But, when the huge Ninetales was about to approach, it slowed down and walked over step by step, which made everyone puzzled. What are you looking at? Someone pointed at Ninetales' head. People looked up suspiciously, and the next second everyone's eyes widened. Kushina is actually standing on the head of Ninetales. Ninetales is a tailed beast, how could someone allow it to be offended? Yeah, such a violent Ninetales would allow a little girl to stand on her head, which is incredible. 1. Look carefully, that Kushina is still pulling Ninetales' ears. Am I dreaming? The Konoha shinobi spoke in a sluggish manner, and they all froze in place as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't finally recover from their sluggishness until Ninetales lay down in front of them, and then they found that Ninetales' eyes seem to be swollen, and his spirit is relatively sluggish, and even his expression looks like he is about to cry. What's the situation? Advertisement. Looking at Ninetales like this, doubts appeared in everyone's heart. In their impression, Ninetales is synonymous with evil, bloodthirsty, brutality, power and terror. But the current Ninetales gave them an illusion of grievance, fear, helplessness, weakness and death. Seeing such Ninetales, everyone was very speechless. They never imagined that they would see Ninetales in such a state. And, what the hell is Kushina on Ninetales' head, bouncing from time to time? What the hell is Ninetales' ears pulling hard? Do you think Ninetales is a house cat? The ninjas looked at each other, unable to figure out what was going on. Their heads seemed to be stuffed with paste. Kushina, what's the situation? Weren't you kidnapped? Tsunade looked at Ninetales lying on the ground, like a dead dog, and asked in confusion. Master Tsunade, CJDH, I was kidnapped, but I was rescued by my big brother. Kushina said proudly. Rescued by big brother. Hearing this, Tsunade turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he had something to say. Then what happened to Ninetales? Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. His old face is a little bit unbearable now. He just said that the super strong man is unreliable on the front foot, and Kushina was rescued by the super strong man on the back foot, and his face slapped loudly. Ninetales wanted to take the opportunity to escape, and wanted to hurt me, but was beaten up by the big brother, and then it was like this. Kushina jumped off Ninetales' head and said. What? A fat beating. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Ninetales, who was about to cry. Everyone was speechless, but they were even more in awe of the super strong man. No one can beat Ninetales like this. In the ninja world, there are very few people who can beat Ninetales. That super strong person is really unimaginable. Back then, I saw One-Tail Shuhei go mad. The scene was very horrifying, but One-Tail Shuhei compares to Ninetales, it's not a fart. It would be great if I could worship a super powerful person as my teacher. It's a pity. Advertisement. Konoha shinobi people are talking a lot, and they all want to learn from the super strong. Tsunade clenched her fist tightly, feeling a little happy in her heart, because no one knew that she was actually the disciple of the super strong man, and now she felt that it would be good to bow down to this teacher. She no longer felt helpless when she was persecuted, and even a little pride appeared in her heart. Ninetales are back. Kushina beckoned the white and tender little hands, motioning for Ninetales to return, and then the Ninetales drooped their heads and returned to the seal with a sigh. So poor. I don't know who said a word, but everyone nodded collectively, completely forgetting the horror of Nine Tails. Kushina ignored everyone's reaction, and walked to Tsunade with little feet. Tsunade-sensei, when did you come back? Hazuki has been looking for you several times. Find me. Tsunade's complexion changed slightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, I still have a mission, and I will start the mission soon. After saying this, Tsunade didn't wait for Kushina to continue to ask, she returned to Konoha with a squeak. This. Kushina was stunned for 2 seconds at this scene, and at the same time thought of what Hazuki had said, Tsunade was avoiding him. It's actually hiding. Kushina frowned secretly, but she didn't bother about it, because she had a more important thing, and that was to confirm whether Hazuki was the big brother, so she stepped back to Konoha. Instead, Jiraiya frowned, pondering the direction Tsunade was leaving. Strange, why is she hiding from Hazuki? No, I'll ask what's going on. Whoosh. Open black lens bracket 71 close black lens bracket no teaching, kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jiraiya flashed past and quickly followed Tsunade to the top of Hokage Rock. Tsunade, you seem to be hiding from Hyuga Hazuki, why? Are you not his teacher? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Do you think I want to hide from him? He is so good that I can't teach him anymore. Tsunade shook his head and sighed, feeling both joy and helplessness in his heart. His disciples were too good, and being a teacher would be very difficult. Is it impossible to teach? No, I remember that you were his teacher for only a month, and then you ran to the country of rain. Are you sure you can't teach? Jiraiya obviously didn't believe it. Really, it only took me 3 days to actually teach him, and the rest of the time was spent discussing ninjutsu with him, and after discussing it for a few days, I discovered a serious problem. 1. What's the problem? Tsunade, hurry up, don't hang your appetite. Jiraiya said impatiently. I found that he has learned all the knowledge I know, but he knows, I almost don't understand it. Every time he asks a question, I need to think for a long time, and even check the information for several days before I can answer it. But half a month later, I couldn't answer his question after checking the information. I had no choice but to go out on a mission and barely keep my dignity as a teacher. Tsunade said without tears, recalling the time when she was a teacher before, she was depressed and wanted to go crazy. Others who taught disciples disliked the disciples for being too stupid and learning too slow. But her disciples are good, and they learn too fast, and she was hollowed out in a few days, and she was completely incapable of teaching. Is it that powerful? Didn't you come back last year to see Hazuki specifically to teach him? Jiraiya was still suspicious. It's because I saw him once last year, and I don't dare to see him anymore. Tsunade clenched his fists, even more depressed. Why? Say it now. Because he asked me another question, I didn't understand it at all, and even spent a year thinking about it, but I couldn't figure it out. It was too difficult for me. Tsunade looked up at the sky in distress. This is too exaggerated. I admit that he is very smart, but it is impossible for you to be stumped. Go back and ask my disciple to challenge him to see if he is really that powerful. Jiraiya spoke eagerly, and when he mentioned Namikaze Minato, he seemed very proud. Namikaze Minato is Hazuki's defeat. Are you sure you can beat Hazuki? Tsunade raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Of course, I can tell you that Wave Minato has learned the summoning technique and is able to summoning big toads, and I encouraged him to challenge Hazuki a few days ago. Jiraiya raised her head and spoke fiercely. Summoning. Hee hee. Tsunade sneered, a gesture of contempt. What kind of eyes are you looking at? That's the summoning toad, where is it easy to learn? Jiraiya hurriedly said. Ignorance. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a contemptuous look, then cleared his throat and spoke again. Hazuki began to analyze summoning a few years ago, and even deduced the entrance to Mount Myoboku in reverse. If it wasn't for Mount Myoboku having a contract with you, Hazuki would be able to summon a giant toad a few years ago. Can a giant toad be summoned a few years ago? Calculated the entrance to Mount Myoboku. Impossible. I don't believe it. Jiraiya retorted sternly. Just kidding. How hidden the entrance to Mount Myoboku is, if Jiraiya hadn't accidentally hit it, he couldn't have entered Mount Myoboku, so he didn't believe it at all. You don't believe it. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya half smiling. I don't believe it. Absolutely I don't believe it. Jiraiya shook her head hastily. Then look at this. Tsunade quickly made a seal, and soon summoned a small Katsuyu, and then took out a notebook from the small Katsuyu. This was given to me by Hazuki. One of the pages records the entrance to the three holy places. You can see it by looking at it. Tsunade opened the notebook and showed it to Jiraiya. Is it that evil? Jiraiya was suspicious, took the notebook and looked at it, her eyes suddenly widened. It turned out to be the entrance to Mount Myoboku. How is this possible? Jiraiya was shocked. Advertisement. He didn't tell anyone about the entrance to Mount Myoboku, not even Tsunade and Namikaze Minato, but I didn't expect that Hazuki would find out. The key is still calculated, which is too awesome. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade suspiciously, and said suspiciously, Tsunade, did he really figure it out? Can this thing be calculated? Of course, he said that based on the structure of the formula and the nodes of the space, with blood as the source and chakra as the auxiliary calculation, 3,263 different structural sources can be extended. Starting from the second level nodes, leveraging the link through the medium, then. Stop, I know every word you say, but why can't I understand it together? Jiraiya stared blankly. I also asked Hazuki your question. He explained the reasons to me in 12 aspects. Listen to me. Don't tell me, can't I believe it? By the way, are you still the Tsunade I know? How did you become so knowledgeable? Jiraiya's mind was empty of Sky's path. It's not Hazuki, who has been dragging me to discuss. The questions are too difficult. Is it easy for me to maintain my teacher's image? Tsunade shook his head and asked. For flowers. It looks amazing. Wait, I don't think you are Hazuki's teacher, but Hazuki is your teacher. Jiraiya said suddenly. Forehead. Tsunade was sluggish, thinking that when he was with Hazuki, she kept nodding and listening to Hazuki's knowledge. Tsunade suddenly felt that this was the case. Alas, this kid is so good, my image as a teacher is completely gone. Tsunade shook her head in distress, but she wasn't too distressed. After all, the better Hazuki was, the more face she felt, which was why her brows were full of joy. Tsunade, why not let Minato and Hazuki fight and see who is stronger? Jiraiya said suddenly. Why? Can't you see how good Hazuki is? Tsunade wondered. Point 0. Of course it can be seen, but Minato has made more progress. Don't forget how terrifying the increase of Summoning Beast is. Your Summoning Beast is a support type. If it really fights, maybe it will be 50% off. Advertisement. Jiraiya spoke confidently, looking confident. Really? Hazuki has learned all my skills, and he also takes care of the physical skills of the Hyuga family. Are you sure you want to fight? Tsunade is also confident. She clearly knows Hazuki's toughness, and she can learn that strange force boxing once. Such a skill should not be underestimated. I'm sure. I can even make a bet. Jiraiya nodded decisively. Just bet, but if you lose, have Hazuki sign your summoning scroll. Suna. She remembered that Hazuki once said that the big toad is a very good ninja beast. As a teacher, Tsunade wanted to help the disciple, so she made this excessive request. This. Jiraiya frowned upon hearing this, but he nodded quickly, knowing Minato's strength. If you lose, let Minato put his name on your Katsuyu summoning scroll. No problem, Tsunade said boldly. Aren't you worried that Hazuki will lose? Jiraiya wondered. Don't worry, even if he loses, I won't blame him. As a teacher, I at least have to give him something, otherwise I'm too incompetent as a teacher. Tsunade smiled. Yo, it seems that this apprentice you really care. Of course, and don't underestimate him, he is strong. Then Bibi, Minato is not bad, hehe. 72, don't let me down, ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jiraiya and Tsunade, full of confidence in their disciples, first found Namikaze Minato, and then went together to the Hyuga clan number 7, which is Hazuki's home. It's just that at this moment Hazuki's home has been very different from before. The original small house has become a big one, and the original ordinary courtyard has become spacious and quiet, full of greenery. The three came to the small courtyard and knocked gently on the door, and soon a girl's voice came from the small courtyard. Coming. Uchiha Makoto walked to the door, was slightly surprised to see Tsunade and others who had suddenly visited, and then invited them into the house. Come in, you sit first, and I'll serve the fruit. Uchiha Makoto was busy, like a hostess. Where's Hazuki? Tsunade looked around suspiciously. He's sleeping in the house. I'm sorry, but can I wait for a while? I don't want to disturb his rest. Uchiha Makoto whispered. This. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, shaking their heads speechlessly. There is no reason to not entertain guests when they come, and what the hell is he afraid of disturbing Hazuki's sleep? May 10th. Uchiha Makoto also cares about Hazuki too much. Although Tsunade and others felt disrespectful, they couldn't say anything, so they could only choose to wait. Squeak. The inner door opened, and Hazuki came out yawning. Long time no see Tsunade-sensei. Jiraiya-sama is here. Minato, what's in your hand? Huh. Hazuki took a few steps forward and was slightly surprised to see the kunai in Namikaze Minato's hands, a hint of doubt in his pure white eyes. Because this kunai is Flying Thunder God's special kunai, according to his calculations, Namikaze Minato should not have learned this ninjutsu yet. But now Namikaze Minato is actually holding the Flying Thunder God kunai, which really surprised him. Butterfly effect. Hazuki thought about it, and could only use this reason to explain everything. But it doesn't matter. The speed of space ninjutsu is fast, but the reaction speed of the practitioner himself is fast enough. If the caster reacts too slowly when using Flying Thunder God, he can easily catch his flaws. Advertisement. For example, a person with a slightly longer reflex arc learns to Flying Thunder God and needs to think about teleporting. Such an opponent is very easy to deal with. Of course, Namikaze Minato's reaction is quite fast, but what if Hazuki is several times faster than him? So Hazuki said without worry, you learned it. Learn what? Tsunade wondered, not knowing what Hazuki meant. But Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were shocked at the same time. They looked at Hazuki in amazement, not understanding how Hazuki knew. In the past few years, they have been secretly practicing asceticism, learning Flying Thunder God and summoning technique like crazy, and finally achieved some achievements after working hard for several years. Especially the summoning technique. Namikaze Minato can already, summoning as a mid-level giant toad, and it is only one layer away from summoning the most powerful giant toad. The Flying Thunder God technique is the main goal of penance. After years of study, he was finally able to use Flying Thunder God. Although he was still unfamiliar and could only teleport once, it also gave them a lot of confidence. That's why Jiraiya dared Namikaze Minato to challenge Hazuki. They have investigated all the information on Hazuki before, and know that his master's strongest abilities are Revolving Heaven and Rasengan, and the other abilities are Sealing, Healing, Summoning, and then Ninjutsu. These abilities are estimated to be the level of Jonin. Even if summoning beasts are summoned, they are only slightly stronger than ordinary Jonin. After all, the summoning beasts summoned at this stage are not too strong, they can only summon very small summoning beasts. Through this information, they compared themselves and immediately gained the confidence to defeat Hazuki. But now, their biggest trump card was revealed by Hazuki. How could it not shock them? They didn't say anything about it, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. But they never thought that Hazuki could see it at a glance, which is really incredible. Can you see what this is? Jiraiya was shocked. Of course, the nature of Flying Thunder God is kunai. Is there a problem? Hazuki said lightly. Jiraiya wanted to say yes, very yes, but looking at Hazuki's indifferent attitude, he resisted the question and fell into deep thought. Advertisement. Could it be that this Hazuki hides a tyrannical ability that we haven't discovered yet? Jiraiya said secretly, thinking about the previous information and materials. It's a pity that Hazuki has been too low-key over the years because of the system, and he has endured not to be too arrogant. All the information was based on the strength he showed when he was a child, and they didn't know the information and information later on. This also led to the fact that now they couldn't calculate Hazuki's specific strength, and they could only look at Xianyu in amazement. Hey, Jiraiya, how dare you hide from me? When did Namikaze Minato learn to Flying Thunder God? Tsunade stared at Jiraiya angrily. Haha, I only learned it recently. Jiraiya said embarrassedly. He originally planned to let Namikaze Minato use Flying Thunder God as his trump card, but he didn't expect to be discovered in advance, which really made them speechless. Now they are even a little uncertain about Hazuki's strength, because Hazuki is still indifferent after knowing that Namikaze Minato has learned to Flying Thunder God. This made Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato even more vigilant. Do you guys have something to do with me? Hazuki asked Makoto with open arms and asked Makoto to help him organize his clothes. Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't speak, they didn't know what to say now. Jiraiya was suspicious of Hazuki's strength, while Tsunade was worried that Flying Thunder God would bring trouble to Hazuki, so the two remained silent. On the contrary, Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment and said, "That's it, I want to learn from you and see how different my efforts over the years are from yours." "Very big, you have no hope of winning," Yi said lightly, and sat back on the sofa, holding Mei's slender back on the sofa. She was calm, and did not regard Namikaze Minato as an opponent at all. This ignoring attitude made Namikaze Minato frown. But he did not get angry, but said with a sunny smile, "It's just a simple discussion, I know you are strong, but I am not weak." After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he turned around the trait kunai in his hand, and there was a hint of war in his eyes. He understands Hazuki's personality and knows that Hazuki definitely doesn't bother to lie, but Namikaze Minato also wants to see the difference between the two sides. "Mr. Jiraiya has agreed that if you beat me, you can sign the summoning scroll." "Huh, it's interesting, wait for me." Hazuki stepped back into the room and reappeared a second later. "I'll be waiting for you at the training ground number 3. Hazuki walked away before he finished speaking. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato and the others followed and rushed out like lightning. After a while, several people stood on the training ground and looked at each other quietly. "Tsunade-sensei, lend you a drop of blood," Hazuki said suddenly. "Huh, why?" Tsunade wondered, but took out a drop of blood and taught Hazuki. "You'll know in a moment." Hazuki accepted the drop of blood, turned to Namikaze Minato and said, "I allow you to start first." "Okay." Wave Minato didn't get angry, but made a cool quick knot. Summoning technique. Bang. The smoke cleared and the waves Minato stood still atop a large toad, with strong chakra waves emanating from him. And that big toad is also carrying double 3.7 swords, although the size is not as good as the future toad boss, but also has the degree of 70%, looks very powerful. The fluctuations at the moment Minato exudes the aura of a strong man, his robes rattle with the wind, and his handsome face is handsome and charming in the sunlight. But the trait in his hand, kunai, was already clenched, ready to attack at any time. Such a face, such an aura, such a calm attitude, attracted some passers-by around to stop and watch, and some little girls even looked over curiously. "Hazuki, don't let me down," Namikaze Minato said lightly. "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." Summoning technique. Boom. There was a loud roar, the earthquake trembled, and the huge Katsuyu filled the entire training ground. It stood at the center of the training ground as high as a building. "Lord Hazuki, where is the enemy?" Katsuyu asked stupidly. "I was crushed by you." Hazuki stood on top of Katsuyu's head, looking down indifferently, looking down at Konoha, looking down at the people. Open black lens bracket 73 close black lens bracket shadow clone, kneeling for flowers, evaluation ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sun is shining, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. The originally spacious number 3 training ground was now crowded with a huge Katsuyu, leaving no gaps. The people who stopped and watched around could only watch from a distance, staring at the terrifying Katsuyu like a building. At this moment, the audience was silent, and everyone was in a sluggish state, as if they were petrified. A second ago, they were still watching Namikaze Minato's handsome appearance and his sunny smile. The next second, Namikaze Minato disappeared, even the big toad disappeared, and then the huge Katsuyu appeared, standing like a hill in the entire training ground. People don't know how to describe their mood at all, they can only stare at Katsuyu blankly, watching him crowd the training ground. Quite a while. A well-informed ninja said in disbelief. "Am I hallucinating? Is that Katsuyu? Is Katsuyu that big?" "It's true, but this Katsuyu is too big, so much bigger than that big toad, it can't be compared. 29 inches. The point is not Katsuyu, but the boy on Katsuyu's head, that seems to belong to the Hyuga clan." He's Hyuga Hazuki. We know him, he's so handsome. A dozen young girls suddenly ran out. Originally, they were attracted by Namikaze Minato, but at this moment, Namikaze Minato was completely forgotten. Instead, they looked at Hazuki like a little fangirl. So handsome, if only Hazuki were my boyfriend. Don't be stinky. I heard that Hazuki has rejected dozens of girls, and he definitely doesn't like your lowly face. 1. HMPH, what's wrong with lowly? Lolita also has human rights. Besides, I'm so cute, I'm sure he likes me. Did you forget that sentence? What? Mo is justice. Advertisement. The edge of the training ground. Jiraiya and Tsunade, embarrassed, got out from under Katsuyu, and the two looked at Katsuyu and Hazuki in amazement. They never imagined that the Katsuyu summoned by Hazuki was so huge that it was unimaginable. You must know that as a teacher of Hazuki, Tsunade can't do it to such an extent, but Hazuki as a disciple did it, which is really shocking. Tsunade, the Katsuyu you summoned seems to be much smaller than this. Jiraiya said solemnly. Yes, it's unimaginable that this Hazuki could do this silently. Tsunade took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but looking at the handsome figure above Katsuyu's head, she couldn't calm down. Boy, I'm under a lot of pressure. Tsunade smiled. Wait, is that why you gave Hazuki a drop of blood just now? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Probably not. Blood is just a medium, it doesn't distinguish between types. Tsunade was uncertain. Then why does he need your blood? If my guess is correct, summoning such a terrifying Katsuyu must require some kind of secret technique in your blood, otherwise it doesn't make sense. As that's so, Hazuki is so good, his own blood should be fine too. Tsunade was a little puzzled and wanted to prove that Hazuki could summoning the oversized Katsuyu without relying on her blood, but it didn't make sense with the facts. Where's your disciple Namikaze Minato? That's right, Minato. Jiraiya patted her head and hurriedly looked over Katsuyu's head. Hazuki, what about Minato? Below Katsuyu. Don't worry, he's fine, just dazed by Katsuyu. Hazuki said lightly, patted Katsuyu's head with his right hand, go back. 1. Yes, Hazuki-sama. A nice girl came, and Katsuyu disappeared in the smoke. Only Namikaze Minato, who fell to the ground and fainted, and Hazuki, who fell slowly in the air, were left in place. So handsome. Advertisement. Looking at Hazuki's slowly falling appearance, looking at his handsome and indifferent face in the sun. Coupled with the fainted Minato, the strong contrast effect creates a visual impact effect, which also attracts the attention of countless little girls. These little girls were chirping like birds, eager to make a confession to Hazuki. But thinking of the girls who were rejected in the past, they could only choose to stop. I won. What about the bet? Hazuki fell to the ground, looking at Jiraiya questioningly. Give you. Jiraiya took a deep breath, came to Hazuki and handed him the scroll, then lifted up Namikaze Minato on the ground, and was relieved to see that he was okay. Shish. On the summoning scroll, Hazuki's daimyo was signed, and the summoning contract was officially confirmed, and the toad of Mount Myoboku could be summoned at will, and his strength was terrifyingly improved in the eyes of outsiders. Almost. It's time for me to go. After the names were signed, Hazuki looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya and offered to leave. Wait, Hazuki, I have a question for you, Tsunade said suddenly. Just ask. Why did you summon Katsuyu with my blood just now? Can't your blood? Tsunade wondered, blinking with big eyes. My blood is fine too. Blood is just a simple medium. The reason why I can summon the great Katsuyu is because of the consumption of chakra. Hazuki said indifferently. Then why do you still use my blood? Tsunade couldn't figure it out, his little head was full of confusion. Because I have no blood. Hazuki showed a smile, and his already handsome face was very handsome against this smile. Such a smile caused a commotion in the crowd, and then a little girl ran out of the crowd and came straight to Hazuki with a small envelope. Obviously, someone couldn't help but confess. It's Xiaomei. She didn't give up because Hazuki refused. Let's go too. Crash. Advertisement. 510. A group of little girls ran towards Hazuki, and soon the water around him was overwhelmed, even pushing Jiraiya and Tsunade out of the crowd. Such a noisy voice also caused Namikaze Minato, who had passed out, to gradually wake up, and then watched everything in silence. I go first. Among the girls, Hazuki waved goodbye to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Being surrounded by such girls, have you left? Looking at Hazuki surrounded by cute girls, Jiraiya admitted that he was sour. It's just that his voice didn't fall. When ready to say something, Hazuki, who was among the girls, disappeared with a bang. People, why is there no one? Why is there smoke? There should be no smoke when teleporting away. It's wired. The little girls were astonished and couldn't figure out what was going on. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened, even bigger and bigger, more and more horrified. This mother F-Ker turned out to be Shadow Clone, I'm Sao. No wonder that there is no blood, how can Shadow Clone have blood? 1. Doesn't that mean that Minato was defeated by Hazuki's Shadow Clone? This. Jiraiya and Tsunade were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. And Namikaze Minato, who had just woken up, fainted again, taking 10,000 points of damage again. 74, System Restart, kneeling for flowers for monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Anbu's report, tapping his index finger on the table in thought. This Hyuga Hazuki has become a blockbuster when he doesn't make a sound. He hasn't performed well for a few years, but once he performs, he makes a big news, which is really unexpected to others. Hazuki's strength is considered strong in Jonin, but he is still a genin, just in time for the Chunin exam. Let him go out on a mission, and then take the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and decided that as long as Hazuki takes the Chunin exam, he will definitely be promoted to Chunin, give him better treatment, and let him have more fetters with Konoha. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha family brought up that matter again, shall we continue to ignore it? Of course, Hazuki is Tsunade's disciple after all, and Hazuki's performance today will make them weigh the price of provoking Hazuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Anbu below also nodded in agreement, recalling the previous incident, and instantly felt a pain in his share. Okay, let's do it, let him become Chunin as soon as possible, and let him have more bonds with Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. Whoosh. Hazuki's home at number 7, the Hyuga family station. In the innermost part of the house, there is a specially built laboratory, which houses a large number of experimental consumables. Now, Hazuki was wearing a white lab coat and white gloves, observing in countless containers, picking up test tubes from time to time, and carefully observing the changes in the test tube liquid. Occasionally, I will take a notebook to record some information and compare it with the previous experimental results. The degree of change in the number 32 test tube reached 13%, the purification degree increased by 2%, and the success rate reached 85%, an increase of 3 percentage points. Hazuki murmured softly and recorded all the information. It's still a little bit short, what material should I use instead? The material at this stage is a bit too bad, it's a pity. Putting down the notebook, Hazuki conducted a new experiment again. After an hour of experimentation, he walked out of the laboratory to wash up. Whoa. While washing, Hazuki looked into the countdown to the system restart, and the anticipation in his eyes was even better. Tomorrow. The system will be restarted tomorrow. I wonder what will be in that spree. I'm really looking forward to it. Advertisement. Hazuki said secretly, impatiently hoping that the time would pass quickly, and then opened this super gift package that had been exchanged for several years. Inside the living room, Uchiha Makoto is sewing clothes with a needle and thread. Looking at the appearance of the clothes, it was obvious that they were made for Hazuki, and only this girl was willing to work hard and spend a lot of time sewing clothes for Hazuki. Yeah, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at her slender jade fingers. At the position of the slender fingertips, a drop of bright red blood overflowed and appeared on her fingertips. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly put his index finger in his mouth, then secretly looked at the direction of the washing room, and was relieved. Brother Hazuki didn't let me sew clothes, worried that I would hurt my hands, but the clothes I bought outside didn't fit well. Brother Hazuki is so good, he must have the best clothes to match him. Uchiha Makoto murmured and continued to sew clothes carefully, but she had something to worry about today, so she accidentally tied it again after 10 minutes. Does it hurt? The voice of Wen Xian came, and Uchiha Makoto hurriedly hid his little hand behind him, worried that Hazuki would see it. Give me your hand. Hazuki stepped over to Makoto and sat down next to her. Brother Hazuki. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Uchiha Makoto said with panicked eyes. Stupid girl. Hazuki took Makoto's little hand and looked at her fingertips carefully. When he saw the blushing on the white fingertips, Hazuki couldn't help feeling a little distressed. You girl. The light of healing jutsu, a high-level medical ninjutsu, appeared in Hazuki's hands. The strong healing effect quickly healed the wound and made her return to normal, but Hazuki still felt a little distressed. He hugged Makoto in his arms and looked at her angrily. Brother Hazuki, please don't get angry. Uchiha Makoto panicked, pulled Hazuki's clothes timidly, and looked at Hazuki pleadingly. She is not afraid of anything, and can even face anyone indifferently, but she is afraid that Hazuki will be angry. Even if Hazuki is unhappy, she can't bear it, so she does not consider the injured herself, but tries to make Hazuki happy. Brother Hazuki, be good, don't be angry. Makoto held up his small head and kissed Hazuki's side face lightly, then clasped his small hand and Hazuki's big hand together, making Hazuki happy with a soft voice. Advertisement. Such a well-behaved girl, in such a soft and cute state, the anger in Hazuki's heart disappeared instantly, and he could only look at this girl helplessly. You, let me tell you what's good about you. You can buy clothes and everything. It's too hard to sew. Hazuki said while hugging Makoto. He clearly understands that it takes time and effort to sew a piece of clothing, especially when the requirements for clothing are very high. It must take a long time to complete the sewing. During this period, it was normal for her to get hurt, even if she was a ninja. No, it's not hard at all, and every time I think of sewing clothes for Brother Hazuki, people are very happy. Makoto said with a smile, his big eyes curved into crescents. It can be seen that Makoto really likes sewing clothes for Hazuki, and likes to take care of Hazuki, even if he gets pricked. How could Hazuki be willing to blame such a cute girl? He could only hug her dotingly, like a husband and wife. But soon, Hazuki thought about her being stabbed twice, which is rare for ninjas, so Hazuki asked suspiciously. By the way, girl, do you have something on your mind? I think about it, do you want to go back to Uchiha's hometown? Hazuki brother, how do you know? Makoto was taken aback and looked at Hazuki with a little surprise. Stupid girl, didn't I go to Uchiha with you last time to get something? Unfortunately, I didn't get it. Hazuki pinched Makoto's little face and said. How about I accompany you back to Uchiha? No, don't take it, it's some parent's relic anyway, just let them go. Makoto whispered. Come on, I'll accompany you. 1. Hazuki saw through Makoto's insincere words at a glance, and directly pulled her up and walked out. I'm worried about that Uchiha Fugaku coming to make trouble. There was worry in Makoto's eyes, and he hated Uchiha Fugaku very much in his heart. It was because of this person's conflict with Hazuki last time that Makoto hated Uchiha Fugaku very much. But she also knew that Uchiha Fugaku was the son of the patriarch with an extraordinary background, and it was best not to provoke it, so Makoto would rather not get things than cause trouble for Hazuki. It's okay. Don't be afraid, it's just a little Uchiha Fugaku. Hazuki smiled mysteriously, and took Makoto to the door to change his shoes. But, Makoto was still worried, and was about to say something, but seeing Hazuki open her arms, she hurriedly arranged for Hazuki's clothes. Okay, let's go. 1. When everything was ready, Hazuki pulled Makoto towards Uchiha, but Makoto was always worried. Advertisement. A few minutes later, the two came to the residence of the Uchiha clan and walked towards the street, but soon the people on both sides of the road squinted and looked over. It's them, it's that Hyuga Hazuki. Is that what happened last time because of him? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku is not far away, there is a good show to watch. The Uchiha people on the road looked at Hazuki with cold eyes, although they didn't say anything, their repulsive emotions were undoubtedly revealed. On the other side of the street, Uchiha Fugaku and 3 friends came over and saw Hazuki coming. It's him, it's Hyuga Hazuki, we can finally get our revenge. Damn, last time Hyuga Hazuki kicked me into a cesspool with 1 foot. I, Uchiha Bear, will definitely take revenge. This is Hyuga Hazuki, the one who beat you 3 last time. The 3 friends next to Uchiha Fugaku said, but they quickly realized that something was wrong. Please. Because Uchiha Fugaku's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat appeared on his temples, his right hand was protecting the position of his P-share, and he seemed to be trembling faintly. Fugaku, what's wrong with you? Yeah, Fugaku, what's wrong with you? The three friends were at a loss, unable to figure out what happened to Uchiha Fugaku. You must know that Uchiha Fugaku's strength is very strong, and it is not much different from Jonin. It is said that he may be promoted to Jonin this year. But now, Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been decisive, calm, serious, indifferent, and steady, is trembling, and he doesn't even dare to look at the opposite Hazuki. Such a scene made the three little friends puzzled, and even the surrounding Uchiha couldn't understand. Go quickly. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly turned around, and with a squeak, he rushed into the side alley, and disappeared after a few ups and downs. This sudden scene made the entire scene silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone looked at it in disbelief, and their heads seemed to be stuffed in a circle. It wasn't until Hazuki and Makoto walked away that these people finally reacted, and they whispered to each other and talked a lot. And Uchiha Fugaku's three friends rushed out to ask what happened to Uchiha Fugaku. 75. The system restart is completed. I ask for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whoosh whoosh. Fugaku, are you okay? Why did you leave suddenly? Yeah, Fugaku, are you afraid of Hyuga Hazuki? It's just a failure. As for I, Uchiha Bear, got kicked into a shithole by Hyuga Hazuki and said nothing. Mind is the basic element of being a ninja. A few friends followed Uchiha Fugaku to a big tree and looked at Uchiha Fugaku puzzled. As the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku's ability can be said to be very strong. He has also formed his own strong temperament after several missions, which is why they respect Uchiha Fugaku. But they never thought that Uchiha Fugaku would be so afraid of Hyuga Hazuki after a defeat, which is really not in line with Uchiha Fugaku's strong temperament. They looked at Uchiha Fugaku suspiciously, trying to persuade him not to become decadent because of a momentary failure. What do you know? Uchiha Fugaku smiled wryly and looked up at the sky. No one knew that he was not afraid because of this incident, but because of the second challenge. After a failure, Uchiha Fugaku worked hard to improve himself, and finally after becoming a special Jonin, he challenged Hyuga Hazuki with absolute confidence, and then no more. He was hanged and beaten for an hour, and for a whole hour, he was kicked countless times without the slightest strength to fight back, and his P-shares were swollen. But it wasn't the most painful. The most painful thing is that he made a bet with Hazuki before the battle, and after losing he saw Hazuki or Makoto, he had to retreat, which was painful. He Uchiha Fugaku now, in addition to the pain in the body, the pain in the heart is even more, it is really cool. The key thing was also known to Anbu, and it was a shame. He felt that Hyuga Hazuki was his nightmare. Advertisement. A deep sigh came out of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, and he just wanted to say, I'm too hard. The other side. Street of the Uchiha family. Makoto blinked her big eyes stupidly and looked at Hazuki, her beautiful eyes full of doubts and incomprehensions. Last time, it was clear that the two sides fought hard, so it stands to reason that Uchiha Fugaku should seek revenge from Hazuki, but why did he run away when he saw Hazuki? Makoto couldn't figure it out, and felt that his little head was not enough. CJDH. Okay. Don't look anymore, it's time to go home. Hazuki hit Makoto with a head. Makoto covered his smooth forehead with his small hands, and continued to secretly stare at Hazuki through his big eyes through his fingers. The puzzlement and curiosity could not be suppressed. With deep doubts, Makoto retrieved things from the house and went all the way back to the house of number 7 of the Hyuga family, her big eyes never leaving Hazuki. Even when the two of them were eating together at night, Makoto looked at Hazuki from time to time, until she was kissed by Hazuki, and she ran away in a panic. In the early morning of the next day, the eyes shine on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Makoto got up early and got busy, prepared an exquisite breakfast for Hazuki, and also prepared each piece of ninja to prepare for today's trip. After the busy work, Makoto came to Hazuki's room, ready to wake him up. Inside the house, Hazuki, who was sleeping late on the tatami, heard the sound of the door opening, and at the same time smelled a delicate fragrance, which is unique to Makoto. He didn't care, but continued to rest with his eyes closed. Brother Hazuki. Big brother Hazuki, wake up. Breakfast is ready. It's time to wash your face and eat. Advertisement. Tired. I'll sleep again. Hazuki raised his hands in confusion, took the talking Makoto into his arms, and used it as a pillow to continue to sleep late. Brother Hazuki. Makoto's soft voice came. The voice was very small and light, with a faint embarrassment. Obviously Makoto was ashamed, and even his heartbeat became much faster. Whore. The faint sound of snoring echoed. Makoto heard the sound of snoring, blinked her big eyes, looked at Hazuki secretly, and found that Hazuki was really asleep, and she was relieved. Every time Hazuki is used as a pillow, it makes her very shy, but I don't know why she feels at ease. This kind of feeling of being depended on and being spoiled is very warm, and it also makes her nostalgic, and makes her feel happier. That's why she indulged Hazuki to bully her and let him use her as a pillow. Ding. The system restart is complete, and the mysterious gift package has been distributed. Ding. The system tasks have been updated and the official distribution has begun. Ding. Please choose. 1. Continue to live a low-key life. Reward. 10% snow blowing template. 2. Be a noble person. Reward. 10% hungry wolf template. 3. Return to the thorn image. Bonus. 10% off the tornado template. Confused Hazuki heard the sound of the system and opened his eyes suddenly, and was replaced by surprise. Today the system restart is complete. It's great, ha ha ha. Hazuki laughed suddenly, took Makoto into his arms again, and kissed her little cheek a few times. Advertisement. Yeah, brother Hazuki, you. Makoto's little face turned red at a visible rate, even his big eyes were watery, and his little head lowered shyly. She couldn't figure it out. Yi was so happy all of a sudden, she felt her way. Hazuki's rhythm. Honey girl, go get some water and wash me. Hazuki said happily, his eyes shining with joy. Know it. Seeing Hazuki who was so happy, Makoto gave him a sullen look, then mocking his own little face, he hurried to fetch water. Seeing the appearance of Makoto fleeing, Yi smiled slightly, and then looked at the new god level option that appeared. The tornado template appeared, not bad. Hazuki was very surprised. He didn't expect the first option to be so good just after the system restarted. But I also understand that this option has also changed his behavior. In fact, he is a very low-key and aloof person. In the past few years when the system was restarted, he rarely caused trouble. Basically every day, he studies ninjutsu, develops that kind of medicine, runs his own restaurant, and then lives happily and low-key under the care of Makoto. This also led to a misunderstanding of him by the outside world, thinking that his strength was still the same as before, and even caused Jiraiya to suffer a loss. But his strength has been improved in all aspects, and the large amount of ninjutsu he bought has been mastered by him. It is no exaggeration to describe him as a ninjutsu master. But looking at the god level option, Hazuki thought about it and finally decided to choose the third option. The power of the tornado template is obvious to all. The ability to fly at will makes Hazuki very envious, and such an ability is worth being a thorn, so he said solemnly. I choose the third option. Ding. After selecting, congratulations to the master for completing the third item, reward, 10% tornado template. G. 76 on-time child, kneeling and begging for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sound of the system came. Although it was mechanical, Hazuki was in a good mood. It was like drinking a frozen drink in summer. However, there is a more enjoyable unrevealed, that is to open the mysterious spree. Makoto appeared with water and a towel, and like a little wife, knelt down beside Hazuki and washed Hazuki's face with a towel. That careful gesture, that gentle gesture, that meticulous care, it can be said that Makoto cares about Hazuki from the little bit. During this process, Hazuki is absent, because he is opening the mystery spree. Open black lens bracket ding. Mysterious gift package is opening close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for getting a 15% snow blowing template. Close black lens bracket. Huh. Just a snow blower template. That's a bit less. Hazuki frowned. He thought the reward would be very generous, but the reward that came out was far from the same. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for getting a 20% tornado template. Huh. Also, not bad. Hazuki smiled, but that still didn't fit the name of the mystery spree, knowing that he had been waiting for years. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for getting the final reward minus 25% Saitama template. Rub. Hazuki stood up abruptly, with an unconcealed surprise in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It didn't disappoint me, that's great, ha 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 ha. 1. The cheerful laughter echoed in the room, and Makoto blinked his big eyes cutely, as motionless as a dumb cat. Brother Hazuki, are you sick? Makoto raised her snow-white, jade-like hand and placed it lightly on Hazuki's forehead, feeling his body temperature. When she realized that everything was normal, her big eyes blinked and blinked in a silly gesture. I'm all right, come here and kiss another. 1. Hazuki took Makoto into his arms again happily, kissed her several times quickly, shoved her shy little head down, and even ran away. Ding. Tip. Your talent has been improved unprecedentedly due to long-term study, and the talent level cannot be calculated for the time being. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Is the system restarted for 3 years to calculate your talent improvement? Close black lens bracket. Calculation talent. No need, since there is no way to calculate, don't show this item. Hazuki said lightly. The accumulation and precipitation of knowledge in the past few years has made him an absolute master of ninjutsu. He has learned countless ninja knowledge, and even chakra has been transformed. Now, with just an opportunity, he can synthesize a new blood successor limit again. This kind of improvement has also led to a leap-forward improvement in his originally excellent talent, just like people who often use their brains will become smarter. Ding. Get the instruction. No longer display talent, personal panel recalculation. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. Intermediate Sage Body. Shueiji. Ice Escape, White Eyes. Templates. 40% Saitama template, 60% Blowing Snow template, 30% Tornado template. Evaluation. Ninjutsu Master, the great demon king who destroys the world. This time it is really a leap forward. The 40% Saitama template can be used 40 times a month for 40 minutes each time. Such strength is too scary. 1. Hazuki was in a good mood, a little eager to go out and punch a few punches. Just today's mission, I plan to play with Makoto, just to experiment with the ability of each template. Hazuki said secretly, and walked to the living room outside the door. Brother Hazuki, this is the knife bag. Makoto looked at Hazuki with watery eyes and handed the knife bag to him. What a good girl, let's go out and relax today. Okay. After some preparations, the two left the house and headed towards Hokage's office. But Hazuki's pace has become disrespectful, and the image of the thorn has returned. Hokage office. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya are talking, looking at a data report. This matter, please make a trip. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. But I'm going to take Hazuki, Makoto, and Naoki to the land of soup. It's not a good idea to suddenly change the team leader. Hazuki is very picky. Tsunade frowned. It's alright, I've found another Jonin, and I heard that Hazuki has lost his youthful thorns and has become gentle and polite. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the pot and spoke slowly, not worried about causing Hazuki's dissatisfaction. That's right. Although Hazuki is still aloof, he's no longer stinging, not even Jiraiya pervy sage. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that Hazuki calls Tsunade a teacher, and is no longer a big beauty. Jiraiya took the opportunity to say something. Bang. It hurts. Jiraiya covered her head and squatted on the ground crying. For flowers. Don't mention the word girl to me again. Tsunade clenched his fists and roared very depressed. Okay. Let's go, the new leading teacher will be here soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands to signal them to leave. Then let's go. Tsunade turned around and walked out the door, only to meet Hazuki and Makoto as soon as they got there. Hazuki is here, what a punctual kid. Ding. Please choose. 1. Thorn Mode 1. Less hands-on. Reward. 30% stronger. 2. Thorn Mode 2. Call Tsunade Violent Girl face to face. Reward. Physical fitness increased by 31%. 3. Thorn Mode 3. Call the old woman Tsunade face to face. Reward. 32% physical enhancement plus a small amount of chakra. Advertisement. Looking at the god level choice that suddenly appeared, 3 black lines appeared on Hazuki's forehead. This option was indeed thorny, and it really was thorny. Point 0. Certainly. Hazuki can actually give up and not choose. Anyway, there is no loss, but how can a cooked duck let it fly? So Hazuki quickly looked at the god level options, and finally settled on the third item. Forget it. Save her some face. Anyway, after the system restarts, as long as you interact more with the plot characters, it's easy to trigger. Hazuki shook his head and finally chose the first option, then looked up at Tsunade. You're pretty early too, beautiful girl. After that, Hazuki walked into Hokage's office while Tsunade and Makoto froze. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Physical fitness increased by 30%. Yee. Hazuki. What did you just say? Beautiful girl. Tsunade clenched his little fist, the veins on his forehead jumped, and his eyes sparkled with anger. But thinking that she couldn't bring Hazuki on this mission, she felt a little guilty, and in the end she just glared at Hazuki and let him go. Looking at Tsunade who didn't beat up, Jiraiya felt the pain in her head and wanted to cry without tears. He wanted to say, the gap between people is so big. It's obvious that they called girls, but why is Hazuki okay? But he was punched. Depressed, Jiraiya wanted to buy a piece of tofu and hit it twice to express her resentment. Only, just when he was depressed, Hazuki glanced over and quickly locked on him. Ding. Please select on. 77 nickname, kneeling for flower evaluation tickets. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding. Please choose. 1. Thorn Mode 1. Call Jiraiya Pervy Sage in person. Reward. 30% increase in mental power. 2. Thorn Mode 2. Call Jiraiya Lascivious Uncle in person. Reward. 31% increase in mental power. 3. Thorn Mode 3. Call Jiraiya in person, and reward. 32% increase in mental power plus a small amount of chakra. Hazuki looked at the god level choice that appeared again, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. As his teacher, Tsunade taught him a lot of knowledge, and he really wanted to give him some face, but Jiraiya was different, whether to get the reward or to get the reward. So, Hazuki stared at Jiraiya, ready to speak. Ahem. I know you're going to call me Pervy Sage, just call me if it's nothing. Jiraiya seemed to understand something and smiled indifferently. But, just when he didn't care, Hazuki's voice came out. May 10th. You think too much, Uncle Lecherous Toad. What? Uncle Lecherous Toad? Jiraiya was stunned, so she didn't vomit blood at the words. The name Pervy Sage has already made him very depressed, but now it's better. He even made a sentence of a lecherous Uncle Toad, which is too annoying. Jiraiya stared at Hazuki depressedly, her eyes very resentful. Puff. There was a nice female voice next to her, and Jiraiya turned her head to see that Tsunade and Uchiha Makoto were snickering, looking like they wanted to laugh but were embarrassed to laugh. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya was even more depressed, and the eyes that looked at Hazuki were even more resentful. Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. 32% increase in mental strength plus a small amount of chakra. The warm current flowed in the body, and along with the warm current just now merged into a larger warm current, and Hazuki's strength also improved a little without knowing it. Cough. Okay. Let's go to the mission first. Hazuki's leading teacher will be here in a while. 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the atmosphere at the scene was a little embarrassing, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ease. But soon he regretted it, because he saw Hazuki suddenly turn his head to look at him. Forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a while, feeling that something was wrong. Previously, Hazuki had become a gentle and refined person, but now his attitude has suddenly changed, which they did not expect. The key is to see whoever hates whoever is, and no one can stand it. So finding Hazuki looking over, Sarutobi Hiruzen's instinct is going to suffer. Ahem, the weather is really nice today. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look out the window. Well, it's really good. Hazuki nodded, holding Makoto's little hand and standing beside him waiting. He didn't say anything harsh, because he didn't trigger the god-level choice, he didn't bother to slap people. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to see that Hazuki didn't attack him. He felt that as a Hokage, Hazuki still didn't dare to slap him, and when he understood this, he felt relieved instantly, and even smoked the smoking pot. Whoosh! An Anbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee and looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Hokage has an accident, and there is a flaw in Konoha's protective barrier, which affects the monitoring of the village. 1. What's going on? What about Mr. Kurunaga and Mr. Mori? Aren't they in charge of the protective barrier? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. Advertisement. This protective barrier is an important means of protection for Konoha. Anyone who passes through the barrier will be perceived, and ninjas will go to check it immediately. But now there is no perception effect, it is likely to cause the enemy to sneak into the village, which has a great hidden danger for the village, so it must be solved as soon as possible. Report Mr. Hokage. Mr. Kang Yong is ill, only Mr. Mori is busy, but depending on the situation, it will take at least 7 days to restore the protective barrier. 7 days. So long. What about the SEAL team? Let the SEAL team help. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. Reporting to Lord Hokage, the SEAL class has gone, but unfortunately Mr. Mori dislikes them who only know seals and enchantments, so they won't let them help. This old stubborn. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a hurry, but he also understood that the SEAL class really didn't know much about enchantments, and there were very few places where they could help, so they could only wait slowly. Forget it. Wait 7 days, just wait 7 days, and be more vigilant these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He can't do anything about it. Konoha's enchantment is more difficult, and most people really can't study this stuff. Only an old man who has studied for many years and has a lot of knowledge and accumulation can be competent for the task of Konoha barrier. In Konoha, Mr. Mori and Mr. Kang Yong, these two old men are good at this aspect, and others really can't do it. It is a pity that Mr. Kang Yong is ill and can only wait for 7 days. Hazuki, aren't you also good at enchantment? Why don't you help the village? If you can finish it today, I'll give you a reward. Tsunade smiled. Reward? Tell me what? Teacher Dame. Hazuki said flatly. When Tsunade heard the words, Dame Niu, she was furious again, but she still said patiently when she thought of asking this apprentice to do something. The reward is what you've always wanted, but my condition is that you must do it today, otherwise the reward will be forfeited. Tsunade said with big eyes. It turned out to be that one. No problem, remember to give it to me. Hazuki nodded and agreed without hesitation. You can think about it. It must be completed today. Mr. Mori will take 7 days. Now even the two of you, I am afraid it will be difficult to complete it. Advertisement. Tsunade thought about it for a while, and told the truth, he decided not to cheat his precious disciple. It's just trivial. Under the light of the sun, he looked charming, and Ichin beside him was stunned for a moment. Ahem, Hazuki, do you also know the spirit art? Why don't I know? Jiraiya wondered, not knowing when Hazuki learned the spirit art. Idiot, there is a small enchantment around Hazuki's house, you didn't even know when you went to Hazuki's house. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with contempt, but she didn't know it at first, but Hazuki told her. Now she just took this to despise Jiraiya, and made him understand the consequences of saying the word, girl. Hazuki's house actually has a barrier. This is so powerful. Jiraiya looked at Hazuki unexpectedly, he didn't expect this little boy to hide so deeply. Okay 3.7, since Hazuki can help, let's go to the enchantment class. It's impossible to complete it today, so the reward for completing it within 3 days is still valid. 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke at the right time. Although he didn't know what the reward was, he didn't mind using Tsunade's reward to earn Hazuki's favor. Although it seems a bit too scheming to do so, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that ordinary people cannot see his scheming at all, not even Jiraiya and Tsunade. So, he calmly smoked the smoking pot again, with a calm expression of Mountai pressing in front of the top and his face unchanged. Ding. Please choose. 1. Thorn Mode 1. Praise Sarutobi Hiruzen for being wise in person. Reward. King Kong Feng Suo. 2. Thorn Mode 2. Express Sarutobi Hiruzen bad breath face to face. Reward. I seal. 3. The Thorn Head Mode 3. Slap Sarutobi Hiruzen face to face. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Reward. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Open black lens bracket 78 close black lens bracket 1 minute. Kneel and beg for the monthly ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki listened to the system prompt sound in his mind. He consciously scanned the god level selection, and quickly locked the second item. Eye prints. Doubts appeared in Hazuki's heart, and he recalled some details from the previous animation in his mind, and quickly understood the origin of the eye seal. In the future, there will be a female spy who will come to Konoha. This person is good at making eye prints and can explore a lot of information and intelligence in a very hidden situation. If she hadn't collided with Kakashi at the beginning, Kakashi's Sharingan just happened to find out, Konoha's information would have been leaked long ago. Such abilities really aroused Hazuki's curiosity. Certainly. The multiple shadow clone technique in the last item is also very good, but Hazuki chose the second item with a mysterious smile. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's voice, Hazuki dragged Makoto out, preparing to go to the enchantment class to earn rewards. But he stopped abruptly after reaching the door, and then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen amid everyone's doubts. Old third generation, you have bad breath, it's time to brush your teeth. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Eye seal. After receiving the reward, Hazuki turned around and left without any hesitation. But because of his words, the scene fell into a strange silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally in a state of indifference, was completely dumbfounded, and even wondered if he heard it wrong. Tsunade and Jiraiya, 29, who were going to the enchantment class, were also dumbfounded, and even Anbu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dumbfounded. Several people stared at the door sluggishly, as if they were in a dream. They were dumbfounded. Quite a while. Everyone finally reacted, and then tried hard not to laugh out loud. Tsunade and Jiraiya hurriedly left the office and ran outside laughing. Anbu, who was kneeling on the ground, was the most helpless, so he could only endure the smile and bow his head silently, but his body moving from time to time proved that he was laughing. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned blue and purple, even darker than the bottom of the pot. No way. Advertisement. This face is lost. This bastard must have read my mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that she wanted to scold her mother, but in order to maintain Hokage's majesty, she could only endure it hard, and even went home from get off work early for the first time ever. No way. My liver hurts. Outside world. Tsunade and Jiraiya were laughing while clutching their stomachs. They had never seen a third-generation old man so dark-faced. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard, even saying that the old man has bad breath, it really made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed so hard that she almost burst into tears. This kid is really powerful. Tsunade's beautiful eyes shone brightly, thinking of the nickname Hazuki called a beautiful girl, and looking at Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, she instantly felt balanced and even felt very happy. At least Hazuki saved her face and treated her differently. Now she doesn't reject this nickname very much, but this nickname can only be called by Hazuki, and others are not qualified. The two laughed for a while, and saw the third-generation old man come out with a dark face, and then they went to the enchantment class. However, Hazuki was walking too fast and no one could be seen, so they had to pass by themselves. Tsunade, what reward did you come up with? Even Hazuki was moved, but your requirements are too harsh. I think it would be good to be able to complete the barrier in 5 days, and that stubborn old man should help. Jiraiya shook her head as she walked. The barrier was very difficult. The structure, space, terminology, nodes, loops, and marks made the scalp tingling. He had also studied enchantment before, but he gave up after 1 day. He felt that that thing was not something that could be learned by human beings. He looked at it as if he were reading a book from heaven. He couldn't understand it at all, and it was like a primary school student developing the forbidden technique, so it wasn't too difficult. So, Jiraiya admires those who study enchantment, even if the 2 old men in the enchantment class are stubborn, he admires them very much. By the way, Tsunade, the stubborn old man in the enchantment class may not let Hazuki participate. This guy takes the enchantment very seriously, even his students won't let him touch it. Jiraiya suddenly thought of this serious question and hurriedly spoke. Probably not. After all, Hazuki can make enchantments independently. Although it is a small enchantment, it is enough to prove his achievements in enchantment. Tsunade spoke uncertainly, although he admitted that Hazuki had the ability, but worried that the old stubborn would not think so. Let's go and have a look first. Let's help Hazuki have a relationship, maybe that's fine. Okay. Hope all goes well. With a trace of worry, the two of them accelerated their steps to the enchantment class, but as soon as they arrived at the door, they saw a scene that made their eyes split. Advertisement. I saw that at the gate of the enchantment class, surrounded by a large number of members of the enchantment class, Hazuki overthrew the old enchanter to the ground. Such a scene is really chilling. Whoosh. With anger, Jiraiya stood in front of Hazuki and said heartbroken. Hazuki, although Mr. Mori is a bit old and stubborn, he has dedicated himself to Konoha for many years and is conscientious. Even if he stops you from repairing the enchantment, he cannot be overthrown, he is already old. Jiraiya looked at Mr. Mori's gray hair and beard, and looked at the wrinkles on his old face, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Such a respectable person was overthrown by Hazuki. Although he always felt that Hazuki was thorny, he thought that Hazuki's character was not bad and he was the backbone of Konoha, but now, the scene in front of him really made Jiraiya angry, and even his eyes were red from anger. Think about it. The respectable old enchantress, who devoted his life to Konoha, even gave up his family, and the old man who worked hard, was bullied by the teenagers in the village. Such a scene makes people angry. That's why Jiraiya got angry when he stood in front of Hazuki. At the same time, he also felt chilled by Hazuki's cruelty, and was saddened by the misunderstanding of such a talented young man. Bang! FK off Jiraiya, get out of my way. Falling to the ground, the old enchantress stood up with a squeak, trying to push Jiraiya away, but unfortunately his strength was too small to pull it off. Don't be angry, Mr. Mori, Hazuki is a child, maybe he's just acting on a whim. Jiraiya hurriedly apologized. Although he was very angry with Hazuki, he still regarded Hazuki as a child and even apologized to the old enchantress for this. Angry. Why am I angry? The old enchantress looked at Jiraiya dumbfounded, not understanding why he asked such a strange question. The people around also looked like this, looking at Jiraiya puzzled. Didn't you stop Hazuki from repairing the barrier, and he overthrew it to the ground? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Stop. Shit. When did I stop Hazuki-sama? I accidentally fell, how can I blame Hazuki-sama? The old enchantress stared at Jiraiya angrily, with a very loud voice. Lord Hazuki. Jiraiya was stunned, feeling that her brain was not enough. Tsunade next to him was also dazed, not sure what was going on. Mr. Mori, isn't Hazuki here to help repair the barrier? Why don't you guys repair the barrier and stay at the door instead? Jiraiya asked stupidly. Advertisement. The enchantment. It has been repaired long ago. The enchantment that I needed 7 days to repair, Lord Hazuki only took 1 minute, he is too powerful, I must worship him as a teacher. The old enchantress said admiringly, and ran to Hazuki with flattery. Sir, just accept me as your apprentice, I promise to study hard. As the old enchantment master said, he wanted to touch Hazuki with his hands, but Hazuki backed away to avoid it. Don't touch me. Hazuki frowned. Okay, I won't touch it, sir, just accept me as a disciple, I will pay the tuition, how much money will do, please? The 510 old enchantress babbled flatteringly around Hazuki, showing a gesture of not giving up. In such a scene, watching Jiraiya and Tsunade go straight to the ground. Jiraiya even felt a burning pain in her face. So that's what happened, so the barrier has been repaired, 1 minute. Is this still a human? Jiraiya said in disbelief, realizing that he had misunderstood Hazuki, he wanted to apologize, but he didn't know how to say it. And Hazuki ignored him from the beginning to the end, and didn't make any excuses, but the surrounding enchantment class members looked at him, which really made Jiraiya uncomfortable, and felt ashamed to ultimate. Now he can't wait to find a gap to get in, it's too embarrassing that he can't do it. He thought Hazuki was bullying people, but he became an old enchantress and took Hazuki as his teacher. The gap is a bit too big. Depressed Jiraiya glanced at Hazuki resentfully again, he thought it was better to stay away from Hazuki, because he found that every time he got closer to Hazuki, he would be unlucky. But he was also very surprised by Hazuki's enchantment. It was so difficult to learn complex enchantment, but Hazuki actually learned it. And it can surpass the old enchantment master and repair the enchantment in just 1 minute, which is a bit too incredible. With a hint of suspicion, Jiraiya whispered, "It really only took a minute." FK off Jiraiya, you actually suspect Hazuki-sama, you are itchy, don't you? Don't think you have the strength, I don't dare to beat you like I did when I was a child. The old enchantress stared at Jiraiya angrily, as if his irritable brother was about to beat him up. The surrounding enchantment class also looked the same, staring at Jiraiya with righteous indignation. I left beforehand, you continue. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiraiya left with a bang, and decided not to participate in this matter anymore. On the other hand, Tsunade looked at Hazuki with a smile like a flower. She was more and more pleasing to the eyes of Hazuki's excellence, and even finally felt relieved to give Hazuki the reward. Open black lens bracket 79 close black lens bracket. Is this still a person? Kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Beautiful Tsunade, my reward. Hazuki came to Tsunade and asked. Forehead. Tsunade, who was smiling, froze when she heard these words. Out of the corner of her eyes, she noticed the shocked expressions of the people around her, and her smile couldn't be hung. Although she no longer rejects this nickname, she still finds it strange, and calling herself a beautiful girl in front of so many people makes her very helpless. With a hint of depression, Tsunade raised his small hand and grabbed Hazuki's side face and said, "The reward is with the third generation old man, let's go, I'll take you to get it." The words fall. Tsunade couldn't help but rubbed Hazuki's head again, with a gesture of attaching great importance to the precious disciple. Okay. 1. Hazuki slapped Tsunade's hand off, raised his eyes and glanced at the woman, ignoring the stupid woman, and left with Makoto. Lord Hazuki, just accept me as your disciple. The voice of the old enchantress came from the back, and it looked very desolate, but his eyes were full of thief. Obviously, in order to worship Hazuki as his teacher, he had begun to pretend to be pitiful. You guys should study and understand the spirit formation technique I left behind, otherwise you are not qualified to be my disciple. Hazuki left a sentence and left without any hesitation. It's my lord, I must study hard. When I study thoroughly, I will go to you to apprentice. The old enchantment jumped 3 feet high and shouted cheerfully. Hearing this, Hazuki, who walked away, didn't care. According to his calculations, the spirit formation technique left alone is enough for this old spirit formation master to study for a few years. If his learning ability is any worse, it is possible for more than 10 years. So Hazuki was completely clean, and even his steps were brisk. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. Sarutobi Bawako looked at her husband, Sarutobi Hiruzen, strangely. He didn't understand what the madness of this old guy was, but he brushed his teeth like crazy at this time. I said you were confused or what? What are you brushing at this time? Sarutobi Bawako muttered. It's not that Hyuga Hazuki, who actually said I had bad breath, which made me mad. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, while not forgetting to continue brushing her teeth. You mean that disciple of Tsunade? I heard that the child is very kind. Sarutobi Bawako asked suspiciously. Nice. That's a thorn, and it pisses me off. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, without the dignity of being a Hokage at all, just like an ordinary person. Why are you angry with a child? How old are you? Sarutobi Bawako gave him a contemptuous look. Who asked him to say that I had bad breath, and said in front of Tsunade and the others, that really pissed me off. By the way, do I really have bad breath? Sarutobi Hiruzen said suspiciously, he brushes his teeth often and doesn't think he has bad breath. Of course there is, smoking your broken smoking pot every day, and not cleaning it up once a few months, it's no wonder if you don't have bad breath. Sarutobi Bawako replied mercilessly. You didn't tell me so soon, it's really embarrassing this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very hurt, he smoked pots every day for so many years, he didn't even know he had bad breath. I will stop smoking in the future, quit. Quit. Can you quit? Sarutobi Bawako asked in disbelief. When? However, I can see what he will say about my bad breath in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, obviously caring about being told of bad breath. Don't be hard on that kid, you have to understand that you are Hokage. Sarutobi Bawako continued. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to make trouble for him, besides, he has already made trouble with himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed. What's the meaning? That kid took over the task of repairing the enchantment and completed it within 5 days, just for a reward, this time he must be busy, hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, thinking that Hazuki was busy for a few days, but couldn't get anything, and his heart was instantly balanced. Enchantment. That thing is really very difficult, but this kid is also quite good at enchantment, which is worthy of praise. If he fails, he should be rewarded. Sarutobi Bawako said. No, this is a good deal, how can you break your promise? If others must be rewarded if they fail a mission, wouldn't that be a mess? Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without hesitation, thinking that Hazuki would be deflated, he was actually a little happy. I'm too lazy to care about you. Sarutobi Bawako saw through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind at a glance, turned around and walked out, but felt a knock on the door. Dang dang. Who is it? It's me, Tsunade. Advertisement. Come in, come in. 1. After some enthusiasm, Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was brushing his teeth, squinting and smiling, and Makoto next to him had a similar attitude, but Hazuki's expression was very dull. You are Hazuki. I heard that you can master spirit formation. You can master spirit formation at such a young age. You are really a good boy. Yuan Fei said approvingly when he brought fruit from Pippa Lake. Hazuki's enchantment is really powerful and deserves praise. Tsunade thought of the scene just now, and rarely took the initiative to praise people. Cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little unhappy when he heard this, he quickly swiped twice, then stood up and said. Why is spirit formation so easy to learn? It's accumulated over the years. Ordinary people can't learn it. By the way, what are you doing here? Is the spirit formation too difficult to repair and failed? Actually, the failure is understandable. After all, the difficulty of enchantment is too high. I also studied for 2 years, and finally gave up. The difficulty is not ordinary, of course. As long as you study with humility, you may succeed. You have to study for years and months, and strive to become a powerful enchantress like Mr. Mori. If you are willing to work hard, I can do you a favor. For example, asking Hazuki to follow Mr. Mori to learn spirit formation. Of course, that is an old stubborn and generally won't agree to accept apprentices, so don't hold your hopes too high. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured so much that Tsunade froze on the ground. They came, but they didn't say anything yet. Why did Lord Hokage say so much? The two women looked at each other blankly, listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen chattering, and faintly wanted to laugh. Dang dang. The door was knocked again, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Who is it? It's us, Senshu and Kang Yang. An old voice came from outside. It turned out to be 2 old enchantresses, Mr. Mori and Mr. Kang Yang. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly walked out in surprise. These 2 old enchantresses are a generation older than him, and they still need to be respected, not to mention that the 2 old enchantresses shoulder the burden of enchantment, so he personally ran to open the door. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was very puzzled and didn't understand why the 2 spirits were coming, and Mr. Kurunaga was obviously sick. Opening the door with doubts, seeing the 2 old spirit formation masters waiting nervously outside the door, Mr. Kang Yang was leaning on crutches and looked very weak. Quote. Please come in quickly. 2 gentlemen, if you have anything to say, why don't you come here in person? Sarutobi Hiruzen said. That's not possible, we still need the respect that we should have. The 2 old spirit formation masters said at the same time. Advertisement. Respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, these 2 were his seniors, and they were old and stubborn, and their attitude towards him was never respectful. But now he actually said respect, which made him very puzzled and couldn't figure out why. Is there something in me that makes these 2 old stubborn look down on me? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said proudly. Get off. The 2 old warlocks pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen away, then walked towards Hazuki in his daze. Lord Hazuki, this is my friend Kang Yang. He was shocked when he saw your enchantment after surgery, and admires your ability very much. He also wants to study the enchantment you left behind, and I hope you will allow it. Please, Lord Hazuki. The old spirit formation master Mr. Kang Yong leaned on crutches, tremblingly said. Okay. You can study at will, don't bother me in the future. Hazuki frowned. He was finally clean, but he didn't expect to be chased here, which made him very unhappy, so his attitude seemed a little tough. Yes, we will definitely not disturb you again. Let's go, let's go. After the two old enchantresses finished their speeches respectfully, they hurriedly turned and left. Mr. Kang Yong, who was on crutches, couldn't use his crutches, but ran away Li Dahao in a hurry. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two old enchantresses leave, and Hazuki's indifferent and calm attitude, thinking of the scene just now, his head was a little cloudy. What's the situation? Why do the two old spirits respect you so much? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a circle. Nonsense. Of course, Hazuki-sama's enchantment is too powerful. He repaired Konoha's enchantment in just 1 minute. It's amazing. Outside the door, Mr. Mori suddenly stretched his head over, said Sarutobi Hiruzen a few words, and then shrank back. Repair the Konoha barrier in 1 minute. Is this true? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suspiciously. Of course it's true. How can you understand Lord Hazuki's spirit formation technique? You have studied for 2 years, and you haven't even memorized the most basic imprint. How could you possibly understand the power of Lord Hazuki? Outside the room, Mr. Kang Yong also stuck his head out, scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen, and also shrank back. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking, and a storm surged in his heart. He never imagined that Hazuki's enchantment was so powerful, it simply subverted his cognition. Is this still human? It's just a freak. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but complain. Open black lens bracket 80 close black lens bracket multiple shadow clone technique, kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Surprised, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and glanced at Hazuki from time to time, as if he was dreaming. On the front foot, he also thought that Hazuki would be shriveled and would be busy for several days without being able to get the reward, and the two old enchantresses on the back foot came to slap the face, which was too fast. The key even two old spirit formation masters, so respectful to Hazuki, this really surprised him. And don't forget, just now he talked in the Barabara for a long time, and also said that Hazuki failed, don't be discouraged or something, but in the blink of an eye, his face was beaten with pain. The most annoying thing is that Hyuga Hazuki didn't even say a word, he just stood there quietly and didn't take him seriously at all, as if he was watching a monkey. This feeling made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more depressed. With embarrassment, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and said, "What's the matter with you coming to me?" "That's it, I'll take Hazuki's reward," Tsunade said promptly. "Reward? What reward?" "Multiple shadow clone technique." Tsunade smiled and said the purpose without hesitation. "It's not appropriate. After all, this is forbidden technique, he's just a kid. If something goes wrong, it's really dangerous." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling a little inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Hazuki's talent, strength, 513 wisdom, enchantment, ceiling, which one is not top? Is someone like him ill-considered? Tsunade said quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. There was no way Hazuki was too good, so good that he didn't know how to refuse. "Just hope you don't mess with the forbidden technique." Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refuse, but seeing Tsunade's firm attitude, he could only reluctantly nodded in agreement, and then looked out to the hidden area outside. "Go get the forbidden technique scroll." "Yes." The two Anbu suddenly appeared and saluted, and then left with a swoosh. Shortly after. Advertisement. The duo returned with a forbidden technique scroll, respectfully handed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Multiple shadow clone techniques are very difficult, you may not be able to learn them in a short time, so let's learn it a few times here, and come to me every day to learn when the task comes back. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened a section of the forbidden technique scroll and motioned to Hazuki to check out the multiple shadow clone technique. Hazuki came to the scroll and looked at it carefully, his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise, and then he returned to his original position. Why didn't you read it? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered why Hazuki just glanced back and went back. "I've written it down." Hazuki nodded his head with his index finger, indicating slightly. With such a strong memory, He deserves to be a genius boy. Yuan Fei Biwahu spoke in admiration, no doubt that Hazuki was lying, and even admired Hazuki's excellence. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little jealous and thinks that his aptitude is quite extraordinary, but compared with Hazuki, he looks stupid. Since you have written it down, let's go to the Konoha gate to assemble the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and said a little less interested. No way. Today's blow is too big, he needs to find a place to be quiet. Then we'll say goodbye. The three of them said goodbye and left, and quickly walked to the outside street. Hazuki, do you really remember? Tsunade asked a little worriedly. Well, I've learned it. Hazuki nodded. That's fine, that's fine. 1. Tsunade nodded in relief, the fair-skinned and soft-hand model Hazuki's head, and she was full of relief when she looked at the teenager who was on her shoulders. Study hard. You must strive to learn this ninjutsu, and this is a forbidden technique after all, you must protect yourself. Advertisement. After Tsunade finished speaking, looking at Hazuki's cold and handsome face, she couldn't help but tug at his profile again. Snapped. Stupid woman. Hazuki glanced at Tsunade speechlessly. He said that he had already learned it, but the woman didn't understand and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Hazuki went straight to Konoha's door. For this mission, he intends to relax and play with the girl Makoto, CJDH, to leave some good memories. The three came to the gate of Konoha, and 3 people had gathered here at this time. They are Jiraiya, Nawaki, and a handsome blue-haired man who looks very familiar. Sister, you're here, I'll introduce you. This is Kato Dan teacher, he's amazing, the Grandmaster has a lot of ninjutsu. Nawaki quickly ran to Tsunade and shouted. Kato Dan. Hazuki suddenly realized who this blue-haired man was. In the anime, this person is Tsunade's first love boyfriend, but it seems that the two sides don't know each other yet, and this is the first time they meet. Hello Tsunade-sama, I have admired for a long time, my name is Kato Dan, and I am the new leading teacher. Quote. Kato Dan greeted Tsunade with a smile, and his long blue hair, sunny smile, and handsome face were a little attractive. Only, he was originally handsome, but because of Hazuki's presence, his appearance became Hazuki's foil instead. Hello, I'll leave you with these 3 children, especially my brother Nawaki, he's too naughty. Tsunade replied politely. Sister, where am I naughty? The most naughty is Hazuki, he actually called you a beautiful girl. Bang. Shut up. Advertisement. Tsunade fist, a violent female gesture. Kato Dan. Originally, Kato Dan thought Tsunade was beautiful and wanted to get to know him better, but the scene in front of him shocked him, which was a bit too violent. But, to Kato Dan's surprise, it's also a great thing to be able to call someone with such high status as Tsunade a big beauty. Kato Dan thought and locked Hazuki through the eyes of everyone, and also understood that this handsome and cold boy was Hazuki. Hello, I'm Kato Dan, your team leader, and you're Hazuki. You're really handsome. Ding. Please choose. 1. Thorn Mode 1. Ignore Kato Dan. Reward. Water Style. 2. Thorn Mode 2. Reply to Kato Dan. Reward. Lightning Style Chidori. 3. Thorn Mode 3. Kick Kato Dan. Reward. Earth Style Reincarnation plus a small amount of chakra. The mechanical system sounded in his mind, and Hazuki frowned slightly when he saw the god-level choice that appeared. Because the reward content of the last option is a bit unfamiliar. Hazuki pondered for a while, and soon thought of a picture in the anime, that is the picture of the 4 people of lightning style performing the earth style reincarnation. Hazuki also quickly understood the role of this ninjutsu, obviously using the dead bodies of a large number of dead as a medium, using earth to resurrect to become the puppet of the practitioner. This kind of ninjutsu is very powerful, it is very suitable for large-scale combat, and it is even useful for studying impure world reincarnation. Future. In the 4th Ninja World War, this ninjutsu can definitely play a role in changing the situation of the war. Such a rare ninjutsu is definitely a rare secret technique, so Hazuki's mind turns. Open black lens bracket 81 close black lens bracket Reikiri, kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the end, Hazuki chose the second item Chidori, not because the third item was not good, but because he was too lazy to find the corpse and spent so much time looking for the corpse, it would be better to separate a shadow clone to save energy. And if he finds all the ingredients for the medicine, he may be able to successfully achieve the desired goal. Why don't you talk? Haha. This handsome little guy named Hazuki seems embarrassed. Kato Dan smiled. No, not ashamed. Hazuki raised his eyes and stared at Kato Dan, and said indifferently, I'm just too lazy to talk to a sissy like you. What? Sissy? Kato Dan's smile stopped, and the whole person froze in place. Kato Dan admits that he looks a bit girly, but he has been praised by others since he was a child. This is the first time he has encountered this experience of being called a sissy. Depressed, he said again. Although I look like a sissy, I am not a sissy. You don't need to explain. Explanation is cover up. Cover up is fact. You don't need to cover up anything. Hazuki said again. You. Kato Dan narrowed his eyes and wondered why this kid is so piercing. But in order to show his magnanimity, he pretended not to care and said, forget it, I don't have the same knowledge as you. Hypocritical. Hazuki replied again. You. Kato Dan was angry, and the image he had been working hard to create was instantly broken. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the second item and rewarding lightning-style Chidori. Close black lens bracket. Like the warm current of the hot springs reappearing, Hazuki absorbed the knowledge of the lightning-style Chidori and quickly mastered it. Look for a chance to try Chidori's power, maybe you can deduce a more powerful Reikiri. Hazuki said secretly, pondering and studying the more powerful Reikiri. Tsunade on the other side came over and gently tugged Hazuki's face. You, forget it, I can't control you. Jiraiya and I are going to the land of rain, you should protect yourself. Go ahead, bring these detonating talismans and throw them out when it's dangerous, remember to stay away. Hazuki took out a few detonators from the ninja bag and threw them to Tsunade. Advertisement. He had a lot of these explosive charms, some of which were about to go rotten, and he couldn't use them at all, so he simply threw a few of the ninja kits to Tsunade. After all, this woman helped him a lot. Okay. Then take care of yourself. Tsunade took the detonator and put it away, then walked away with Jiraiya. Only Kato Dan, Naoki, Hazuki, and Makoto were left in place. They will go to the land of soup to carry out the task of destroying a bandit. Let's go. Kato Dan, still furious, stepped forward. Naoki seemed to have known Kato Dan for a long time, and he shrugged and chose to leave with Kato Dan. However, Hazuki did not rush to leave, but raised his right hand slightly. Summoning technique. D. The smoke filled the air, and a huge bison appeared under Hazuki's feet, standing still like a car. Makoto here. Hazuki beckoned. Well, 1. Uchiha Makoto is very good, and hastily walked over and was pulled into his arms by Hazuki. Let's go. Sitting on the back of the bison, Hazuki hugged Makoto, looked at the surrounding environment leisurely, and walked forward a little bit like an outing. Such a scene happened to be seen by Kato Dan and Naoki, and the two froze in place. This operation. Naoki was dumbfounded, feeling that it was a wrong decision to follow Kato Dan ahead of schedule. And Kato Dan is also a little depressed, thinking that this is a mission, it is obviously an outing. The two looked at each other and saw the envy in each other's eyes, but they could only complain a few words in their hearts, and then continued to hurry on their way. Only, after a long journey for a long time, the two were somewhat tired, and then looked to the other side enviously. On the other side of the bison, Hazuki was holding a scroll and watching it with relish. And Uchiha Makoto gently pinched his shoulders for him. The more you enjoy that gesture, the more you enjoy it. Advertisement. Naoki was envious of seeing such a scene, and he increasingly regretted choosing to leave with Kato Dan. When I become stronger in the future, I will also find such a well-behaved girlfriend. Naoki said enviously, taking out the rice ball he was carrying and eating it. Brother Hazuki, are you hungry? Let me cook for you. Uchiha Makoto asked in a low voice. Hazuki grabbed Makoto's waist, fell to the ground in her shyness, and took out a space scroll. Bang! The white smoke rolled, and when it disappeared, a large dining table appeared on the scene, and even a large number of tools and materials were placed. Then Makoto skillfully picked up the tools and started busy cooking. Soon after, there was a good smell of vegetables. This scene made Kato-dan and Naoki even more depressed. They smelled the fragrance of the vegetable and looked at the cold and hard rice ball in their hands, and their hearts were instantly unbalanced. Then, in the following time, they were even more envious, jealous and hated, because they saw with their own eyes that Hazuki was only 2 people, and they made 6 dishes, and those who couldn't finish it were directly fed to the bison. A real star. Human. Naoki muttered, regretting that he and Shin had another one. Next was the long journey, and when night fell, Naoki was even more depressed. Because they could only find a corner to rest at will, but Hazuki took out the tent and rested in the warm tent. Ask for flowers. Is this for a mission? This is purely for an outing. Naoki complained, feeling envy and jealousy in his heart. Kato-dan chose to stay far away, to be out of sight and out of mind. Only, when people are unlucky, they can even drink water in their teeth. In the middle of the night, it rained heavily, and it was mixed with thunder and lightning. This kind of weather made Kato-dan and Naoki angry, and the two of them became chickens. I'll go to Hazuki, I'll definitely get sick in the rain again. Naoki took a deep breath. I'll go with you. The two of them walked forward together, intending to go to the location of the Hazuki tent, but they stopped after walking a dozen meters. Because they found that Hazuki was standing on a small hillside, just staying still in the rain. What's going on? Why is Hazuki in the rain? Naoki wondered, wondering why. Advertisement. I don't know. 1. Kato-dan was equally puzzled, not knowing what Hazuki was doing, and got caught in the rain in the middle of the night. Bang! Thunder and lightning roared, shining in the rain curtain, and also shining over the hillside. Hazuki is dangerous, don't stay there. Naoki frowned. Hazuki was a classmate after all, so he kindly reminded him. But just as he said these words, a terrifying thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and slashed towards Hazuki. Be careful, Naoki shouted, but he knew it was too late because the lightning had already fallen. Just at this moment, just when the lightning struck, thunder and lightning also appeared in Hazuki's palm, and he shot out at an unimaginable speed, hitting the thunder and lightning fiercely. Click. Zzz. Lightning flashed, white light shone on the surrounding area, and the lightning that fell from the sky was cut off abruptly, cut off by Hazuki's blow. Such a means, such an ability, made Naoki and Kato-dan's eyes widen in shock. My god. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can cut off lightning. Naoki yelled, and the whole person was shocked. And Kato-dan next to him is in the same state, standing in the same place stupidly. The two of them just stood silently, staring stupidly at Hazuki, who was flickering in the thunder and lightning. Quite a while, Kato-dan finally spoke, and he asked with shock, can you tell me the name of this ninjutsu? Yes, it's called Reikiri. Boom. The indifferent voice echoed in the thunder, responding to the arrival of this ninjutsu into the world. 82S level ninjutsu. Ask for a monthly evaluation ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Reikiri. Kato-dan murmured, quietly looking at Hazuki who came down from the hillside in the rain. The rain was very cold at the moment, but Kato-dan felt that his heart was even colder. The power of ninjutsu that can even cut through lightning is unimaginable. According to his estimation, this Reikiri is likely to be an S-rank ninjutsu. Such a level of ninjutsu was easily used by the young man in front of him, and it seemed that this young man was developing ninjutsu. Thinking of developing ninjutsu, it is even more difficult for Kato-dan to calm down. How terrifying that a young boy should develop ninjutsu of this level. You must know that such a level of ninjutsu is enough to be used as a jonin's trick, and many jonin may not have such a trick, let alone develop it. Therefore, in the rain, Kato-dan watched Hazuki pass by in shock and watched him return to his tent. Wait, Hazuki's clothes didn't get wet. Naoki said suddenly. What did you say? Kato-dan was stunned for a moment, his brain quickly recalled the scene just now, and the whole person immediately froze in place. There's really no need to get wet, what's going on with May 13th? Is this also a kind of ninjutsu? Kato-dan said, his eyes staring into copper bells. I don't know, Hazuki has been a genius since he was a child. He rarely communicates with us. The only information is that he is very strong, and even developed an advanced ninjutsu called Rasengan. Naoki spoke solemnly and said the information he knew little by little, but the more he said it, the more he felt that Hazuki was extraordinary, the more he said it, the more he felt that he was too stupid, and finally he was depressed and didn't want to say it. Why are not you talking? I don't want to talk about it, the gap is too big, I feel ashamed to talk about it. Naoki sighed and decided to leave here, and the province's heart was uncomfortable. The rain has stopped, let's go back. Row. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. A team of 4 continued to move forward under the rising sun, but Hazuki and Makoto were still sitting on the back of the big bison, while Naoki and Kato Dan could only walk on the ground. Ding. Please choose. 1. In Thorn Mode 1, invite Naoki to sit on the back of the bison, reward 30% physical enhancement. 2. Thorn Mode 2, continue to ignore Naoki and Kato Dan, reward physical fitness increased by 31%. 3. Thorn Mode 3, continue to slap Kato Dan, make him doubt life, reward physical enhancement 32% plus a small amount of chakra. Advertisement. A mechanical system sound appeared in his mind. Hazuki examined the 3 options, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Makoto, do you know what happiness is? Hazuki asked, looking up at the sky. What is brother Hazuki? Makoto blinked his big eyes cutely. Happiness is that we can sit and enjoy while we are on our way, while others can only walk hard on the ground. Puff. Makoto couldn't help laughing, and his big eyes turned into crescent moons. Beside, Kato Dan and Naoki were very depressed when they heard this, and they turned their heads to the side angrily. They deliberately fell behind a little, and they didn't want to go with Hazuki, which made the province feel uncomfortable. Didn't the mission complete? Then be tough. 1 inch. Hazuki glanced at Kato Dan and Naoki, seeing that they would rather be behind the big buffalo than walking together. Hazuki's eyes flashed. Then he felt the wind direction and quickly patted the back of the big bison. Puff. Smelly and loud farts, released from the big bison pee pumps, rushed directly to Kato Dan and Naoki behind with the wind. What does it taste like? Kato Dan wondered, took a deep breath, and widened his eyes. Vomit. Whizzing. Kato Dan and Naoki sprang far away at the same time, and when they stopped, their faces had turned the color of pig livers. It stinks to death, the abominable buffalo. I don't fart in the morning, and I don't fart in the evening, but we passed by and farted, and it stinks to death. 1. Naoki covered his nose and complained, feeling that he was out of luck for this mission. But after Naoki finished speaking, looking at Kato Dan, who was about to faint from the stink, his heart suddenly became balanced. At least he didn't take a deep breath. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the 3rd item. Reward 32% physical enhancement plus a small amount of chakra. The warm current like soaking in a hot spring reappeared, and Hazuki felt extremely relieved. He raised Makoto's delicate chin and smiled. Life is so beautiful, Makoto is so pretentious. 1. Hazuki brother. Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto's big eyes were watery, and Hazuki's small head was curled up in happiness. The two hugged each other like this, enjoying the rare warmth under the warm morning sun. But Naoki and Kato Dan on the other side have become dead faces. They were already uncomfortable, and they were very depressed. After experiencing the rain and eating stinky farts, they were now sprinkled with a wave of dog food, and the two of them were completely heartbroken. I think it was a wrong choice to go out with Hazuki this time. Naoki muttered and vowed never to work with Hazuki again. Yes, I think so too. Kato Dan nodded in agreement and vowed never to wear such thorns again, which can make people mad. With depression, the two continued to move forward, and most of the time they were far away from Yi, and finally came to the country of soup. It's great to finally come to the land of soup. Naoki looked at the lively streets and the people coming and going, and he was very happy. Kato Dan next to him was in a similar state, and they could finally take a good bath. I'm going to see the client first. Naoki, you guys find a hotel to stay first. Kato Dan said. Row. Naoki nodded, just about to leave, but at this time a few girls came across from the opposite side, looking very cute and pretentious. It stinks, what do these two people smell like? When a few girls passed Naoki and Kato Dan, they hurried away with their noses covered, their expressions full of disgust. Quote. The veins on Naoki's forehead jumped, and he wanted to go crazy. Kato Dan next to him was in a similar state, and he wanted to hit the wall in depression. They turned their heads and looked at Hazuki behind them with resentment, but what they saw was a scene that made them collapse. Wow, what a handsome big brother. Hello, why haven't I seen you? Are you from the outer village? My name is Haruna. What's your name, big brother? Big brother, are you a ninja? Can you meet me? Several cute girls were chatting around Hazuki, asking about something from time to time, and they were close to each other. In a different scene today, watching Naoki and Kato Dan want to vomit blood, the two angrily complained in their hearts, lamenting the gap between people. Why is it so big? Okay. Is there a hotel near here? Advertisement. Hazuki protects Makoto as he walks among Yingyinyanyan, and at the same time inquires about the situation around him. Yes, there is a hotel not far ahead, I will take you there. I'm going too. A large group of people surrounded Hazuki and left, leaving only Kato Dan and Naoki silent. Damn, I'll never come out with Hazuki again, absolutely not. Naoki roared wildly, attracting the attention of passers-by. Those people looked at them like a fool, and the two suffered 10,000 injuries again. After a few minutes, hotel where you stay. Brother Hazuki, do we really care about the mission? They went to find the bandits' stronghold and lair. Makoto asked suspiciously. It's just a little bitch, don't worry about it. Hazuki shook his head and poured a drop of his own blood into a test tube, ready to begin research with a new purification method. With the space scroll, he carried a lot of tools, and he has been studying the subject, but the success rate has always failed to meet the requirements. The purification method this time is to use the phagocytosis and stacking method. First, the 3.7 colonization is carried out, and then it is purified by phagocytosis and filtration of 365 imprints. It may hopefully meet my requirements. Hazuki thought, wearing a white coat and experimenting again, carefully using the phagocytosis and stacking method to purify and filter. 2 hours later, Hazuki looked at the red test tube in his hand with joy in his eyes. It's incredible that the purity has reached 99%. I didn't expect that it was just an outing that gave me an unexpected joy. Hazuki said in surprise, quickly drank the solution in the red test tube, and the blood in his body began to boil in the next second. A stream of warm currents flowed in the body, and the cells in the body were excited as if activated, singing and joyful, until they completely returned to calm after a few minutes. The effect is a bit poor, and it seems that further purification is needed. Hazuki frowned and pondered. Brother Hazuki, your eyes. Makoto's crisp voice came from beside him, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Eyes. Hazuki was stunned, and hurriedly looked at the mirror. Next second, a pair of faint blue eyes appeared in the mirror, shining like sapphire. Open black lens bracket 83 close black lens bracket assault, kneel and beg for a flower evaluation ticket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Finally there is hope. Hazuki looked at his eyes in the mirror, and when he saw the faint brilliance that shone, there was a trace of success in his heart. It took a few years, and since the system restarted, Hazuki began to study the eyes, which is the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, in order to increase the means of combat. He spent a lot of time every day experimenting, researching, purifying and analyzing with the vast amount of knowledge he had acquired when he completed the task before, and finally paid off. Although this reward is only a sign, Hazuki is still very happy. This way of turning knowledge into power gives him a great sense of accomplishment. Makoto, go buy some material back, this is the material name. Hazuki quickly wrote a few lines, shoved it into Makoto, and started purifying again with excitement. According to his calculations, the amount of the purified potion required is very large, and it is more difficult to purify it later, but the advantage is the increase he can get will also be permanent, there will be no rebound, and there will be no side effects, because it comes from his blood and is his own. I'm really looking forward to it. If the bloodline is accumulated to a certain extent, it will definitely cause a qualitative change, then a new purification will begin. Hazuki said, and fell into the concentrated purification 29 again. The other side. A remote mansion. Kato Dan and Naoki stood on the courtyard wall and observed carefully, investigating the scene in the large mansion. Kato Dan-sensei, is this the stronghold of those bandits? Why is it so quiet? Naoki asked in a low voice. Why do I feel a little strange? It seems that I overlooked something. Kato Dan frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Whoosh whoosh. A large amount of kunai swept from the surroundings, flying towards Naoki and Kato Dan with the sound of breaking wind. Advertisement. Be careful. Jingle jingle. The cremation splashed, and all the kunai were knocked out, and Kato Dan escorted Naoki to a nearby tree. Stop them. Whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen fully armed ninjas rushed out with killing intent and ridicule, and everyone's chakra fluctuations were shocking. 2 Jonin, a dozen Chunin, we were caught, and there was something wrong with the old man who was guiding the way. Kato Dan's face was solemn, and he never thought that it was just an ordinary task of destroying bandits, and there were so many masters. Ninjas of Konoha, since you dare to participate in this matter, prepare to die. In the dark, a man with a scarred face stepped out. He was burly and his face was cold. His eyes were fierce and sinister. His eyes were fixed on Kato Dan, and then he pulled out the long knife behind him. Wandering ninja. This is trouble. Kato Dan is solemn. He has understood that the bandit must be included by these wandering ninjas, otherwise there will be so many masters in ordinary bandits. Naoki, you must be careful not to get too far from me. It is good. Kill. Whoosh whoosh. The lively streets of Unokuni. Uchiha Makoto came out of a shop and walked back with his purchases. It's very heavy, but I finally bought it all. I will send it back quickly, so as not to delay Brother Hazuki's research. Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto said, and ran home on his little feet, thinking about what to eat for Hazuki in his little head. By the way, I will buy some oranges after I send back the materials to Brother Hazuki. Brother Hazuki likes oranges the most. Uchiha Makoto muttered as she ran, but the material in her hand was too heavy, and she was tired and panting after running for a while. At this time, 2 wandering ninjas with long swords suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Uchiha Makoto. Find her and kill her. Not good. Uchiha Makoto was startled, took out his kunai and hurriedly jumped to dodge. But the material in her hand was too heavy, and her movement speed could not be improved at all, and the 2 ninjas were both Chunin, and their strength was much stronger than hers. Faced with such a life and death crisis, Uchiha Makoto's only correct course of action was to throw away the materials and run away. But she didn't do that. Instead, she held the material in her arms, as if worried that the destruction of the material would delay Hazuki's research. This clumsy decision reduced her movement speed and was easily overtaken by the 2 Chunins. Go to hell. The 2 Chunins slashed from the sky with taunting swords, and slashed at Uchiha Makoto as if watching a dead man. Facing the mortal ending, Uchiha Makoto instinctively protected the material in his arms and closed his eyes. Puff. Blood splattered, the smell of blood filled the air, and the 2 corpses fell to the ground with no breath. Uchiha Makoto was stunned, looking at the corpse in front of him at a loss, completely unaware of what was going on. What's the matter? Why did they all die suddenly? Isn't this the flower that Hazuki's brother condensed with ice? How did it stick in the hearts of these 2 people? Uchiha Makoto said stupidly, and looked around with wide eyes, but he didn't see the figure of Hazuki's brother. Could it be that Brother Hazuki used some kind of secret method to set up protection measures on me? Uchiha Makoto couldn't figure it out, his little head was not enough. Advertisement. By the way, I hurry back and warn Brother Hazuki. Makoto didn't stay here for long, but hurried to the hotel where he lived. When he was about to arrive at the hotel, Uchiha Makoto saw that Hazuki had already stood at the special entrance, and there were 4 corpses of wandering ninjas around. Hazuki brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? Uchiha Makoto asked stupidly, checked Hazuki carefully, and found that there was no injury at all, so he was relieved. Stupid girl, you should be concerned about your own safety. Hazuki said helplessly as he mixed Makoto's little head. I'm fine, as long as Brother Hazuki is okay, I'm relieved. Makoto blinked his big eyes and said, then raised his little hand and said, by the way, Hazuki-san, this is the material I bought, I brought it back. 513 inches well, my family Makoto has done a good job. Hazuki smiled warmly and hugged Makoto deeply in his big hands. By the way, Brother Hazuki, how did those 2 ninjas die? Uchiha Makoto asked curiously. It's just some small tricks. You just need to remember that even if you face the attack of a cage-level powerhouse, you will be fine because of me. Hazuki said to himself. Brother Hazuki is amazing. Although Makoto didn't understand, she still chose to believe, even if the words seemed ridiculous, she still chose to believe. But those people dare to attack you, you must give them some color. Let's go girl, let you see my true strength today. 1. Hazuki said while wrapping his arms around Makoto's slender waist, while surrounded by green light, he gradually floated into the sky. This is flying. Hazuki brother, you can actually fly. Makoto was startled, looking at all this in disbelief, with horror in his beautiful eyes. This is just the beginning. You will know what strength is in a while. Well, let's go to the bandit's lair. Hazuki smiled and quickly headed towards the mountains outside. Hazuki-san, do you already know the bandit's lair? Of course, and I also know that Nawaki and Kato-dan were attacked, but ignore them and go to destroy the bandit lair first. Before he finished speaking, Hazuki rushed towards his destination in the wind, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes, which meant he was angry. 84. Flattening, kneeling and begging for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bandit's lair. A large number of bandits gathered and stood, quietly looking at the bandit leader at the forefront. Listen carefully. Once Kuragawa has dealt with those Konoha shinobi people, we will act immediately to seize control of the country of Yuno in one fell swoop and completely control this small country. Great. We finally don't have to be wandering ninjas. Hey, we will be orthodox by then, and those big countries will also recognize our existence. Haha, doesn't that mean that the women of Tangziguo let us play? Tisk tisk, I'm really looking forward to it. Fortunately, I came here with the leader, otherwise there would be no such good thing. 1. The bandits said, excited and at the same time looked at the bandit leader with admiration. Leader, we can't wait, go ahead, kill all those who are in power, and control the country of soup. 1. Yes yes yes, then women, power and wealth will all be ours ha ha ha. The bandits shouted, very excited, and even took out various weapons, looking impatient. Continue to wait, Kuragawa should have killed those Konoha shinobi and are rushing back. The bandit leader said to himself. Good leader. Huh, what is that? Look at the sky. A bandit suddenly pointed to the sky and said. Heaven. There will be something in the sky, don't make a fuss. The wandering ninjas said a word of that bandit with contempt, then looked up to the sky, and their pupils shrank in the next second. What is that? Floating in the air. It seemed to be people, 2 people, and they were rushing towards us. No, how can people fly in the air? It's close, it's really people, a man and a woman. 1. The bandits stared at the sky in disbelief, and at the figure that was flying at an extremely high speed, everyone's eyes widened. Something's wrong. The bandit leader squinted and looked at the sky, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. According to his years of experience, people who can fly can be counted on one hand, and each one is synonymous with power. Now there are people who can fly, and their intentions are clearly directed at their old nest. If such a powerful person is their enemy, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses, even heavy casualties. Fortunately, there is a secret passage. If the situation is not good, I will immediately escape from the secret passage, and then let these idiots fight against the flying man. Advertisement. The bandit leader said secretly, and then shouted. Don't be afraid, with me, everything can be solved. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as we unite, we will surely win, and everyone will prepare for battle. It's the leader. Following the order, the bandits waited in earnest, watching the silhouette getting closer and closer in the sky with vigilance. After a while, the bandits finally saw the figure in the sky. It was a man and a woman. They were not very old, but being able to fly was enough to prove their strength. Fortunately, they were young and their strength should not be too terrifying. The bandits were relieved. Is something wrong? Above the sky, Hazuki floated around Makoto, looking down at all the bandits, looking down at all the wandering ninjas. You shouldn't kill my woman. The indifferent voice echoed, echoing in this area. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears strangely. When the bandits heard this, their expressions were solemn, and they felt a little troublesome. Don't be afraid, it's just a bluff. That's right, Two little devils think they can fly and they're amazing. Dare to come down. It will definitely kill you. Yeah, come down. The wandering ninjas shouted, secretly preparing to throw kunai and detonating talismans to attack at any time. Only Hazuki in the sky ignored their words and clenched his fists. You don't need to exist anymore, Hazuki said indifferently, and slammed his clenched right fist in the direction of the bandit. This kind of punching action made Makoto very puzzled, because they were in the air, and Hazuki punched in the air, which was a big difference between the bandit and the bandit. So Makoto was cute and didn't understand what was going on. But, just when Makoto was stunned, when she was suspicious, Hazuki's fist slammed out, hitting the air hard. Then, boom! The thunderous noise spread all over the world, and the terrifying shock wave rolled like an ocean wave, and a white air beam, with the power of a natural disaster, swept the entire bandit lair. Advertisement. And the beam of light penetrated directly through the old nest, and with unmatched power, blasted into Yamanaka several miles away. Boom boom boom. The sky collapsed, the rocks flew horizontally, and the terrifying beam of light flashed. The mountain several miles away was divided into two, and a large area in the middle was turned into a barren land. As for the bandits' lair, there was no trace left, and all the enemies were completely dissipated under this punch. This Yu Jujing became O-shaped, with big eyes, and the whole body was motionless. It took several minutes for Uchiha Makoto to recover, and she said with a trembling body, "Yi. Brother Hazuki, the mountain was beaten in half. Well, take it seriously this time." Hazuki smiled, her voice as soft as possible, because it scared her a bit this time. Brother Hazuki, is this your true strength? Makoto was still trembling, but the scene in front of him was so terrifying that even a mountain several miles away could be divided into two. Such power was simply a miracle. Don't be afraid. No matter what strength I have, I will always be your boyfriend, and your husband will be your husband in the future, understand? My good wife. Hazuki's voice was gentle, and her big hand gently rubbed her small head, soothing her flustered mind. Even Hazuki took the initiative to approach, kissing Makoto's little face lightly, and smiling at her silly appearance. Come on, go back and cook for me. I don't like eating hotel food, so you can only be my little cook for the rest of your life. Hazuki changed the subject. Well, everyone listens to Brother Hazuki. Makoto wrapped his arms around Hazuki's neck and rested his small head on Hazuki's shoulder, hiding his head there like a kitten. Makoto didn't leave Hazuki's arms until they returned to the inn. Hazuki brother, I'm going to cook. Makoto obediently went to the kitchen, but his mood was still not calm. I'll go with you. Thank you Hazuki brother. The two walked into the kitchen together, and soon the sound of chopping vegetables and cooking sounded, accompanied by the voice and chatting, and the words of concern mixed with it from time to time seemed very warm. The other side. Kato Dan and Nawaki are fighting against the bandits, and although they are not mortally wounded, they are also in a state of embarrassment. Quote. Damn, there are too many of them, I'm afraid they will suffer if they continue. Kato Dan said solemnly. Let's break through. Before our stamina and chakra are exhausted, let's fight. Nawaki modeled Bloodline's side face and said firmly. No, your strength is too poor. It is very dangerous to force a breakout. That scar face is only inferior to me. Kato Dan objected. Advertisement. Then what? We have no way out. No, there is another way, it's just going to be dangerous. Kato Dan said, ready to use the most powerful trick, which is also a spiritualization technique. This ninjutsu is the forbidden technique, and the danger is very high. Kato Dan is confident that he will survive, but Nawaki. Boom. The explosion and roar came from outside the faraway village, like an earthquake, shaking the surrounding leaves. Everyone looked in the direction of the roaring sound at the same time, and the scar-faced bandit's expression changed drastically. Get out! Get out! Scarface let out a loud shout and took all the bandits away like lightning, with horror in his eyes. Impossible, it can't be a stronghold. There will never be an accident with a leader. He is a Jonin who is stronger than me. The scarred-faced man comforted himself to move forward quickly. After a long journey for a period of time, he finally returned to the old nest, but when they saw the old nest in the barren land, they were all dumbfounded. Where is this? Where is our stronghold? Said the scar-faced man silly Li Deshao. As if our stronghold was leveled. Impossible. The stronghold is on a hill. How come there are no hills now? Are we going the wrong way? It's here. You look at the big mountain behind. Isn't that the Spring Tree Mountain? It turned into two halves. The wandering ninjas looked at the towering Spring Tree Mountain, at the empty area between Yamanaka, and collectively petrified. I think, let's leave. This country of soup is a bit scary. Scarface swallowed. Yes, let's go. This is really not a place for people. Let's go. I'll never come to the country of soup again. The wandering ninja did not dare to stay any longer, and rushed to other areas, vowing never to come to the land of soup again. Inside the hotel, Hazuki and Makoto prepare their meals, ready to savor a hearty meal, when a mechanical voice suddenly sounds. Ding. Please choose. 1. Thorn Mode 1. Let Makoto kneel and feed you. Reward. Water style. 2. Thorn Mode 2. Hold Makoto and let her feed you. Reward. Lightning style lay clone. 3. Thorn Mode 3. Eat food alone, not for Makoto. Reward. Earth style soil clone plus a small amount of chakra. 85. Lay clone. Kneeling and begging for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Listening to the system's mechanical beep, Hazuki's mind probed for the god level option, and quickly locked the second option. The ability of Lay Clone can reverse the paralysis of the enemy when he is cloned, which can be regarded as an outstanding clone technique, and he is not lacking in chakra, which can be completely ignored. As for the water body of the first item, he bought this ninjutsu with money before, and he has thoroughly learned it, so it is even more impossible to choose, so Hazuki finally chose the second item. Ding. After the selection is complete, please do your best, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the sound of the system, Hazuki turned to look at Makoto next to him, and then waved, come to me. Uchiha Makoto was so cute that he didn't realize what was going on for a while. Let's change the way we eat today. Hazuki smiled and hugged Makoto's body, before placing it in his arms. Hazuki brother tilde operator. Uchiha Makoto is big, with a small body curled up and afraid to move, and her cute little ears are already glowing red. I'm hungry. Get me some food. Hazuki said with a smirk. I know. Uchiha Makoto pouted her mouth and her eyes were watery, but she still raised her little hand obediently and fed Chiba with chopsticks. Delicious. What a beautiful life. Hazuki tasted the food, smelled the aroma of vegetables and Makoto's body, and felt very comfortable. He was relieved, but Uchiha Makoto was shy, and even the food was very restrained, and his heart was beating like a deer. Girl, your heart is beating so fast. Hazuki leaned into Makoto's little ear and smirked. Where is it? Uchiha 517 Makoto was big, and his face was blushing and he was about to bleed. Okay, alright, stop teasing you, let's continue cooking. 1 inch. Okay. Advertisement. Happiness is the refreshing breeze in summer, which makes people feel good, and Hazuki feels that getting Makoto is the most correct decision he made in this world. Well behaved, director, smart, diligent, docile, beautiful, generous, considerate. Countless words are not enough to describe the beauty of this girl. Hazuki can get her is also a great joy in life. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Lightning style lay clone. Close black lens bracket. Warm currents flowed through Hazuki's body, and he was harvested again during this meal time. Hazuki in a happy mood picked up his chopsticks and looked at Makoto. Girl, I'll feed you too. No need, brother Hazuki, you shield me from the wind and rain when you are outside, and of course I will take care of you at home. Makoto's rare solemn attitude even used honorifics. Don't be so serious, just feed you a meal. Hazuki mixed Makoto's little head. No, this is the most basic rule, and it's also my responsibility. Brother Hazuki, be good. Makoto raised his small hand and pulled Hazuki's big hand, looking at him with a little seriousness. Okay, listen to you. Hazuki looked at Makoto's tight little face and shook his head amusingly. This girl rarely suggested her own ideas, so she just let her go. CJDH. Thank you Hazuki brother. Makoto thanked Hazuki by kissing Hazuki's side face gently. The two of them chatted happily until Kato-dan and Nawaki returned in embarrassment. Then after the catastrophe, they ate another mouthful of dog food. Over the next few days, Hazuki continued to work on extracting medicines and purifying blood vessels. And Makoto still takes care of him meticulously, taking care of him like a little wife. On the contrary, Kato Dan and Nawaki have been busy out and about, looking for the bandit's lair. Hazuki ignored these and took a few drops of Makoto's blood and joined the research. 2 days later, sunny morning. Advertisement. After a night of experimentation, Hazuki walked into the living room with joy, with 3 tubes of potion in his hand. With anticipation, Hazuki drank one of the purifying potions and nodded in satisfaction after tasting it for a while. The bloodline has added a little bit again, and it won't take long for the bloodline to be purified, resulting in a transformation. Then I don't know what the master's ability will be. Hazuki said expectantly. Although he has a trump card like Saitama template, he doesn't need to pay attention to the bloodline and so on, but it's too boring. He doesn't have a game console, no computer, and he doesn't have to go out to fight monsters. After a long time, it will be annoying. And through the transformation of knowledge into power, Hazuki thinks it is very interesting. It can add a lot of inspiration to him, and even rare ones can greatly increase his interest. Next are these 2 tubes of medicine. I don't know if it can achieve the effect I imagined. Hazuki looked at the 2 purification potions in his right hand with anticipation in his eyes. The 2 medicines were extracted from Makoto's blood. After a comparative experiment, it was found that these medicines also had a great effect on him, and after drinking it for a long time, there would be unexpected joy. Without hesitation, Hazuki quickly drank one of the potions, then closed his eyes and quietly felt the warmth in his body. Soon he opened his eyes again, a trace of blood flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then disappeared. The first time I took it, the effect was the strongest, but unfortunately, as a Hyuga family, the effect I took was really weak. Hazuki shook his head helplessly. He had already expected the effect of the medicine this time, and he was not too disappointed about it. It was just that he had to take a lot of medicines to achieve the level he wanted. By the way, what happens if Makoto drinks it? This is the first time I drink this potion, but the effect is very strong. Even a foreigner like me has an effect, if it is her own. With a hint of curiosity in Hazuki's eyes, the figure flashed to the washing room. Girl, drink this, Hazuki said to Makoto, who was washing clothes. Okay. Makoto didn't ask what it was, just took the water stain from his hand and drank it in one gulp. Makoto hurriedly covered her little nephew, bowing her head and saying nothing. What's wrong? Bitter. Hazuki-san is a little bit bitter. Advertisement. Makoto whispered, and because the medicine was too bitter, mist appeared in her big eyes. No way, it was too bitter. Many times more bitter than the most bitter herbs, but in order to take care of Hazuki's feelings, Makoto only said that it was slightly bitter. That's it, then change the taste next time. Hazuki model Makoto's small head comforted. He is used to drinking these medicines, and he is not afraid of this little bit of bitterness, but he did not expect that Makoto, a cute girl with no flaws, has a fearful side. Hazuki didn't mean to blame her. No one is perfect, and Makoto's shortcoming of being afraid of drinking bitter medicine is understandable, so it seems real. How? Do you feel anything? Hazuki asked Makoto, who lowered his head. It feels so warm, so strange. I always feel like this is what I need. Hazuki brother, why is this? Makoto was puzzled, raised his drooping head, revealing a pair of blood-colored eyes that were constantly spinning, and finally slowly stopped spinning and solidified completely, forming a pair of bewitching one-tomo Sharingan. Hazuki-san, what is this? It's hard, but it's always helpful to me. Uchiha Makoto said suspiciously, not noticing the change in himself at all. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan has the strongest effect when taking it, and it seems that the effect is different depending on the bloodline. Hazuki said secretly, smiling at Makoto's one-tomo Sharingan. No, the effect of the potion seems to be a little too strong. It stands to reason that at least 10 tubes are required to have this effect. Wait, maybe her bloodline is stronger than I thought. Hazuki vaguely understood why, while thinking about his next plan. Ding. Please choose. 1. Keep the current way. Improve yourself freely. Reward. 20% for blowing snow template. 2. Cultivate the eyes of Uchiha Makoto, and then dig it out for your own use. Reward. 30% of Hungry Wolf template. 3. Obtain the blood of Senju, Uchiha, Vortex, Wei Yoruichi, Golden Horn and Silver Horn family, purify and take it, merge with your bloodline, and finally transform into the Otsutsuki family. Bonus. 30% Tornado Template plus Forbidden Technique Impure World Reincarnation, Final Edition plus lots of chakra. Note. Is the third item high, consumes a long time, and may even lead to chaos in the ninja world, please choose as appropriate. Open black lens bracket 86 close black lens bracket Sharingan, begging for a monthly ticket for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the sudden appearance of the god-level choice, Hazuki's thoughts swept across quickly, and he quickly frowned. The second outright ruled out, and Hazuki ignored it at all, but the first and third put him in a choice. In fact, he prefers the first item, because the free way of promotion is also his favorite, but the content of the third item coincides with the promotion route he has set. His plan is to first purify the blood of the Hyuga family, and finally obtain Tensagen or clean eyes, and then try to integrate more blood, improve himself, and finally transform into a stronger race. Originally, he did not intend to be too radical, after all, there is time to experiment slowly. Besides, this is just a tool for him to pass the time. Now that there is a task, he can't be so lazy. Therefore, Hazuki picked up the spirit and chose the third option. Ding! The selection is complete. Come on, master. Ignoring the voice of the system in his head, Hazuki looked into Makoto's eyes and smiled. Look in the mirror and look at your eyes. Okay. Uchiha Makoto was nice, didn't ask why, immediately obeyed, turned his head to look in the mirror. But after seeing the changes in her eyes in the mirror, her small mouth opened into an O shape again. Right. Sharingan. I actually own a Sharingan, what's going on? Could it be? Could it? Uchiha Makoto hurriedly looked at Hazuki, his face full of shock. Brother Hazuki, you are helping me, right? It's a potion specially prepared for me after seeing that I have no strength, right? Woohoo! Thank you Hazuki brother, thank you. Tears appeared in Uchiha Makoto's big eyes, and those crystal tears dripped like pearls with broken strings, and she jumped into Hazuki's arms in the next second, choked on Hazuki's clothes, and was reluctant to leave. Okay. 1. Hazuki gently patted Makoto's back in a warm voice, and felt her soft long hair from the side of his face, and his heart was extraordinarily warm. This girl never asks for anything, even if she is a little nicer to her, she is moved to tears, which is really loving and distressing. I'm sorry brother Hazuki, I got your clothes dirty. Makoto was moved to cry for a while, and when she saw the tears in Hazuki's heart, she quickly apologized. Advertisement. Nothing. Hazuki looked at Makoto's pear blossom with rain, wiped away the remaining tears from the corner of her eyes with big hands, lowered her head and kissed her gently, comforting her softly. The two stayed together for a while, and then they got busy. On the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, in a lush forest. Tsunade and Jiraiya, with a dozen ninjas, galloped towards Konoha with pale faces, their expressions full of solemnity and concern. Tsunade, your injury is too serious, I'll buy you time after I stay. Jiraiya worried. No, you are not his opponent, and you must bring the information back. I didn't expect that we would be attacked by Hanzo of the Salamander. He actually knew our route. There are definitely traitors in the village. Tsunade said with a pale face, looking very haggard, but she still used healing jutsu strong to heal her injuries. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's state, checked the chasing soldiers behind, and her expression became more and more solemn. Now you need time to heal, the chasing troops in the rear are too urgent, you must find a way to stop them, and give me all your detonating charms. 11. Jiraiya said that he took out all his detonating charms, and then collected the detonating charms provided by the ninjas at the rear, but the number was only 30 or so, which was pitifully small. I have a few more here. Hazuki gave them to me. You can take them too. Handing the few detonating talismans to Jiraiya, Tsunade bit her lower lip lightly and continued to move forward, but her injuries were too severe, and every step forward caused pain in her eyes. Looking at Tsunade's state, Jiraiya sighed, quickly stuck the detonator on the surrounding trees, and continued to leave. There are too few detonating charms, I'm afraid it won't have much effect, we can only accelerate again. It is good. Tsunade nodded and continued to move forward despite the pain, only the blood dripped down the corners of her lips, and finally scattered in the air. Hope. I can stop them for a moment, alas. Jiraiya sighed, knowing that the detonating talisman had little effect, and could only hope for the favor of fate. Boom. A terrifying loud noise reverberated, and a hot air wave suddenly hit from the rear, blowing Jiraiya, Tsunade and others more than 10 meters away. After they stabilized their bodies, they looked back in amazement, and their pupils quickly shrank to a point. Now, the large forest area in the rear has completely turned into a sea of fire, and the monstrous flames are burning, accompanied by these flames, and thick smoke. What happened? A Konoha shinobi questioned in a loud voice, his eyes fixed on the terrifying sea of fire. Advertisement. No, I don't know, but I know that those chasing soldiers are absolutely miserable. Jiraiya, am I dazzled? Are you using some forbidden technique? Tsunade asked in disbelief. You're not dazzled, and I'm not using the forbidden technique, but I don't know what's going on. Jiraiya swallowed, feeling like she was dreaming. The first second was chased by a terrifying enemy, and the next second, the enemy fell into a sea of fire, which turned out to be so unexpected. So at this moment, they stood there like a ghost, motionless. Quite a while. Jiraiya finally came to his senses, thinking about the reason for this, and soon he thought of something, and suddenly looked at Tsunade. If my expectations are correct, this must be the reason for the detonating charms, and our detonating charms are all distributed by the village, only yours are different. You mean, this terrifying sea of fire was caused by the detonating charm that Hazuki gave me? Tsunade was surprised, and his little head carefully recalled the original scene. She remembered that when Hazuki gave the violent talisman, he told her to stay away, saying that the power was a bit strong, and she had a clear understanding in her heart. I thought it was an ordinary detonating talisman, but I didn't expect the power of this kid to be a little big, so big. Tsunade shook his head and said, but there was a deep warmth in his heart. She has already understood that the detonating charms with such terrifying power are absolutely valuable, and even these detonating symbols may take several years to complete. Hazuki gave such a precious detonating talisman to himself so lightly. This kind of silent help without asking for anything in return, even without taking credit, made Tsunade very moved. This kid, I'm going to give him a hard hug when I go back. Tsunade spoke proudly on purpose, with a relieved smile on her haggard face. She was strong and felt protected for the first time, which made her a little intoxicated. Although this kid is a bit stabbed, it's really powerful. I knew this disciple was so good, so I accepted it in advance. Jiraiya said enviously. You want to be beautiful. Hazuki is mine, you should never try to steal him. Tsunade smiled proudly, happy to have such a disciple. Let's go. When I go back, I want to advise the third-generation old man to promote Hazuki to Chunin. This kid is so good, he's really lazy to be a genin like a salted fish. Jiraiya said helplessly. For flowers. You don't need to suggest. The third-generation old man has already planned this. No matter what happens in Hazuki Chunin's exam, he will be promoted to Chunin. It is impossible for a genius to be buried. Okay, don't show off, I know you have a good disciple. Jiraiya eats the taste. He originally thought that his disciple was very good, but compared with Hazuki, he felt that Namikaze Minato felt a little stupid no matter how he looked at it. No, I will continue to train Minato after I go back to improve his strength. Jiraiya vowed. Several people rested for a while, and after Tsunade's injury stabilized, they set off again and headed for Konoha village. Advertisement. Soup Country. Kato Dan and Nawaki are walking in the mountains, looking for the bandits' lair. Teacher Kato Dan, do you really want to suggest to Hokage not to let Hazuki be a ninja? Nawaki asked worriedly. Yes, you have also seen how unreliable and disobedient he is in this mission. He stays in the hotel every day to flirt. Such a person is not qualified to be a ninja. Kato Dan said angrily. Can't we give him a chance? Ninjas are our ideal after all. Wouldn't it be too heartless to kill one's ideal like this? Nawaki couldn't bear it. What's so unrequited? The way came out by himself. Since he is so lazy, he can't stop me from reporting the facts. From the mission to the present, what is his behavior like a ninja? Kato Dan continued talking, looking very angry. He didn't want to be so heartless, but Hazuki didn't listen to all his orders. Such a person is not qualified to be a ninja at all. Teacher Kato Dan, just give Hazuki a chance. Nawaki said again, unable to bear Hazuki's ninja path cut off. Nawaki, you must understand that you almost died in this mission. If the bandits hadn't left suddenly, you might have been buried here forever. So I must report it truthfully, and even suggest to your sister to let her give up this disciple and completely cut off this person's path as a ninja. Kato Dan continued, looking very angry. But Nawaki still wanted to speak for Hazuki, but was interrupted directly. Okay. That's all for now, let's continue looking for the thief's nest. Kato Dan said and moved on. Nawaki sighed and could only follow silently. The two continued to search according to the information, and soon came to the bandit stronghold. But looking at the bandits' lair that had turned into a barren land, and the terrifying gap that stretched for several miles, they were completely dumbfounded. My mother, why is this? The information proves that this is the bandits' lair, why is there no more? Could it be that it has been flattened? This is so similar to the chasm outside Konoha village. Did the legendary strong man pass through here? Destroyed the bandit lair? It's possible. Go fast, this must be reported to Hokage as soon as possible. Kato Dan rushed down the mountain with Nawaki solemnly, and decided to return to Konoha as soon as possible to report the incident. Nawaki, who followed silently in the back, looked at the gap and thought of the previous terrifying roar, and he finally understood the reason why the bandits retreated. It turned out that the super strong saved my life, thank you so much. Nawaki said silently. The two of them are thinking about returning to the country of Yuno, and embark on the road of returning to Konoha together with Hazuki Makoto. But when Kato Dan wrote the mission report on the way, he clearly wrote one line, Hazuki is not recommended to be a ninja. 87 Complain, ask for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time passes by in a constant hurry. Hazuki and the others went through a long journey and consumed a lot of time, and finally they were not far from Konoha village. Hazuki, who was lying on the back of the big bison, and Mizuki, who was lying on the back of the lovely Makoto, enjoyed her massage, squinting and looking at the sky comfortably. But at this moment, Hazuki turned to look northwest. What's the matter, Hazuki bro? Aware of Hazuki's situation, Makoto's massage hand stopped and spoke with a puzzled expression. It's okay, I just found Tsunade and the others. Hazuki replied lightly. Who did you say you found? My sister. Not far away. Nawaki heard Hazuki's words and hurried over to ask. Yes, your sister, and Toad Sage, they should arrive at the Konoha gate at the same time as us. Hazuki said lightly. Really? Great. Wait, didn't they go to the battlefield? Logically speaking, they should be in the land of rain. Nawaki was puzzled and couldn't understand the reason. May 17th. You'll find out later. Hazuki didn't bother to explain, just turned around, buried his head in Makoto's arms and stopped talking. Nawaki scratched his head and wanted to continue asking, but seeing that Hazuki didn't want to say anything, he could only give up. With doubts, the crowd continued on their way. During this process, Nawaki looked left and right, but couldn't see Tsunade. Hazuki, did you really see my sister? You'll find out later. Hazuki snapped. All right. Advertisement. Nawaki was helpless and could only continue to wait while he was on his way. But after staying for a while and traveling for several kilometers, they still didn't see Tsunade, let alone Jiraiya. Nawaki was a little anxious and looked at Hazuki from time to time. Kato Dan, who was next to him, had already leaked a suspicious look, because the distance they had traveled was beyond the observation range of the white-eyed, but they still didn't see Tsunade. This made Kato Dan even more suspicious, especially after everyone moved forward for a while and still didn't see Tsunade's figure. Kato Dan's suspicion became even stronger. Sure enough, he is an unreliable person. Ninjas are interdependent partners. Those who deceive their companions are absolutely not qualified to be ninjas. I must report this matter. Kato Dan shook his head secretly, making up his mind that this scourge would completely eliminate the ranks of ninjas and not affect other ninja companions. With determination, Kato Dan moved on, and soon came to the Konoha gate, and as he expected, did not see anyone. Kato Dan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked northwest in disbelief. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures flashed past, and the slightly embarrassed Tsunade and Jiraiya group appeared at the Konoha gate. Naoki, Hazuki, you guys are back too. Sister, it's really you. Hazuki's detection ability is too strong, he is indeed the Hyuga family. Naoki shouted happily. But Kato Dan's face was solemn, and his eyes looked at Hazuki from time to time. Because Kato Dan clearly knows that Hazuki's detection range is definitely beyond the observation range of white eyes, and belongs to a stronger perception ability. Master has such a strong perception ability, and he doesn't care about the task at all. No matter how strong such a person is, he is not qualified to be a ninja. Kato Dan was very dissatisfied with Hazuki, and after making a secret decision in his heart, he turned and walked towards Tsunade. Sir Tsunade, I have something I want to mention to you. I suggest you give up this Hazuki. People like him are not qualified to be ninjas or your disciples. 1. Kato Dan watched Tsunade jump quickly, and hurriedly stepped forward to talk. What did you say? Give up Hazuki. Tsunade was very happy when he saw Hazuki, and his haggard face turned bloody, ready to give Hazuki a hug and thank Hazuki for saving his life. Advertisement. But at this time, someone came out to tell her to give up Hazuki, and also said that Hazuki was not qualified to be a ninja, which made Tsunade angry. She stared at each other angrily and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" I'm not talking nonsense. There is a big problem with Hazuki's character. He can't be a ninja. This is the details of the mission I recorded. You can understand by looking at it. After Kato Dan finished speaking, he handed over the mission report, and prepared to advise Tsunade to remove Hazuki's identity as a ninja. But at this time, just when he handed out the mission report, the opposite Tsunade actually slapped his mission report on the ground. Shut up. My disciple of Tsunade will not allow you to slander. Get out. Tsunade roared, stepped on the mission report, and walked towards Hazuki with a cold snort. Bang. With excitement, Tsunade held Hazuki in his arms and gave him a big hug. Thank you, Hazuki. Thank you so much. Tsunade said gratefully. He didn't care about the difference between men and women, and even regardless of Hazuki's height, he could barely reach her shoulders. Hey, a little boring. What are you doing? Hazuki tried to push Tsunade away with a dark face, but was hugged tightly again. Hazuki was helpless and didn't bother to pay attention to this stupid woman. The other side. Jiraiya and others looked at this scene with a smile. They actually wanted to give Hazuki a hug and thank this little devil who turned the tide. After all, without Hazuki's detonating talisman, they would definitely cut more than half of their staff, damage many of their companions, and even they themselves might not survive. So they didn't speak at the moment. They all looked at this scene with photosensitive. Only Kato Dan, Naoki, and Makoto stood still, dumbfounded, wondering why Tsunade was so emotionally unstable. Advertisement. Makoto didn't say anything, but looked at Hazuki warmly, and she guessed vaguely that Hazuki must have done something that moved Tsunade. But Kato Dan on the other side was furious. He picked up the mission report that he was trampled on the ground and said angrily, HMPH, I think you are Princess Senju and have always respected you, but you are so selfish and take care of your disciple, I misunderstood you. Kato Dan finished speaking with fire-breathing eyes, turned around and walked towards the village. He decided to report the matter to Hokage, and asked Hokage to decide. And third Hokage is here. I will never give up on this matter. Right and wrong, everyone understands in their hearts, there is absolutely no tolerance for such a black sheep. Kato Dan said angrily. His impression of Chiba Tsunade and others was greatly reduced. At the same time, he was also very depressed. He clearly followed the correct approach and made an evaluation of the task without any personal emotions mixed in, but why did it turn out like this? The legendary Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had always been impartial and selfless, had such a strange attitude at this moment that he couldn't figure it out. But he won't give up. With Hokage-sama around, he will definitely let the black sheep like Hazuki get rid of the ninja ranks. Furious, Kato Dan rushed towards the Konoha village, targeting Hokage's office. Hokage office. Whizzing. The 2-3.7 Anbu saluted respectfully and spoke quickly. Hokage-sama, Tsunade, Hazuki and Kato Dan are back, but something is not right. It seems that Hazuki's performance in this mission has caused Kato-dan's dissatisfaction. 1. Dissatisfied. It seems that this kid Hazuki is still planning to mess around. This is not good. Even if he does nothing in the mission, he must be promoted to Chunin. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he waved his hand for Anbu to leave, while he looked at the documents on the table in silence. The situation is not good. The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth have secretly formed an alliance. The Kingdom of Thunder is coveting, and the Hanzo of the Salamander of the Kingdom of Rain is even more powerful. Is the real war finally about to start? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and prepared to mobilize the important forces in the village to go to the front line to support the army of the Orochimaru front line, so as to preserve the advantage of the front line. At this time, Kato-dan rushed to the bottom of the Hokage office building, ready to sue Hazuki. 88 Exceptional promotion, kneeling and begging for a monthly ticket for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Outside Konoha village. Hazuki broke free from Tsunade's arms, glanced helplessly at the stupid woman and said, "Are you happy?" Humph. Tsunade mixed Hazuki's little face, even though she was haggard, but seeing Hazuki's cold appearance, she still couldn't help but mix it up. Cough cough. Tsunade, you were a little too aggressive just now. I know that Kato-dan is a very responsible person. I guess Hazuki is too stubborn and annoyed him. 1. Jiraiya walked over and spoke, looking at Hazuki with helplessness. What if he has a sense of responsibility? I am Tsunade's disciple, and no one but me is qualified to care. Tsunade spoke loudly, with a very strong attitude. Apparently going through a series of events, Tsunade sees Hazuki more and more seriously, even if others say bad words. You protect this kid too much. Jiraiya is helpless, but he understands Chiba's character and knows that Hazuki will never do bad things except for being a bit thorny, so he still supports Hazuki very much. Come on, go to Hokage's office, let's hand over the task. Jiraiya waved her hand and motioned everyone to the Hokage office. The group walked together and soon came to the downstairs of the Hokage office, only to see Kato-dan waiting there, seemingly blocked by Anbu. Now that they're here, can I go in? Kato-dan stared at Anbu stiffly. Okay, please come in. Anbu indicated that the pig face mask he was wearing was particularly attractive. Let's go in too. Tsunade beckoned, and the crowd filed in. Only Hazuki turned to look at him as he passed by the pig face masked figure, and then stepped into the Hokage office building. Call. The figure with the pig face mask quietly looked at the empty doorway, feeling a little depressed. Sure enough, he knew it was me, and he was stronger again. The pig face mask figure sighed. Can the students I teach be strong? A slender figure flashed past, wearing a fox mask, and his voice was very clear. Yazi, your 29 families have been arranged. This time, I'm going to the front line. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. The pig face masked figure said. Well, everything is arranged. If I can come back alive, I will continue to return to the Ninja Academy to be a teacher. The fox masked woman said. Okay, let's go. Walk. Whizzing. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the mission report with footprints, and his old face turned black. No way. The content of the mission report was too speechless. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to protect Hazuki, it was a little hard to watch. Bull riding, outings, flirting, and eating delicious food every day. Advertisement. Staying in the hotel, completely ignoring the task, and even leaning on the legs of the beautiful women, one after another, one by one, it is simply not to be too irritating. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and thought about how to help Hazuki through this incident. After all, Kato-dan's opinion was too big. Lord Hokage, this is what Hazuki does. Someone like him can't be a ninja. I suggest removing him as a ninja. 1. Kato-dan said angrily. His emotions were very intense. Actually, Hazuki is a good kid. After all, it's understandable to ride a bull after walking such a long distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and made an excuse. What? Kato-dan was stunned for 2 seconds and didn't react for a while. Originally, he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would scold Hazuki angrily, but how could it be understandable? And why only mention about riding a bull, not about Hazuki's refusal to participate in the mission? Kato-dan had a bad feeling in his heart, but he continued to insist. But what about the mission? He didn't participate in the mission at all. Naoki and I were busy the whole time, and Hazuki didn't listen to any orders. Ahem. Hazuki is still young after all. Those bandits are so powerful, it's actually a correct way to protect yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a thick face. What? Kato Dan suspects that he heard it wrong, that Hokage is so protective of Hazuki, which is really inconsistent. As the image of Hokage, Kato Dan's heart was full of anger, and he held back his anger and came up with a reason again. Hazuki is very strong and has super perception ability, he even developed S-class ninjutsu. With such a strong strength, how could he not be able to defeat the bandit? He was just escaping the mission, so he was definitely not suitable for being a ninja. Kato Dan said the most important point, he believed. After Hokage knew that Hazuki had great strength, and knew that Hazuki was still evading the mission, he would definitely be angry and remove Hazuki from the ninja ranks. What? What did you say? Hazuki actually developed S-class ninjutsu. Jiraiya next to him hurriedly said. Hazuki, did you really develop S-class ninjutsu? Tsunade also came over and asked, looking at Hazuki very solemnly. Yes, the name is Reikiri. Hazuki said lightly. See, he has admitted it. If he can develop this level of ninjutsu, how can he be weak? He is just escaping. 1. Kato Dan said, finally relieved, because he knew that Hazuki was about to be eliminated from the ninja ranks. Okay, Hazuki, you have developed S-rank ninjutsu. It's too strong. In order to reward you, I will promote you as Chunin today. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. What? Promote Chunin? Kato Dan was dumbfounded, wondering if he had heard it wrong, and his mind was a little bit overwhelmed for a while. Jiraiya heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and knew that it was protecting Hazuki, but it was too exaggerated. So he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, motioning him to not just protect Hazuki, at least be a little more normal. Not only did Jiraiya signal, but Tsunade and others also had black lines on their foreheads, and even Hazuki glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed at the sight of others, knowing that what he said was too much, so he hurriedly changed his words. Of course, given that Hazuki's mission is a little bit wrong, there's no reward or punishment, well, that's it. 1. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he felt that his IQ began to decline after he met Hazuki, and in order not to lose his temper, he continued. That's it, let's go out, Jiraiya and Tsunade stay. Yes, Hokage-sama. After a while. Advertisement. The entrance to the Hokage building. Kato Dan looked at Hazuki, who left dashingly, looking at his still high and indifferent attitude. Thinking of Hokage-sama's words, Kato Dan's worldview collapsed. What is happening? Even if Tsunade is protecting Hazuki, how come even Hokage-sama is protecting him? He is Hokage. Hokage, Konoha's most just person. Quote. Kato Dan felt that his head was not turned around, and he even doubted life. Damn, I don't believe that I can't find a place to reason. I go to Elder Danzo, this matter must be resolved justly. Kato Dan still didn't give up and decided to go to Danzo to report the matter. The other side. Hazuki looked at Naoki who was following him and said, I said, can you stop following me? I'm going home now. 1. Hazuki, don't be so cold, can you talk about Reikiri? It's better to demonstrate it. Naoki asked curiously. He is now more and more curious about Hazuki. S-class ninjutsu, even his old sister can't create it. No, don't bother me. Hazuki took Makoto and nodded and left, unwilling to pay attention to the kid. Hey, wait for me. Naoki still didn't give up, like a follower. They walked for a few minutes, and a group of majestic ninjas appeared in front of them. The one who took the lead was the Konoha Pot King Danzo, who seemed to be in a good mood, even with a smile. Ding. Encountered with Danzo, the king of Konoha Pot, do you want to open the mixed selection mode? Close black lens bracket. Mixed selection mode. Seems like a fun one, turn it on. Hazuki nodded. Ding. Please choose. 1. Normal mode. Face-to-face evaluation of Danzo's appearance is normal. Reward. Water-style water dragon bomb. 2. Complement mode. Face-to-face evaluation of Danzo's handsome appearance. Reward. Earth-style Wonkwanuma. 3. Thorn head mode. Face-to-face evaluation Danzo is a pig's kidney face. Reward. 10% blowing snow template plus a small amount of chakra. Note: Praise mode may get Danzo's favor, Thorn mode may lead to Danzo hostility, please choose as appropriate. Praise Danzo. Want to eat shit? Hazuki swept through the god level options and chose the third option without hesitation. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's voice, Hazuki pointed at Danzo who was passing by, and said, "This man is so ugly, he actually has a pig kidney face." After Hazuki finished speaking, he ignored everyone's reaction and continued to walk forward. That Danzo was walking majestically with a smile, but he was a little confused when he said that. The words pig kidney face appeared in his mind, his smile froze for a moment, and his face turned from blue to black. He squinted at Hazuki and the others who were walking away, and turned to the subordinate beside him. Number 5. This person is handed over to you, I don't want him to see the sun tomorrow. But Danzo-sama, this person can't move. Number 5 hurriedly said. Advertisement. Can't move. HMPH. Even Nawaki. I dare to move, what else I dare not. Danzo snorted coldly and didn't care who the other party was. He had done too many things over the years, including Jonin several, not to mention a kid. Danzo-sama, do you remember what Kushina-sama asked to investigate? Of course, I'm just happy because of this matter. As long as I do it well for Kushina, maybe I can accept her as a disciple, and with her support at that time, this Konoha will be my world. Danzo said happily, with a light called ambition in his eyes. In recent years, he has flattered Kushina several times, but Kushina ignored him at all. But just now, Juxin 517 Nai suddenly asked him to investigate a kid named Hazuki, and the more detail the better. However, Kushina also said that he must have a good attitude towards Hazuki. This makes Danzo very strange, he has a vague feeling that Kushina may like that kid named Hazuki. Strange, why did that kid look familiar just now? Danzo mumbled in confusion. Lord Danzo, he is Hazuki, who Kushina asked to investigate. What did you say? He's Hazuki. Misty grass. Danzo's eyes widened instantly, and he uttered foul language. Why didn't you say it earlier? You want to kill me. Danzo said angrily. Sir, you only read his documents this morning. Number 5 couldn't help but reply. You. Danzo was furious and wanted to kick this subordinate in both feet, but he blamed himself for this. After all, he was too eye-catching and never looked at others, so he didn't recognize Hazuki. So, Danzo is not easy to get angry, but he is very uncomfortable, and he wants to find someone to yell. He walked forward with a gloomy face, when suddenly another person came across from the opposite side. Lord Danzo, this is Kato Dan, and I have something important to report regarding the injustice of Hokage. Hokage's injustice. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and immediately became interested. Can you tell me what's going on? Lord Danzo, there is a kid named Hazuki who has a very bad behavior. I reported it to Hokage, but he ignored it. It is really unfair. 1. After Kato Dan finished speaking, he handed a document to Danzo and motioned him to check it. Who are you calling bad behavior? Hazuki. Danzo's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Yes. FK me. You're cheating on me. You're Sarutobi Hiruzen who came to cheat me, FK me. Danzo cursed angrily, squinting at the Hokage office building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are tough enough, good, I remember. Danzo had planned to go to Hokage's office, but he didn't go now, he just turned around and left. Only Kato Dan was left standing blankly, motionless like a fool. Quite a while. Kato Dan finally recovered, he felt that his 3 views had been destroyed. He clearly knew that Danzo was Hokage's nemesis, and it stands to reason that Danzo would never help Hazuki, but the result was unimaginable. Why is this happening? Why is everyone helping Hazuki? It's a no-brainer. 89S level ninjutsu, kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hyuga Family Station, lively street. Hazuki walked ahead holding Makoto's little hand, Nawaki chattering beside him. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Blowing snow template 10% plus a small amount of chakra. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. Intermediate sage body. Shueiji. Ice escape. White eyes. Template. 40% Saitama template. 70% blowing snow template. 30% tornado template. Evaluation. Ninjutsu Master, the great demon king who destroys the world. The sound of the system reappeared, and a warm current like a hot spring swept through Hazuki's body and mind. He didn't pay too much attention to the system's voice, but continued to move forward with a calm expression. Hazuki, teach me Reikiri, the ninjutsu you developed is so handsome. If I can learn it, it will definitely attract the attention of many girls. Nawaki continued chattering, buzzing around Hazuki like flies. I said no, don't follow. Hazuki frowned. Just teach me, please. Nawaki still didn't give up. Follow me and kick you again. Hazuki looked at Nawaki with a slightly dangerous look. I'm, well, really sorry. Nawaki was helpless and could only watch Hazuki leave. Pity. Nawaki shook his head and planned to go back to Tsunade to intercede and see if he could learn Reikiri through Tsunade's relationship. Nawaki, you just said that Hazuki developed ninjutsu. A figure came out from the side and stood in front of Nawaki and asked. This person was none other than Hyuga Hazashi, who became Chunin. After several years of practice, his strength is not what it used to be, and he is also looking forward to a battle with Hazuki. It was just a few days ago that he heard that Hazuki summoned Dakatsuyu to defeat Namikaze Minato. After evaluating his strength, he believed that he was no match for Hazuki for the time being, so he planned to continue his efforts. But at this time, he was a little curious when he heard Nawaki say that Hazuki developed ninjutsu. Advertisement. Yeah, Hazuki did develop ninjutsu, and it's still a very powerful ninjutsu. Nawaki said, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. What kind of powerful ninjutsu? Tell me now. Hyuga Hazashi asked curiously. It is a kind of thunder ninjutsu. Its name is Reikiri, the rating is S rank, and it is named after Hazuki cut off thunder and lightning. Nawaki continued speaking, his eyes lit slightly when he mentioned the word Reikiri. S-class ninjutsu. Named after cutting off thunder and lightning. Hyuga Hazashi was stunned, feeling that what Nawaki said was so untrue. You know, Hazuki has just graduated from the ninja school and hasn't even had time to take the Chunin exam. But at such a young age, it is too fake to develop S-level ninjutsu. With suspicion Hyuga Hazashi continued, you are telling the truth. Hazuki really developed S-class ninjutsu. 1. Sure, am I kidding about this? That's something even Hokage knows. Nawaki said with oath, and in order to increase his credibility, he said again, this matter will spread in a few days, and then you will know. Nawaki ignored Hyuga Hazashi's reaction, turned around and walked home. In place, only Hyuga Hazashi fell into deep silence. S-class ninjutsu. Are you already strong to this extent? Hyuga Hazashi sighed, feeling that it was time to change the target he was chasing in the future. Forget it, let's go back and talk to the big brother about this. It happened that he was thinking of challenging Hazuki so that he would also be hit by this incident. 1. After Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking, he turned around and headed home. The living room of Hazuki's house. Hazuki, who was lying on his back on the sofa, was thinking about the next mission route. The golden horn and the silver horn are dead. He should have descendants who can extract the corresponding blood. The other is the Wei Yoruichi clan, which is dead bone pulse. 1. Hazuki suddenly thinks of the future Kimimaro, this amazing teenager. At the beginning, Kimimaro was alone against Naruto, and then against Shaoli and Gaara. His powerful strength can be said to be obvious to all, but it is a pity that he died prematurely because of jealousy. If he can grow up, he will be a very tyrannical character, and his bone ability is very similar to the tyrannical trick of the future Otsutsuki Kagaya. This ability can be said to be quite heaven-defying. Any target hit by it will collapse, even yin-yang escape or impure world reincarnation will be helpless. It can be said that this ability is a bit too strong. One blow wipes out the complete body Susa, and one blow kills Obito. The terrifying strength is undoubtedly demonstrated. In terms of speed, it is also very good, but the attack distance is short, but this ability is still a powerful and terrifying move. Advertisement. I don't know why the total killing of ashes is so strong. If it hits, it will collapse, which is a bit interesting. Hazuki is very curious, thinking about the future. After transforming into the Otsutsuki clan, he must study this ability carefully. Let's extract the blood first, then go to the land of thunder and the land of water to find the blood of the two races, just use shadow clone. Hazuki thought for a while. In fact, whether it is an experiment or going to other countries to get blood, it can be done through shadow clone. But this is his important fun, and it can't be robbed by shadow clone, and at most part of it will be handed over to shadow clone. For example, when you go out to the land of thunder and the land of water, you can throw it to shadow clone. Thinking of it, Hazuki quickly casts shadow clone technique in a blink of an eye. Bang bang. The two capitals appeared and stood quietly in the living room. Hazuki looked at shadow clone and said, let's call shadow clone number 1 and no. 2. I'll take the blood and give it to you, let's go. Yes. Whizzing. 2 shadow clone flashed quickly and disappeared quickly. Only Hazuki on the sofa was left in the living room, quietly listening to the humming ditty from the study. This girl's singing is very nice. Hazuki muttered and stood up, ready to take a good bath. Girl, where is my bathrobe? Hazuki-san, wait for me. Makoto's nice voice came from the study, and soon she ran out with her little feet, and then quickly got into the bedroom to get the bathrobe. Brother Hazuki, for you, put the changed clothes in the clothes basket, I'll wash it for you in a while. Makoto entrusts him like a little wife. Got it, I'm going. Hazuki took the bathrobe and went to the washing room. Wait a minute, I'll put the water for you first, and then measure the water temperature. It's okay, I can do it myself. No, Brother Hazuki secretly used cold water last time, it's not good for his health, Brother Hazuki has to be obedient. Makoto said earnestly with a small waist. All right. Advertisement. Hazuki had no choice but to go with this girl. Next, Hazuki watched Makoto bustling around, watching her test the water temperature from time to time, and after confirming that everything was in order, he nodded his head. Okay. Hazuki bro, you can go. Hazuki nodded and headed to the washing room to start taking a bath quietly. Not to mention, Makoto's water temperature is really good, it is a comfortable temperature for the human body. Hazuki soaked in it for a while, and even narrowed his eyes. Certainly. The water temperature will definitely drop over time, but Makoto remembers the time and will always come in at the most appropriate time to add new hot water, which is considered ultimate. After taking a good bath, Hazuki yawned back to the bedroom, lying on the tatami and wanted to sleep. Brother Hazuki is tired, rest early. Makoto tidied up the bedding and covered it with care of Hazuki. Ding. Please choose. 1. Follow Makoto's words. Choose Lee Deshao, choose to rest and sleep. Reward. Earth style. 2. Reject Makoto's words, and don't sleep. Reward. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. 3. Immediately show your thorn mode. Reward. Chidori's large number of derivative ninjutsu. Hazuki, who was ready to rest, heard the sound of the system, and quickly searched for the god level selection, and quickly locked the third item. Chidori's massive derivative ninjutsu. Hazuki pondered slightly, and quickly understood what this represented. That is Chidori Ryu, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Chiban, Chidori Blade, etc. Ninjutsu, which is a good derivative ability feather. Without any hesitation, Hazuki quickly chose the third item, and looked at Makoto next to him. What's the matter, Hazuki bro? Aware of Hazuki's gaze, Uchiha Makoto was very puzzled, and even raised a small hand to lightly mold Hazuki's forehead. It's okay, rest with me tonight. Hazuki said suddenly. Uchiha Makoto was stunned for a moment, his small ears instantly turned red, and the whole person was shy and a little unsteady. In fact, she really wanted to refuse, but she didn't want Hazuki to feel a little bit of loss, so she could only lower her head in a tangled state, and clutched the corner of her clothes with her little hands. Yeah, 90 Chidori, kneeling for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki's big hand suddenly appeared, lifted Uchiha Makoto onto the tatami, and hugged him directly. Okay. Go to sleep. 1. Hazuki said something warmly, and at the same time a green light shone, and the quilt next to him floated up, and finally gently covered the two of them. Soft, blended, fragrant, Hazuki stroked Makoto's long smooth hair, closing his eyes quietly. Ding. Congratulations to Master for completing the task. Reward. Chidori's massive derivative ninjutsu. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the sound of the system, Hazuki gradually fell asleep in a warm atmosphere. Only Uchiha Makoto was curled up and didn't dare to move, just like a little dumb cat, staring at Hazuki's profile foolishly. At this moment, she only felt that her whole body was hot and hot, her big eyes were also watery, and her shyness was evident. But even so shy, in order not to affect Hazuki's brother's mood, she did not choose to leave, but let Hazuki embrace her to sleep, just like a real couple, hugging each other to sleep. The other side. Hyuga Hiyashi's home. It is night now, but Hyuga Hiyashi is still practicing in his small courtyard, trying to improve his strength. Bang bang bang. The sound of beating reverberated, roaming in the small courtyard with the strong wind. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hyuga Hiyashi spun suddenly, and the spherical 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven condensed, blooming in the small courtyard with tyrannical power. Woohoo! So strong! Lord Hiyashi is getting stronger and stronger, and his strength has caught up with the patriarch at a young age. 1. Yes, in the past few years, Mr. Hiyashi's strength has improved very fast, and he is indeed a genius. With Hiyashi-sama's strength, he is also a top figure in our Hyuga clan, and even the older generation is no match. Several members of the Hyuga clan who were in charge of the guard talked a lot and admired Hyuga Hiyashi's strength 520. The voices of these people were also heard by Hyuga Hiyashi, who was practicing. Although he was not superficially elated, he also had stronger self-confidence. Persistence, praise, and strength are important conditions for self-confidence. He relies on his own strength to successfully make himself stronger and more confident. Call. After the practice, Hyuga Hiyashi wiped the sweat from his head with a towel and prepared to leave with strong confidence, when suddenly he saw a person walking in. Why are you here, Hazashi? Hyuga Hiyashi could clearly see the questioning question of the person who came. Brother, I have something to tell you, you come with me. Hyuga Hazashi said hurriedly. Advertisement. What's so serious about it? Brother, come with me. What's so mysterious? Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head, feeling helpless for this younger brother. But he did not refuse, but followed him to the pavilion next to him. Tell me, why are you so cautious? It's about Hazuki, he's up again. Hazuki. Needless to say, I already know about this, isn't it just summoning beasts? Don't worry, I understand. Hyuga Hiyashi waved his hand, not too concerned about it. He had already thought about it. When he turned back to challenge Hazuki, the two sides couldn't rely on external force, that is, they couldn't use summoning beasts. So relying solely on his own strength, Hyuga Hiyashi has absolute confidence to fight against Hazuki. Even relying on the fighting experience of the past few years, he completely defeated Hazuki and took back his glory. Thinking of the scene where he challenged Hazuki last time and was kicked in the air, Hyuga Hiyashi's teeth itch with anger. Go back, Hazashi, and when Hazuki comes back from the mission, I will have a good fight with him and let him understand what true strength is. Hyuga Hiyashi spoke confidently, with a strong fighting spirit all over his body. But big brother, Hazuki is back today, and Hazuki is back. That's right, I'll challenge him tomorrow. Hyuga Hiyashi said proudly. But he's stronger again, and strength again. It's because the combat experience has improved. Don't worry, he is still a lot worse than us. How dangerous the battle of Archunin is, and the combat experience required is not what Genin can imagine. Hyuga Hiyashi is full of confidence and doesn't care that Chiyu has some fighting experience, and even the confident smile on his face has never changed. Brother, can you listen to me? Hyuga Hazashi said angrily. Okay. Please tell me. Hyuga Hiyashi waved his hands indifferently, exuding a strong aura all over his body. Brother, I just got the news that Hazuki has developed S-class ninjutsu Reikiri, which is a terrifying ninjutsu that cuts off lightning with one blow. Isn't it S-class ninjutsu? What's so great? What did you say? S-class ninjutsu. One blow cuts off the lightning. How is this possible? Hyuga Hiyashi was dumbfounded, the confident smile on his face disappeared, and he stared at Hyuga Hazashi with his eyes wide open. It's true, even Hokage-sama knows about this, and Naoki is begging him to learn Reikiri S-rank ninjutsu. Hyuga Hazashi quickly explained. S-rank ninjutsu Reikiri, cut off the lightning with one blow. How is this possible? How is this possible? That is S-rank ninjutsu. Hyuga Hiyashi murmured and stood on the spot in fright. His original confidence and pride were shattered by these words. His whole person exudes a decadent aura, and the aura of a strong man that he just exuded has long since disappeared, leaving only bitterness and sadness. He's obviously only a genin. He's obviously still so young, but he has developed this level of ninjutsu. You still let others live, and you let others live. Advertisement. Hyuga Hiyashi screamed in grief and indignation, quietly savoring the pain and calculation in his heart, and still a little hesitant. For a long time, Hyuga Hiyashi turned to leave. He needed to find a place to be quiet, calm his wounds like a lone wolf, and then wait to rise again. By the way, eldest brother, Hazuki has never regarded us as an opponent. I passed by him today. He didn't even look at him. He didn't know him at all. So, big brother, you don't need to challenge him. Maybe if you challenge him, he doesn't even know who you are, CJDH. Hyuga Hazashi said another sentence like rubbing salt on a wound, then hurriedly turned his head and left. In situ, only Hyuga Hiyashi was left, staring at the sky miserably. He remembered that he challenged Hazuki last time and was misunderstood as Hyuga Hazashi. He didn't say anything about this, but at this moment it became the reason for him to be ignored. Am I not even qualified to be confronted by him? It's hateful, so hateful, Hyuga Hazuki. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. A desolate roar echoed in the small courtyard, and the collapsing sound attracted the attention of many Hyuga clan guards. They whispered in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Strange thing, what happened to Hiyashi-sama? It was fine just now. Yeah, this emotional change is too big. Who has the ability to break down Hiyashi-sama? Looks like they're shouting Hyuga Hazuki. They don't seem to have anything to do with each other. The guards couldn't figure it out, didn't understand what was going on. Want to know why? Hyuga Hazashi suddenly came over. Hazashi-sama, do you know the situation? Of course, in fact, Hiyashi pretended to be me to challenge Hazuki, and was kicked by Hazuki. He always remembered this and wanted to challenge Hazuki, but then came the best news. The Japanese line Hazashi paused, deliberately losing his appetite. Hazashi-sama, please tell me, what's the best news? Is this information breaking Hiyashi-sama? Hazashi-sama, don't make your appetite, hurry up. The guards looked forward to the questioning, urging Hyuga Hazashi to speak quickly. Hey, come closer, I'll tell you secretly. Hyuga Hazashi beckoned and whispered. Hazuki developed S-class ninjutsu by himself not long ago, and can cut off thunder and lightning with one blow. Even Hokage was frightened, and Hyuga Hiyashi collapsed because of this. S-class ninjutsu. Developed alone. It's amazing. I heard that Hazuki summoned Daikatsuyu some time ago, but I still don't believe it. It seems that he is a real genius. I didn't expect Hazuki's strength to be so strong. I really can't imagine it. Advertisement. The guards were talking and raving about Hazuki, but more importantly, remembering Hyuga Hiyashi pretending to be someone else and getting kicked in the air. They planned to share it well. Don't talk nonsense about this, remember. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Hyuga Hazashi laughed twice, turned around and left, but no one noticed. He muttered a few words inwardly. Brother, your habit of talking in your sleep is not good, let alone pretending to be me secretly. We must seek truth from facts, hee. Hyuga Hazashi smiled with a black belly. He believed that it would not be more than 3 days, and absolutely everyone in the tribe knew about this matter, and then everything would be revealed. It's so blue. Hyuga Hazashi left in a good mood. But the 2 guards nearby looked at the starry night, and 3 black lines appeared on their foreheads at the same time. Today, both adults Hiyashi and Hazashi are not normal. I think so. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, in Hazuki's laboratory. After drinking 3 more tubes of purified medicine in a row, Hazuki felt the changes in his body and closed his eyes silently. But at this moment, his body shook suddenly, and his eyes widened quickly. Next second, he has come to the mirror and looked carefully at his eyes in the mirror. No, it's obviously not successful, and it's obviously not reaching the bloodline limit. Why is this happening? What's going on? Hazuki looked at his hands and spoke in disbelief with joy, and then he walked to the living room with deep anticipation. Girl, let me go out and wait. Brother Hazuki, come back early. You've been working too hard these days, you'll be exhausted. Makoto put down the clothes he was sewing, walked to Hazuki with small feet, and lightly arranged the clothes for him, with some distressed concern. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Hazuki kissed Makoto's sweet lips, and in her shyness, he stepped out of the house. When he appeared again, he had come to an unknown area outside Konoha village. I'm really looking forward to it, let me feel the new changes and show me. Hazuki slapped the ground suddenly. Boom.